I hope Eddie doesn't pop out of the darkness with a gun. So, it's been a long journey, right? Right now he's at the pits. He's in the pits. He's at the very bottom of his rope. He's so depressed, and he's been like sinking further and further into depression, and this was as a result of Maria dying. Because he's like, you know, if I can't find Mary, well, I guess I wouldn't mind replacing Mary with Maria. So he's like, okay, well, Maria is the second thing I have left to hope for. And, you know, she might just be the best thing. But she died, and now he's sinking into a depression. And it's mostly shown in a metaphorical way. Sick leader, hello! Who else did I miss? Cornholio cast! They can have a baby that's half not real. They can have a metaphorical baby. Alright. You know, this game does a lot of metaphors. Like right now that's doing one, right? I mean, you see the fog. When you first came down here, you don't really see any fog, right? See? I can kind of walk backwards, you see it disappear. No fog. Further I go back, the less fog there is. No fog. Gone. Yes, Lochner. It's good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna put this. I think I'm gonna open this. So we got a metaphorical fog going on here. I think that'll work. Turn down the white balance. So yeah, that's what it is. A metaphorical fog. Okay, so you jump down this grave, which is your grave, James Sunderland. He thought, you know, it's getting to the point where every drop is a leap of faith, and he doesn't know which drop is going to be the one to kill him, right? So finally, he jumps in a grave, and is this the one that's going to kill him? It is his grave, right? He kind of has that, he has that desire for punishment. So at this point in the game, he's kind of heading into his own grave. We're not sure where we are in terms of geography, but, well, there's a fog that's just continuing to grow in intensity as you go closer and closer to wherever it is. And, well, you encounter Eddie. Isn't that crazy? Like, you run into Eddie, which kind of shows, in a metaphorical sense, just how lost he is. Kind of like the fog at the beginning of the game. And Angela goes, lost! They emphasize that word because it's kind of important to the fog. The fog is a metaphorical representation of that. And lost, but meaning, like, you know, unwilling to face the truth. Because they are not bold. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. That line right there. Truth is shrouded. And now it's like all turning red, and the fog's just even greater. You're not bald? Well, join the cool crew. Become bald. You gotta be like me. But yeah, is this blood? What is it? Well, I highly doubt it, but it kind of does signify a bloodbath, right? It's very alarming for one. The red is alarming, but it does look like blood spatter, doesn't it? I'm sure the blood, this violence didn't occur all through the hallway. It's more so metaphorical. But once you get in there, you're like, oh man, have you gone nuts? Maybe if you have a death wish, right? Hi Ryukino, how's it going? Yeah, that's right, Cole Azure. We have jumped through so many holes. We have even taken an elevator down, and we're like, when's... Okay, another surprise. Holy crap. Okay, so we got Jet 69. Patron, Patreon. yeah. Jet 69, 9, just want a 69. 69. Oh, he's like, sorry. I can't believe that happened. Like, are you, like, so we're getting like a patron of Jet 69, not $69. Patron of $30 now. Jet. What the heck? That's a limited category, isn't it? So then Montana. Now Jet. Do you want to be credited as Jet 69? Don't mind if I ask. It's a content. No, I'm so surprised by that. Thank you so much, Jet 69. I'll just call you Jet. I'd like the 69 though. You know, it's obvious I like the 69. Well, guess what I could do real quick? Before I forget at the end of the stream, I could do this. And I do believe that's true. I don't have to double check. Let's see. And there we go. All done. There you go. You're in the list. Well, thank you so much, Chad. I can't believe I saw that happen. Yeah. That kind of blew me on. Just blew me away. I don't see the thing in my list, but that's pretty awesome, Chad. There, I got it to refresh. I see it now. That was awesome. So Montana and Jet, thank you so much. Within a span of 24 hours, got two $30 patrons. That's insane. Really nice of you guys. I really do appreciate you guys helping me. Helping me, you know, afford new upgrades. I do need a new computer. I need a new desk. I need like all sorts of new things. I make do with what I can afford though. I got this thing, which kind of helped a little bit with, like, I don't know, the special fun mini games. I got this thing to add to the fog here. But I hate doing all the fog, you know, I want a fog machine. It's not very easy being a human fog machine. You tend to, you know, overdo it and start getting, you know, really lightheaded, you know? Oh boy. You know, if I could just hire a dog to do it. All right, let's go. No. So there's a metaphorical fog going on here, but is it a metaphorical fog? No, it's also literal. It could be from the freezer. The reason why I think they settled on a freezer was because they could render the fog that way. It would be a random pane. It'd be a really nice area to kind of see a really cool boss fight, see a really cool confrontation with the two people, but also they could render fog there to kind of add to that metaphorical sense that, you know, Eddie has completely lost his mind. But, you know, when James does say, Eddie, he listened to the whole story, you know, right? But he's at the end of his rope, so, you know, he's kind of hoping for a way out of the pain. At this point, he's been looking at all the different ways he could kill himself. He's been thinking about it. He even thought about the Rebirth ending, like the solution that he could bring back his wife bring his wife back from the dead. So he thought about that too. But he's also thought about taking his life multiple times on many different counts. One of the memos, in fact, the little Baroness memo, I think is really just a suggestion of how he could drown himself. which I think is where he gets the idea for the in-water ending. Because it talks about a bunch of people who sunk in a boat and died that way. And he's like, yeah, I could do that. But now he's at the end of his rope. Why not even try death by proxy, you know? Worst, you know, the thing that you could do is, you know, someone with a gun that is completely crazy. You could insult them and just, you know, let them end your life. Which is kind of what he's doing here. Maybe not intentionally, maybe he's not thinking about it. But, you know, that's what he's doing. Lost Memories audiobook. Well, I want to watch the scene real quick. So, everything's muted. And we're watching the scene. Hello, Stuart Zollner. How are you doing? I love this scene. I could watch it over and over again.
Eddie? What are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly,
The dog said all that.
pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Shouldn't have said that.
I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
Oh boy, here we go! Yeah. Ooh, I dodged that one. Hey! You shoot me, I dare you. Ha! Bam! Like that. Oh! It's like crazy how they just aim at each other. Oh! I love the knife. I like to stun lock him with the pipe, it's funny. You can do that only on hard difficulty, right, Senna? And hello, Keta Hajime. Hello, Masta. It's good to see you too. Sam's here. Why didn't Eddie spaz on Laura after she called him a gutless fatso? Well, he doesn't... Cause, he's not afraid of her. She's a little girl. See, it's the power he has over adults. That's a pretty good question, though, Sam. She's not doing it behind his back. That's a good one. Maybe that's it. Well, thank you. Hey, Neck Bromancer, welcome. How are you doing? I'm like trying to figure out what to use. I gotta heal, I know that. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow. Bye-bye. Shows he's a coward if he's been overpowered. That's why in the next scene he's hiding while he's telling the rest of the story. I kind of like the two stages of this battle though. The two stages really say a lot. Because he's able to and also it kind of builds this really cool pace. Like here you could go back, right? You could turn around, well you can't go back. But it's like, you know, you have to progress forward at some point. That you have to confront him. And it kind of feels like, you know, you want to, but you don't want to. Actually, no, Sam, during that cutscene, he said, Eddie, have you gone nuts as he was walking away? He was about to leave. And just, like, leave James out of this, right? But he said that. And he didn't need to. He had his hand on the door handle, right? He could have just like let him walk out and not said anything. But he decided to say that as his last word before he walked away. Which kind of shows me that he's kind of suicidal. That James is a little crazy, little suicidal at this point. Well, other stuff leading up to this point shows that he has been suicidal. Yes, he's killing a human being. I like the fog and the teal. Like, I don't know what the purpose of the teal was, but this room was always supposed to be kind of uniquely colored. Very teal. And they, the HD, or sorry, the enhanced edition was able to mod this room to look more like it did. It does kind of do this really weird clash with the blood and like the color of the blood and the color of the room. There's this weird clash. But wow, when you see this and the twisted, contorted bodies, what you think is, oh my god. You think that, like, wow, this was a bloodbath. Look at these twisted, contorted bodies. People just, like, all over each other, all over things. I love the imagery. Yeah, exactly, Serial the Wolf. Yeah. He's poking that sense. I told my story yesterday about how, I got in a fight with that meth head. Because I poked a sensitive spot that they were in denial about. And while he basically did the same thing, it's a sensitive spot for him. And he jabbed at it on purpose. Kind of like I did. I knew it would result in what it ended up resulting in. I knew it was going to make him mad, but didn't really realize what was going to happen. I don't think about that. It's kind of what happened to James. He wasn't thinking about what was going to happen when he said it. He just wasn't thinking when he said it. That's why he's being kind of reckless. I mean, you're already jumping down all these holes. You don't know which one of them is going to end your life. So he's just reckless. Silent Hill Nurse's wife review win? You mean which Silent Hill nurse should be your wife? Your waifu? Pump Man, welcome to the stream. You know what it does to you, James? When you're laughed, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look? Okay, I read your message. It kind of makes sense, Senna, but I think that that whatever ending is canon to you is the ending that you think is the best. Because you are the decider of his ending. I don't think there is a canonical ending. Now that I really think about it. But then again, it's like, if you look at the dialogue, I mean, what would you think I mean, what points would you look for when it comes to a canonical ending of this game? Well, you have to kind of understand what the game's about. So what would be a canonical ending? Well, if this game is about the 5 stages of grieving, and it's about, well, I guess accepting the truth and moving on, which this game does suggest, wouldn't it be Leave? The Leave ending? But then it's like, you know, if it's about acceptance overall, wouldn't that be, or is it about depression and getting worse and just taking your own life? I mean, like, I don't know. It honestly, between the In Water ending and the Leave ending, whatever you like best goes. Even the ritual, I mean, you could say the dog ending is canon. It's up to you. They designed it in such a way that it's whatever ending you think is best. Yeah, exactly, H.L. Duggins. That's what I was saying. Who's Frank? Who has a son named Frank? You mean Frank, his dad? Yeah, Frank is his dad. Who said son? Unless I'm misunderstanding it. Unless it was a part of a timeline. Hi, Tyra Banks. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's Downtown Drunk. They need to go to a jail ending. There's no jail ending. I know, right? I think there needs to be a Murphy, you're guilty ending. But we're gonna go back, continue this story.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that?
Whoa! Hey guys, let's party! So what Cole Azure said, the first time I played through the game I had an idea of what I wanted the ending to be. Then I played it again, my opinion had changed as my opinion of James throughout the playthrough. Okay, Cole, this is how this game works. As you get older, your opinions change. As such, your opinions of what the correct ending might be might change as well. You might understand the story a little bit more. As you gain life experience, you learn more perspectives from different people. People kind of influence your own kind of thoughts and personality. Yeah, you can come back to this and have a completely different understanding of it. Hey, buddy Arts, how are you doing? It's good to see you again. And Brodor, sorry I didn't mention you. Hello. Stranger in Moscow's here. Hello. Welcome, everybody. It's time to fight this guy. So, you know, you can tell just by the dialogue that he just let himself go. This is not one to self-reflect, Eddie. He isn't one to self-reflect. In fact, he never felt like he was in the wrong to begin with because, well, he thinks that people should just accept him no matter what. That he was always outcast and he kind of deserved, you know, just for people to get over it. So he thinks people should change rather than he. He thinks society should change overall instead of him. And that's kind of what his problem is. He doesn't self-reflect to see what he is doing is wrong. And as you can see, he's not really bothered by you at all. Ow. Ah. I'm so dead. What's the metaphor for the pieces of meat hanging? I think they're fashioned to look like Eddie because he does actually end up hiding behind them. I can't see. He has not taken enough damage yet. Hey, Hin, welcome. Ow. I actually blocked that? I guess I'm stun locking him. You can hit the little pieces of meat. Well, it's working. Oh shit! Yeah, you can stun lock them with the pipe. I see what you mean now. Yeah, you just keep hitting them over and over again. I'm trying different famous last words. People who pieces of meat. I guess you could say that, yeah. Or people saw him as nothing but a piece of meat, you know, like or, you know, it represents him as a fat, disgusting piece of shit. Take this! That'll teach you to will.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
Oh, you know what I noticed is like how he's in a fog, but then he raises up out of it.
Mary.
And now he's seeing clarity.
Did you really die 3 years ago?
And he's asking the right questions now. A human being. So basically, it was through taking Eddie's life that he was able. He started the question. Well, he started to think. A human being. Then he was like, you know, he was like, ah. It was through taking another life that he remembered that, oh, he's done it before. That he has done this before. And it was this, taking his life, that really helped him kind of come to terms with remembering it. And I love how he's, like, when he's over his body, there's a fog, right? And then he stands up out of it, and you get a shot that looks like he's kind of like, the fog is kind of dissipating around him. Which shows that, you know, he's starting to see some clarity. But the next part is very metaphorical, in fact. Well, I don't know where Mary was. I never thought Mary was in the car at all. I never really suggested that that should be the case. It'd be weird. He would have to remember. He would have to plan this. See, I don't think any of this was planned out. If he took Mary and shoved her in the car, then that means he planned forgetting and repressing her. I don't think any of it was planned. I think he repressed her because it was just a coping mechanism he couldn't control. And if he had to pick her up and shove her in the car, well, that's all stuff you'd have to think about doing. Could we examine the things hanging? Yeah, it looks like Eddie's pants, don't they? I mean, like, from the side, you see a gut. It kind of looks like Eddie. I mean, you even see a rib cage. Do you see that? There's a rib cage on the side. It looks like Eddie. And the reason why they did that was for an important reason. Yeah, see, I'll get to it. So, yeah, what's happening, what he does is he kind of becomes like a coward. He hides behind them if his health is low or if he's intimidated by James. He realizes that he's not more powerful, and he starts to hide behind these chunks of meat, which I never really got him to start doing yet. I mean, I didn't get him to start doing during this lore run. It's intentionally shaped like that, in my opinion, because he does hide behind them, and then you can see his shoes underneath, which looks like, you know, it looks just like him. Oh. Pum man, what the heck? Thank you for the 500 bits. Whoa. Much thanks to you, Pump Man. Okay, we got some more to talk about, though. Pump Man! Pump Man! We got more to talk about. Tired. Damn, meant to put a message there? Aw. So you missed out. You could have had a really funny message, like a human bean. So yeah, after taking the life of Eddie, he was able to kind of, you know, start remembering the truth. So he stood up. The first thing he asked was, Mary, could you really have died 3 years ago? Now he's asking the right questions. Because at the very beginning of the game, when he self-reflects, he's like, Mary, could you really still be in this town? That's not the right question. He's not thinking. He should be asking, Mary, could you really have died 3 years ago? And now he's starting to think about it, and he's getting like, oh yeah, I'm gonna uncover the truth. Woo, yeah. You go into your inventory too. Like Jack and others have said. Seamsy, welcome to this chat, by the way, Seamsy. Yes, you go into your chat. Yeah, take a look at the letter from Mary. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. Well, let's take a look. There's nothing written on the stationery. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh. Was it something his mind just dreamed up? Oh, it doesn't make sense. Because how would he know the letter at the end of the game? I mean, how does he know the letter? Just bits and pieces from it. If it never existed. Because that was his version of the letter. He altered it to go along with his denial. Of course, people are gonna pick and choose pieces that they like, and only hear the things that they want to hear, which is true because I see it all the time. And people do it not because of some dead wife. People do it all the time. You know, they just pick and choose pieces of the information that they like to hear. So he picked the parts that he liked, changed the ones he didn't, and kind of made up his own false memory. And it became, so that's what that is. It was a false memory. In fact, we learned that, you know, he's just walking around with a blank page for a letter. But no, as you see, as you progress, it does change, and I'll show you. He's walking around with a blank page. And he's like, this is a letter from my wife. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Yep, it just kind of disappears. That's what happens over the course of the game. He doesn't have a letter, so he's even crazier now because he's running around going, look at this letter, everyone! And people are looking, and he's like, you see? Read it, it's from my dead wife! And it's nothing after all. So people are looking at him going, yeah, okay, I don't want to talk to you. Enjoy that letter, though. Whoa. Snedagaskar just redeemed +2 to the wheel. Snedagaskar, welcome to the stream. And I'm gonna redeem +2 to the wheel. I'm gonna redeem +2 to the wheel. There you go. Thank you. Oh my God. Catalytic geisha. Okay, well, we have to finish this part. All right, let me finish this part. Catalytic geisha with 5 to the wheel. Holy crap. So he walks out and it's fog. Fog, foggity, fog in water. Warning, keep off. Oh, more of those signs that make you feel unwelcome, right? Where are we now? You find out that you're literally right behind the Silent Hill Historical Society. After all that descent, everything, well, you were taking a trip deep into his subconscious. You were outside time and space, you're going into his own mind. And then you take a step out and you're right behind the Historical Society the whole time. You've never really left. But it still looks like a prison. See, like this wouldn't be, this sign right here, it wouldn't be in the you know, behind the Historical Society. Warning, persons procuring or concealing escape of prisoners are subject to prosecution. So it sounds like something you would see at a prison, right? We're in between, yeah, like the fifth dimension. We're kind of in between, you know, like when you wake up. Has anyone ever had one of those sleeps where you wake up and you're still dreaming, but you're also awake, so you're like hallucinating? It's a common phenomenon. So basically, he was having a nightmare. That was the prison. But Eddie and Angela were part of that nightmare. And what's happening is he's starting to slowly wake out of it. And he's still seeing little bits and pieces of a prison as he's doing it. Which is why that sign's there. So it's kind of like that waking sleep. Hey, Jet, hug. Who got a hug? Who'd you hug, Jet? Oh, Antithesis here. Hi, Antithesis. And Fuego's here. Quesadilla's here. Odd for Life's here. And so many others. Catalytic Asia, it's good to have you. Welcome. Oh my God. Sunderland's here. We got a big old army of people that just joined. Hi, Kickle. I've never noticed that sign. Whoa, yeah. It kind of does give you like this right here would not be a message. Right here. Warning, keep off. This would not be a message. Anywhere other than a prison. I wouldn't think. That doesn't look like something that would be behind the Historical Society. Yeah, a waking dream. Yeah, like Bloodborne a little bit. You had a dream like that once where you were literally in PT? Wow, I didn't know that so many people. I've never had one of those. I've only had one of those when after I was in the hospital for surgery on my leg because I got hit by a car when I was 12. I woke up because I was on morphine and my nightmare I was having was in the hospital room and it was so weird. I do have the craziest stories. You just stick around, find out. I usually keep myself... Well, I keep me to myself, usually. I'm probably gonna stop doing that. I'll be a little bit more open with you guys. Like I said, I have trouble talking about myself. I have some crazy stories, though. I'm going up. Okay, just making sure. Mr. Alien, I hope you're doing all right. Pump Man, is Silent Hill not a prison? It's itself? No. Well, I guess so, yeah. Like, it's kind of a representation. Hey, thank you for the follow, Strideric. Or is it, yeah, Strideric. I appreciate that follow. Strider, or Strider TC. So, yeah. You guys could be like my therapist. You know, then you guys will need to go get therapists, though. My problems are so big. I have great big problems. You're gonna need a therapist for that. So who's gonna be your therapist, Christian? So yeah, we kind of walk out into the fog. It's just fog, foggity fog, fog, and water. And you take a look at the map, and where does this lead? It's Toluca Lake. I didn't get the map to write down the Historical Society. But it's at the end of Nathan Ave. Well, you take the boat across to Lakeview Hotel. Which, by the way, is in the same area as Silent Hill 1's map. And it's right across from the Lakeside Amusement Park. It is a bit far. But there's only the one road. Closer than heaven. That island in the middle of the Toluca Lake is in one of the endings. So we get that, if we get that ending, which we will, we'll get that ending today. You can see what it looks like. And it does have like a church on it. And the lighthouse is a metaphorical. Don't think of this game. You got to remember this game is both metaphorical and literal at the same time. I don't know how they did it, but it's genius. You had one last night, Catalytic Geisha? Wow. It does shake people's minds deeply. Tell you what, everyone, we'll get a wheel going as soon as I get across this lake. As long as it doesn't look like zebra stripes or turn into a deep abyss that I boat into the unknown. So scary. You know, we'll get to the other side of the lake and we'll wheel. That'll be a good stopping point before we move forward. We're still going for the Rebirth ending though. First, no. I'm going for whatever the game decides to give me first. This part on hard is memes for no apparent reason. I'm wondering what that means. A bag of memes? And you see that little light, right? That little light right there. And you're like, maybe I have to head into it. Okay, you gotta think of it like this. You gotta follow the light of truth. You have to kind of metaphorically, you know, break the cloud of your mind and follow the one truth. But you also have to literally boat across the lake through the fog till you reach the lighthouse. Or not, it's not a lighthouse. I'm not gonna say it's light. It's just a lamppost. So you gotta boat across, which is kind of a, you know, it's a metaphor for him searching for that truth. Because now he's interested, he wants to see. He got through the depression stage again. Is he gonna loop around back to denial? Or is he gonna move up to acceptance? I think a lot of it has to do with how you play the game. Hold on, I'm reading. Somewhat no. Pumpman, the monsters do have a lot of imagery, you know, like sex and death, you know? Because that's Mashirohito. You know, the Angela Papa monster does show or insinuate, you know, a larger figure on top of a smaller one, which shows some sexual abuse in it. You know, the flesh lips kind of look, you know, I guess, suggestive in a lot of ways. All the monsters do have some suggestive. They are sexualized, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you could infer sexual frustration in the monsters, but that's not like the big part of it. I mean, obviously he has some hidden deep down desires because, well, look at Maria. She was created out of those. She is so seductive and easy, which is kind of what he would want. He wants something easy because it was always hard. Kol Azor, in my opinion, he literally took a trip into his own mind and had a nightmare. That's why when he comes out on the other side and he's waking up, he realizes he just took a trip through the historical society and had a nightmare about the rest. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is upon a dream. This is kind of creepy. I think Maria is based on the poster we saw outside Heaven's Night. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, Cat Hajime, I did that out of the blue. Natural blues. Lordy, trouble so hard. Lordy, troubles with God. Don't nobody know my troubles with God. Don't nobody know my troubles with God. Yes! I love when he stands up and looks at it, and the dialogue and the scary music. I think it infers a lot, and you're gonna love it when I explain it. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Has it? Has it not changed, James? It is my theory that the hotel is completely, not completely, but it's kind of burnt down. It's a shell. But because he's in such denial still, look at the fog. Lots of fog. He's in such denial, he's choosing to see it the way he wants to see it. Still intact the way it was. It is burnt down. Not flood, no. Look at the lamp. By the way, this is the light. This light right here is the light that we were following. Watch, I'll show you. Look at that. There's the light. It was just that light. A little lamppost that isn't even really that bright. It's not a lighthouse. You would think it was, but it's not. A little tiny lamppost. What does that mean? I guess it's whatever you want to think. Yeah, everybody's here today. This is the place and everyone knows it. This is the place. This is the place. This is the place. This is the place. Chat, you seem to think so. Cheaterbot, hello. Yes, Chris John, Sanosuke. But yes, Hin. Where's Sanosuke? I was looking. Oh, there you are. Hello. How are you doing, Sanosuke? Hey, Vin! Hey, Vinny! Don't worry, I can't type this evening. I didn't see what you said. Hold on. That was way back. Let's see. You saying you're not even gonna try? You're saying that? T-Cal's here, but T-Cal's like always here. So yeah, what Jack was saying about what is Maria, right? Honestly though, when is Fungo stream not the place? Yeah, Geisha, I'm gonna get to your will points here in a second. I'll talk about that. So it's like, yeah, he boated across the lake trying to search for the truth. This light only manifested and was bright enough for, I guess, to help him find his way, because there's no way this light is that bright. He is imagining the hotel to look exactly like it did 3 years ago. Oh, that is BS. You could interpret it one of two ways. One, has it really been 3 years, James? That's why it looks so similar, right? Oh, it's only been a week, James. And it probably has only been a week. As he comes up here, he realizes... You know, you kind of look at the hotel and you see it does look pretty similar to I mean, it doesn't look burned down like it does at the end of the game. You wouldn't think on anything of it, but at the end of the game, I think he wakes up out of that denial and he's starting to see things clearly. And that's why, also, it's kind of symbolizing his depression after seeing the truth on the videotape. But it is burnt down, it shows fire department tape, and I think he's starting to see things clearly the way it's supposed to look. And I think that it has a lot to do with Angela. Like I was talking about yesterday, I think Angela is an arsonist. It does suggest that Angela has burned down the Lakeview Hotel, has, or, you know, it's... But yeah, they have a lot in common, is what you're saying. Suburgana, like, they do have a lot in common. That James, Eddie, and Angela are kind of all going through similar things. They all have a lot in common in that regard. But really what's important about this, these parallels between each character of the main characters, is that they're learning from each other. They're kind of seeing how, you know, one another is going about the same thing, about very similar things. It's a dog. A dogfish. Thank you, Sunderland. It's a dogfish. A fish swan. I like that too. So it's kind of interpretive in what it is too. But I think there's a common theme going on here. And there is a music box here that's very intentionally placed, by the way. Little Mermaid music box. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. Well, there you go. Problem solved. We have totally solved the mystery. Actually, James, we got to give all credit to James. It is not a fish or a dogfish or a snake fish or a snake shark or a sharktopus. What's a sharktopus? Well, he says it's a bird. Yay, bird. In fact, it's Don the Duck. You know? You just do Fungo Don for one of Nuggy Meal's emotes. Yeah, that's right. Nuggy Meal drew those. Frankerface Z animals. It's clearly a Sharknado. No, it's a sharktopus. Maybe it's eel. Do you guys have the extension for Frankerface? Show Nuggy Meal all the art from like Robbie the Rabbit, Fungo Robbie, Fungo Don, Fungo Huey, Fungo. Put those in the chat so that, but you know, it's a duck. It must be Don the Duck. We're right, look at where we are on the map. Right across from Lakeside Amusement Park. It's gotta be Don the Duck. Lakeside Amusement Park's right there. I guess there they are. Well, thank you, Katahajime. That's Nuggy Meal's art right there. So I think that, you know, the Little Mermaid was intentionally placed. And I do feel like the Little Mermaid represents Eddie. Right? Okay, this is the weird thing. Eddie kind of sees himself as a little mermaid. I think it's kind of a joke. It's on purpose. So it's found near fountains, right? Because, well, where was, think about it, the story of Little Mermaid. Where was Ariel found? Ariel was found without legs. She was found on the beach, stranded on the beach. Kind of like here, where you could kind of metaphorically imply that this is stranded on the beach too. Where you picked it up. So you kind of picked up, well, what was her problem? She felt outcast by all the people, you know, all her friends and whatever. She felt outcast, like she didn't belong. So she wanted to become human because she fell in love and among other things. So yeah, it kind of goes along with Eddie in that he felt outcast and he kind of wanted to basically what James had after killing Eddie is what an alcoholic would call a moment of clarity. So basically taking Eddie's life, which is a human being, he realized that he is capable of taking a human life and that possibly he's done it before. So he started to think, Mary, did you really die 3 years ago? And he's asking the right questions now. So what I like to think is that you getting to this point of the game is you're searching for that truth. So basically you are searching for all the different perspectives through all the people in the game, which is what this game's about. It's informing your own through different perspectives. That's how you inform your own. So, you know, it's metaphorically implied in the fact that you're searching around the Lakeview Hotel, which is a metaphor for your own mind, searching through and looking for these music boxes. And each music box represents Eddie, Angela, and James. And you're going through and kind of collecting all the little pieces, all the different perspectives, which those music boxes do represent perspectives. Because they're about other stories, you know, like where they actually had morals to the story. Like Disney movies, like Cinderella, Little Mermaid, and what was the other one? Snow White. So, you know, these stories, they have kind of common themes in them too. And that they all have different perspectives in different kind of situations going on. Morals to the story. So he's going around the Lakeview Hotel and searching for these different perspectives. You got the first one right off the bat because that represents Eddie. Why do you get the first one, which represents Eddie? Because, well, you have to assume that whenever a character is within the vicinity, like Eddie is not too far away from here, you just encountered him, you killed him, and you boated over, and you get a piece that has to do with Eddie. And it's like poetry, it rhymes. That's the reason why they do that. They try to inform the story a little bit more that way. And then you make your way up here into the Lakeview Hotel and silence. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe I got a hotel map for guests. And people always ask, we'll talk about it afterwards, but people always ask, why is it you can see Angela's monster? Well, it's not Angela's monster so much, it's James's perspective of her monster. But because Angela is around, that's why they can appear here. We know that she is in the Lakeview Hotel. At least it's not room 302. Oh, that's right. 302 is Henry's apartment room. I don't think this lock is broken later. Oh, no, it's locked. Oh, God. Why, Ange? I think she burned down the Lakeview Hotel. I think that he only sees the Lakeview Hotel as it was 3 years ago because he is in that much denial that he could look at something that's right in front of him and be like, this truck is blue! This truck is blue. He can literally think that. So what he's seeing is what he wants to see. Hey, Funkadilla Chica, how's it going? You know, killing these things with the great knife is like the best way to do it. Huh. Thank you for the clip. Yeah, you tried it out? What do you think of it? It's pretty good, isn't it? Look at the way he walks around. Oh, he found the mother lode. He found the mother lode. He found it. He found it. He found the mother lode. Don't you look any further. There's toilet paper. Toilet paper. Don't you look any further. There's toilet paper. Toilet paper. James, there's toilet paper. Yes, James is happy. He can wipe his bum. Can wipe his bum. He can wipe it. He can wipe his bum. He can wipe it. He can wipe his bum. He can wipe. He can wipe his bum. He can wipe. He can wipe his bum. He can wipe it. He can wipe his bum. He can wipe his bum. Okay. Look. Toilet paper. I don't need that right now. Priorities, James. Obviously, he doesn't have very good priorities. Stats that you could sell them on eBay for like hundreds of dollars. What? I like when he backs up with the great knife. Oh my god, and there's even hand soap and sanitizer. He has no idea what he's missing out on. Hand soap! James could survive COVID easily, yeah. Yeah, this is a room you could easily miss, Antithese. You know, when he backs up with the great knife, I think he moves faster, so I'm gonna move backwards. Look at this. Oh, you can't quick turn. Oh, no way, you can't quick turn with the great knife. Oh, that sucks. Just wait till Laura runs into me. Do you think she's gonna trust me any better? Running into me with a great knife? I mean, like, holy crap. He's doing a moonwalk kind of thing, but he's picking up the knife, he's not dragging it. Which is why he can move a little bit faster, but it's not much. But you can strafe with the great knife, see? I mean, like, look at all the animations. Like, I think, I don't remember who mentioned. Was it Ransky? Someone mentioned at the very beginning of the stream about all the idle animations that we have to appreciate in this game. Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of animations overall. Like, this is amazing how many animations there are for movement with the great knife. Go left and right. But you can't quick turn, which makes sense that you wouldn't be able to. And there's no run, like pressing run doesn't really make him run faster. Also, I blocked an attack the other, not too long ago. I don't know if you noticed, but with the pipe, I was able to block Eddie's punch. How was I able to do that? I think I was holding back. Well, I accidentally hit X or square, same thing. Can't do a 360-degree swing? Yeah, you can. Like this. Oh, that's overhead. The 360-degree swing is like this. You hold it. No? There we go. So you hold it, and he'll just keep swinging. But only on hard difficulty does the weapon bounce off the walls. You can actually achieve a double hit with it bouncing off walls. Yeah, I noticed that, but I only was able to do that, Dexter, with by holding backwards. See, we're not on hard difficulty, so he doesn't bounce it off the wall. Like, you can't block anytime, see? You can't block anytime. You have to time it perfectly like Dark Souls. You have to time it perfectly with whenever something attacks you. It looks really funny. So many different animations, though. I'm looking at the animations, just pretty amazed by them. Okay, there's 2 attacks, right? But on hard difficulty, you have a third attack where he swings side to side, kind of like the wooden plank. Did you know that James Sunderland has a kick and a stomp, and you get to choose which one to do? Yeah, you can like hold the button to do a stomp, or no, a kick, and then you tap the button to do a stomp or something like that, the other way around. There's a lot of animations here. You get to choose whether or not you finish them off with a kick or a stomp. But in the PC version, it's kind of wonky. That's the problem. Because the PlayStation 2 used sensitive controls to do it. So depending on how hard you press the button. These are analog controls, and the PC version kind of tried to change it. So now it's very inconsistent, you know, what attack you're going to get. And it kind of bugs me a lot. It's pressure sensitive like Parappa. I would say, Parappa the Silent Hill Rappa. I'd say, you know, it's kind of like Metal Gear Solid, right? You know, the first Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation. Or am I thinking of 2? Metal Gear Solid 2, for sure, has pressure sensitive buttons. But I think Metal Gear Solid also, yeah, when you go into attack, when you pull your gun up and aim at something, you can put the gun down by lightly letting go of the button, which is pressure sensitive. So yeah. All right, let's move forward and get this cutscene. Actually, well, I don't think it'll let me leave now. I'm stuck into this cutscene here. Look at this. Beautiful graphics here. Now this does show some sign of age, right? It only looks like it was recently abandoned. Like maybe it's been a week, right? The fact that these leaves are starting to turn and fall, and it hasn't been cleaned in a little while, it only suggests it's been a week. But this is also, I think, what James is seeing. And we don't know if this was the part of the hotel that was on fire. This part could have been untouched, unfazed by the fire. But yeah, it's a nice touch, which does suggest that it has been maintained. It was only recently that they kind of let it go. And you know, all the scenic paintings and all that looks really nice. You know, this is what kind of hotel, you know, kind of cafeteria. Well, it's not cafeteria, it's more of a dining area. This is what a dining area looks like. They tend to like to put the chairs up on the table, which kind of insinuates that they're not open right now. Down the pic, the whole hotel's on fire, so that's interesting. And what do we find here? I got the fish key. Interesting. What does that have to do with anything? Well, now that we understand that items have to do with other items that all have to do with the character that are around those items, we can kind of piece together this puzzle. Well, we got to keep in mind that Laura is in this room. You may not know it yet. It kind of does remind me of the cooked dog key, Master. Kind of reminds me, maybe they did a callback to this. But this fish key, it's so strange. What does the fish have to do with anything? You know, you can actually take a look at your inventory, kind of read the description. Fish key with a fish-shaped keychain. It was on top of the restaurant table. But we find out later it unlocks a briefcase in which you can open this suitcase. Yeah, you can open a suitcase, and that leads to another key. And then that key leads to a door, which leads to another an actual suitcase, not a. So there's another suitcase which has a box in it. Why is it so complicated? It's a lock within a lock within a lock. You know, everything's like, it reminds me of the Louise lockbox puzzle with the four locks on it. So it's like, why is this one so complicated to get through to? It's probably because it has something to do with one of the characters. We can kind of research it as we go. I never really thought far into it because I didn't really think that these boxes had anything to do with the characters till recently. So yeah, so fish key to a suitcase with another key. That key leads to another suitcase. Inside that suitcase is a music box. We can figure out what it all has to do with who. Just got to keep all the. It's called inference. We're kind of connecting all the little dots and pieces of evidence. What does a fish have to do with the music box that's locked up? Why is it locked up twice? So, you know, keep that all in mind. And I'm going to try to do something different here. I always do it every lore run, so I guess it's not too different. But on the CD of the game itself, they actually have the letter, the second letter that Mary reads. Monica Taylor Horgan actually read the letter, and they recorded it and put it on the disc. You know, the actress who played Mary Marie signed this copy right here. This is a signature of hers. She also voiced the second letter, and we get to hear it. So if you've never heard it before and this is your first time hearing it, then you're probably gonna feel real sad and stuff. So, you know, get hype. I'm just gonna get it ready. And I think the reason why they didn't play the letter, they didn't actually play that dialogue, I thought it was too soon. Like, they don't want you feeling sad now. They want to build it up, build it up, build it up to the end. Because, you know, playing the second letter now, it's like, yeah, it's too soon. It's pretty sad. Even Laura's letter is really sad.
Did I scare you?
Whoa,
Yeah,
that was good.
You did.
Good one, Laura.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
See, he doesn't even know their nurse. That's proof right there. I think he repressed Laura. I'm gonna talk more about that later. He doesn't even know who Rachel is. Who's Rachel? Well, why would he forget their nurse? And why would he, well, if he forgot their nurse, why would he forget their nurse? And if he forgot their nurse, why wouldn't he forget Laura? You know? Sad.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me. But please, give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Sorry, I'm fixing my fans. Laura! I don't know why, but the audio... Has the audio been alright? Oh, you know what? Did I switch it back from Twitch Sings? Yeah, it did. It shows me that there's a lot of background noise. I'm gonna fix it right now. Guess that does it. Fixed! So yeah, I kind of didn't really do that very smoothly. It wasn't very seamless, but I tried. My hard drive it takes 5 hours to spin up and cause that to happen. It's good on your end, Sexuoni? Good. But yeah, it's really sad when you read, you know, be well, it's your birthday. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. What? She wrote that? And she just turned 8 last week? So basically what it's saying, it's trying to imply is that she was still alive only like a week ago. She was only killed by James. He only did what he did about a week ago. There is BR Senna, and I know you're just joking. You can see what she was drawing, another cat on the mist or on the misty window. Cute. Maybe there should be. And so now you can actually approach this piano, read this flavor text, which kind of fills you in on James, because James doesn't talk about himself this game. He never really talks about himself, but now he's starting to share some memories. And yeah, these are just that. He's starting to think of these wonderful memories. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? You can go through the flavor text time and time again as long as you want, because now he's thinking about it. And so, you know, he could dwell on anything as long as he wants, because, well, he's working things out. He's working out the truth. He's trying to come to the whatever stage he comes to, but hopefully, I guess he's trying to come to acceptance. Well, more importantly, he's trying to get over the denial of it. And, well, I think in the end, that's kind of important, that he wants out of the denial stage. He wants to move on, whether or not it be, he takes his own life because he can't handle the truth, or he goes and adopts Laura and kind of dedicates his life to her. I mean, which is a sweet, kind of more of a sweet ending. In Water, I would consider more of a dark ending, but more fitting for Silent Hill 2. And now Angela's monsters all about. I mean, James's monsters were here. Oh my god, another raid! I got a can of thinner. Arfu the Screw with the raid. Welcome on in. How are you doing, Arfu? Welcome, new viewers. I hope everyone's doing really well. Is it on cooldown? Seriously? Oh, you tried to do it twice. Well, thank you, Arafu. You're awesome. Welcome, Raiders. I am Fungo. If you don't know who I am, I'm doing a lore run of Silent Hill 2, and now we're in an elevator that might collapse and fall at any moment. You're all right? Okay, well, it's good to hear. At least you're all right. I'm good, thank you. The weather's making me feel terrible, though. I got a headache, headache since yesterday. Thinner. Fish key with the fish-shaped keychain. It was on top of the restaurant table. So we got that from the briefcase, or no, from the table. Oh, work stuff. No, I'm not the best streamer. Okay, well, CX Strife, take it from CX Strife, I'm the best streamer. So follow if you like best streamers. Small can filled with thinner. It was lying inside the elevator. Do you think in some small way this was a reference to Stephen King's Thinner? Yeah, Jack beat you. So you find paint thinner on an elevator. What does that mean? There's a, you know, honestly, there's an intention behind where everything is placed in the game. They thought meticulously about the placement of items and who they relate to. Thinner. Oh, you know what? It represents Eddie's desire. No, it couldn't be that. He doesn't think he needs to change. But Eddie, if he was thinner, then people wouldn't make fun of him, would they? I wonder if it has something to do with Eddie. They don't call it paint thinner, they just call it thinner, which is interesting. Hi, Emmy. You know, much love to you, Emmy. I'm glad you're back. Wonder what's faster if I double tap. It's really hard to pull off the different stomp kicks because the PC version of the game is kind of wonky. Maybe Angela used it to burn down the hotel. Oh my god. It relates to Angela and Eddie. Oh my god, coal. It is flammable. I was like looking around the entire game thinking, okay, if she's an arsonist, there has to be some incendiary device. I don't really see matches. I don't see gas around her. I don't really see any. Well, the thinner. Perhaps that was hers. You know, it only takes a small amount of thinner, about that much. It only takes this little tiny can of thinner to start a fire and a match. That's all it takes. And then the rest will just kind of break out and go from there. So that kind of goes along with the Angela is the arsonist kind of theory. That this was probably her can of thinner that she left behind. Also, it could relate to Eddie and how he desired, well, how in a way, if he were thinner, he wouldn't be where he is now. I don't know if he really deep down desires, you know, if he really cares to be thinner. I don't think he really cares. The fish key could relate to the in-water ending. But what we're gonna find out, Cheaterbot, I'm gonna actually follow the path, the trail, like of breadcrumbs here. Hey, Lebanon dude, how can I play this game in 2020? Tight. Well, there you go. Keta Hajime answered your question, Lebanon dude. There is a link right there. It's the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, but you could also type, I think you guys forgot that you could do this. Does it not work now? Hold on, let me look at my commands. I never did it, did I? I thought I made the command, but I didn't. Now it seems like it's too late now. I'll just copy and paste Keta Hajime. I'll copy and paste it and make it a command for you. Alright. Command. SH2. Game. Silent Hill 2. Response. The one you're copying, pasting. Silent Hill 2. I'm going to add a little bit more to it. Update number 5. And submit. No cooldown. Okay. And I'm going to refresh everything. See how easy it could have been? I could have just stopped and done that for you. And, you know, here it is. Now I saved you a little bit of time. I made your life easier. All right. Double meaning for covering up something? Oh. Cole, why are you so smart? Today you've been thinking a lot. I guess because I got everyone on like this on this thought process, and now they're starting to find the stuff that I never thought of. That's interesting. Cool. I like it. I'm gonna talk about it if I do feel like that's true. When I get there. I love this room and the camera angle. It's so ominous. Like how the camera, you could see it ducking below like the hangers over here. See? I mean, like the artistic direction is so nice. The game is really clear. I played Silent Hill 3 PS2 and it must be my TV, but it's so fuzzy. Maybe the TV doesn't support the old PS2. Well, you should try the TV overlay. That's right, playing high standard definition on the TV overlay. The TV overlay. You can do just about anything. You can play games in lowest resolution. You cannot watch and see dead faces. You should never see a dead person's butt, so don't worry. Maybe it's too dark, but it's old CRT television. You'd be lucky to have the correct inputs. You're lucky to have an input at all. Well, 95 bits? Sing, sing, sing. Scarlet D. Hell. Thank you, Coffin, for the 95 bits. Total of 595. Yeah, you could avoid seeing a dead person's face. You could avoid seeing a dead person's butt. You could avoid, I don't know, seeing like death and really covering up the entire screen. Which we know in the HD collection, that's where it came from. So we got the fish key, right? We got to follow the bread trail. I can't hear anything from the receiver. Could the phone line possibly be cut? They do that a lot in Silent Hill. Oh, it's cut. Scarlet D. Howe, it's good to see you. Welcome. And who else was it? Coffin? I don't think I greeted you. Who was the other one? I swear there was another name. Empress. Hi, Empress. How are you doing? So with the bread, the trail of breadcrumbs, you got the fish key, right? It was in the dining room on a table on a plate like someone was going to eat it. But who would eat a key? That's nonsense. You don't eat keys. And then you look at this. The suitcase is locked. It doesn't tell you anything about using the fish key on it. I used the fish key. I got the key to hotel room 204. So we have to continue that trail of breadcrumbs. We got the fish key. We got to go to room 2. We got this suitcase, which might have something to do with anything. So briefcase, suitcase, whatever you want to call it. I think this is a suitcase. Aren't they different? This is a suitcase and the one we get to is a briefcase. So you got the key locked up with another key in it. You take that key to 204 and you kind of examine the room and see what that room has to do with anyone. Perhaps, you know, that room we go into, which looks like there's a gigantic hole broken into the wall. Maybe it all has to do with Angela. If the music box that we pick up is the Cinderella one, I would actually think that maybe we have to look deeper into that room. You actually clipped that? Well, thank you, Katahaji. Oh, you gotta go to bed, Nuggy. Well, it's nice talking to you. Thank you for... Oh, you're in like a completely... Are you in Australia? You've got to be somewhere far away. That's probably why you can't watch me as much as you used to. I stream at weird hours for like Australia. Oh, you didn't... let me go back. Lord... Oh, hey! Thank you, Lord Randy. What? Right? I can't... got cut off. But I know who did it. Ransky, not Randy. I don't... Sorry. So yeah, we got to follow that trail of breadcrumbs. So that's what we're going to do. But he does have a lot to say about a lot of things. So I'm going to kind of examine everything. Just to make sure. Yeah, glad to serve Ransky. I appreciate it. A lot of new clippers, Katahaji, man. It's probably nice because you don't have to do it as much. I'm going to call you Randy. Like the South Park Randy, the guy who's like the most comedic relief of South Park, who's always crazy. Alright, so now that we took that, there's nothing else to talk about in here. We'll look around and see what else there is. Pick up a lot of health here. There's a photograph of the Lakeview Hotel. A lot of fog, so you can't really see much out the window. Does he say anything else? A picture of this hotel. You might retire at 500 clips. Well, that is the dream, right, Keta Hajime? There's a book here. It doesn't look like it will be of particular use. Tourist brochures are lined up here. I'm not interested in them right now. There's a book here. It doesn't look like it will be of any particular use. What kind of book would you say? Like, a Bible? A Bible? A Bible? A Bible? A Bible? Well, there you go. You did actually. Oh my god, let me see that tongue. I remember that clip now. You know, my chat box is really narrow. That's why it's been hard for me to keep up. So I'm gonna expand it a little bit so I can see more. There we go. Actually, expanding it is making it harder to see. Oh no, you guys are chatting a lot. That's why. Bible. The fish could just represent food. I'm gonna find out here. I'm following the trail, Cthulhu. Oh, that's right. Then there was a cat. I gotta think about that, Cthulhu. That's a good thing. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I feel like the trauma that caused James to suppress his actions also affected him with some depersonalization. Of course. The fog, even the unclear filters within buildings, always fuzzy, which is very similar to how people with depersonalization describe their condition, hazy and dreamlike. Yep, Keiko, I 100% agree with that statement. Thank you. I never mentioned that. I don't think it did. See, he doesn't want to take responsibility, right? So that's why he's doing that. He kind of wants to believe his own truth about what happened. You go back and is the letter still in his inventory? It should be. It's just a blank piece of paper and an envelope. That changes through the course of the game. And there's another, well, there's a memo here. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Man, that is depressing, isn't it? It shows that he went through great lengths. He tried everything. He read every medical book out there just to research her condition and could do nothing to help her. And it shows how he did love her then. He didn't do what he did because he didn't, you know, he did love her. He just snapped one day because he couldn't take the pressure. You know, when she got sick, she stopped putting out too. So yeah, sexual frustration is kind of, you know, a given. But more than anything, it's really the pressure of not being able to help her. She's in pain. And he doesn't understand what he only cares about his own pain. Because that's what he's feeling. It's not necessarily about what Mary's feeling. He knows she's sick. But it's like, I can't do anything to help. It is kind of it is very, very similar to the Overlook Hotel vibe. You are right. I get Overlook Hotel vibes. Teach him the will! Take this! I am suffocating. Oh no. No breathing. Stompity stomp! Stomp! Butt cheeks. Do you see the butt cheeks? Wow, the TV overlay can help with this. With a slow cinematic camera zoom, the TV overlay will eventually cover up that dead person's butt. But if another dead person comes along, you just show them the TV overlay, and it'll cover their dead butt too. Just like that. you don't have to see that dead person's spot anymore. Yep, you want to know the answers. You want to know the answers to everything. But the TV overlay's covering that up, all that up. Hey, Dry Sponge, welcome. Those things when dead look like a corpse in a baking sheet? You're right, it actually does look like... I would examine it a little bit harder, but... It's really hard to see. Oh, hey. Maybe this is... No, we walked away because we didn't... It's being really friendly considering it's just been shot. Yeah, they're really nice. There we go. Perfect. We actually got a good camera angle. It's surprising. And now, this is the uncensored version of the stream. Yeah, you can kind of get a good look of the dead doorman, which doesn't really... You can't really tell what it is, but, you know, you can tell it's the backside of an individual. You can definitely see that. You can see, like, a mouth on top of its head. Turkey-looking butt. Whoa, Cole! Holy crap, Cole! First time ever gifting a sub out, and you chose Dry Sponge. Thank you, Cole, for the first sub. Thank you so much. Letter for Mary. We got the letter, Laura's letter, and then we got the kill ourselves. No. You can read it again and be real sad by reading it again. It tells you everything you need to know. Okay, we're following the trail of breadcrumbs first, but you know, we'll get back to this because I want to talk a little bit more about how I believe Laura's not, you know, how I believe Laura and James are, you know, more than familiar with each other. That they have met on many different occasions. They just James has repressed it, like he repressed Rachel. Who's Rachel? He's gonna know Rachel. He's gonna know Mary's nurse. He even said, I've read every medical book and nothing seemed to work. He's gonna know all this stuff. He's gonna know everything about her because he needs to in order to help her. So we're following the trail of breadcrumbs before I start talking about that. I used the key to room 204. Now this is the key that we got in the suitcase. That we used the fish key to open and get. Hey, Zito Knox, long time no see. You are right. It has been a long time. And I think it's gonna be a long time. Where are we? So let's look closely at these rooms. You have to look closely at stuff around you if you want to kind of build the story through inference. I mean, hey, Gun Lion TV, I'm so sorry I missed your name and I didn't say hi. Gun Lion! You gotta go now, though? Oh, alright. Well, thank you for stopping in and saying hello. I do appreciate it, Gun Lion. Just stopping by to say hi. Yes, thank you. You can watch this maybe on YouTube later. I think you're gonna very much enjoy all the insightful information here. That a lot of stuff. Oh, look at that! Doesn't it look like there was a fire? A fire might have started here. Well, he continued the sub. Holy crap, Cole. Just for that, Cole, I'm going to add +1 to the wheel. Thank you, Cole. I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion this is where the fire started. We got the thinner, and we have to bring it back here. Why? Because you need the thinner. The thinner connects to this room. This was the cause of the fire. That sounds good, Gun Lion. Did it say I did? Yeah, I did gift you the sub. You continued the sub I gave you from a marbles game. So I think I have a good idea of who is in this room and what this room relates to. Angela. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to be getting the Cinderella box in the suitcase. We also found another key, a key for a key for a key. You know why? Okay, I get it. I get the suitcases now. Okay, someone who's always on the run. Well, what are they going to have with them? If they're always on the run, they're always taking a suitcase with them, right? They're always packing things up and leaving. That's Angela. And somehow she had access to employee elevator key, which is why we find her later in that area. Maybe that's why. So we get the employee elevator key. Suitcase businessman? More like suitcase, let's get the hell out of here because I started the fire. And this obviously was kind of burned. Oh, you know what also could have happened? She could have ripped the curtain off and used that to start the fire. As an, as a good way to kind of kindle it. But she burst through. I don't know why there's a gigantic hole through each part of the. You look at the hotel. It's room 204 and 202. Which room was it that she actually stayed in? Okay, we got to look at the evidence. It's like a crime scene. They do think about these little details, right? They're very smart. So it's like, okay, so which side of the wall got broken through? Did it break through like that? Or did it break through the other way? Well, take a look at the details behind me. You see how the wood is kind of bent inward? Someone was staying in this room and they, maybe with an axe, they chopped it into pieces with an axe. That's right, everybody! Chopped into pieces with an axe. And look at that. The wood's bent inward. These subtle little details are important because it does give you a sense of a crime scene, right? This game is very focused on the details because it needs to be accurate as to what happened. You got to be able to build the story around the evidence in the environment, in the scene. And a painting that was on the wall fell down. And, I'm not sure. So, if this was Angela's room then. So room 302 in the hotel? Well, she was in 202. You see how the similarity behind that? If she... 202? 312? Actually, it's all the way upstairs. There is kind of... Yeah, you look at the map. 202. Complete... Oh my god. Is it 302? Hold on a second. 312. It's actually down here. Hey, Doggo Disappointer, how are you doing? Is that a burnt sheep's head on the floor? Leech hand, I think you're tripping. Doggo, how are you doing? Jack says maybe... Was that Jack? No, it was Keta Hajime. Maybe she tested the paint thinner fire capability on the curtain. I think so. Or she could have used it to set the fire. But there's a heater in the other room. I gotta find it. There's a lot of crime scene evidence here that you could actually put together. And if now, knowing that she's an arsonist, that she set the Lakeview Hotel on fire, we can kind of see evidence of that now, can't we? We got paint thinner, which is, I was always wondering what her incendiary device was. I was like, the game would at least, you would be able to find matches around there, or at least something like gasoline. Well, we found thinner. And that connects to Angela. We found a curtain that's ripped. and it has black scorch marks on it. And someone broke through the wall. Going through, you see a briefcase, yet another one. That's 2 in the row. Why? Because, well, this is her dirty secret that's been locked up. She's always on the run. Packing up and going all the time. I mean, look at all the freaking stickers on the briefcase. Doesn't that kind of show you something that someone has been traveling around a lot? You see all these little stickers and you think someone's been moving on the run for a very long time. There's a heater right here with a chair knocked down. Why is there a chair knocked down right next to a heater? Why is there that circle right there? What was on the wall? It's not a, is it a table or a chair? I can't really tell from here. Heater, so you got a furnace. I think it's a chair. You got black scorch marks. Oh my god, this is cool. You see that, guys? I don't know if that's dirt or what, but it suggests there was a fire somewhere. In this room or in the next room over. And this would have been the mirror on the wall. But the black scorch marks suggest... No, I don't think mold. It really does look like there was smoke. See, look at that. But where did the fire begin? Was it the curtain that burned and that's it? What's this on the ground? That's a picture. That was a picture on the wall that fell down when the wall was broken down. There is a garbage can, I think, right here. Maybe the mirror relates to self-reflection. That's what I was thinking. Cole, I did think of that. I was like, maybe she tore it down because she doesn't want to self-reflect anymore. But do you see this? This looks like fire damage. This looks like smoke that got stuck on the wall. I'm trying to figure this out. A wastebasket. Fire couldn't have started here. It looks like there was a fire here, or she ripped it. That could be water damage on the curtain too. Hello, Snow Orchid. How are you doing? Snow Orchid, I hope you're doing really awesome. But it looks like fire scorch marks. And the smoke. I never really examined the scene because I didn't think it was too... But if we need to understand Angela, like a crime scene, you have to examine the crime scene to kind of, I guess, understand what it was that happened here. And I realize that now. I never really thought to look. And then on the bed, there are our photos all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. And you know what's crazy? I don't know if they ever meant for you to see this or not. I don't know if it was ever meant to be seen. But look closely. Yes, look closely on the bed. You have to look very closely. Do you see any pictures that maybe stand out? Do you recognize any of them? How about that one in the corner? Oh, I see Eddie. I see James. I see Mary. I see Laura. I see Angela. I see everyone. They're all here. Actually, I don't even think I see... I don't see Angela. Actually, Angela is kind of in one picture. I see the nurses. I believe. Lots of stuff. So you see all the concept art of the characters on the bed. Yeah, big hug, Snorkid.
Wee woo, hugs, loads of hugs.
Thank you, Snorkid. I was like, I couldn't hear that. The best part of Kojima showing up is hearing them. 168 bits. Thank you, Snorkid. I appreciate it. At least I unmuted it in time for that. So yeah, why is it that there's one person missing? I don't see Angela. No, they don't. I don't think they represent the victims of Angela. But it's like weird. There's Mary. This is James's perspective too. You got to remember that. I mean, James, Mary, Laura, Eddie. But I don't see Angela. What does it mean? Then we look over here, we see a table flipped over. I'm really trying to understand this. Well, let's figure out, use a paint thinner on the bed to uncover the marker, the Sharpie covering up the code. Null. Usually I like to get you guys to kind of like guess. Sorry I didn't give you time to guess the word. But it's null. And you guys are more than familiar with null. Because we land on it. Let's see if we'll land on it now. Null. You don't get to see what I land on. We got 3 more to the wheel, though. Let's open it up. What about Narf? I don't think I have Narf on this scene. Narf? Bowl? Hey, Angry British Cat, how are you doing? Null. It is the Cinderella music box. And we have direct evidence that ties Cinderella to Angela. Because I will explain it later. So basically, you're wandering the Lakeview Hotel, kind of picking up these bits and pieces of memories. It's kind of metaphoric in the sense that he's going around gathering the perspectives of all 3 individuals, and through that, he is able to see the light of the truth a little bit better. Yeah, there's all sorts of words. Love, hate, kill. There's a lot of them. And I didn't really look closely at the sides, but yeah, there's more stickers. I don't know if there's any evidence. But it does kind of show that someone staying in room 204 was kind of a fire happy. Look at all the burnt stuff. Is that something burnt, or is that just something else? Piece of the wallpaper appears to have some blackness everywhere. This could be mold dripping down. Really, I feel like... What is this painting? Is that a flower or something? Might be a flower. White Claudia. There's a clock up here. Also, take a good look at that clock. Yeah, zoom in hands. Take a good look at that clock. Why? Well, I noticed that in Silent Hill, all clocks read. Every clock reads 9:10. What is the metaphorical meaning of that? Well, remember the clock that stops time? It read 9:10. And it says to remove the nails of time. Time has stopped until he has come to terms with the truth. He cannot move forward, so it's like time is standing still. So even the clocks all reading the same time is metaphoric. 9:10, 9:10, 9:10. What happened at 9:10? I don't know. We'll find out. Just keep it in mind, Antithes, that time has stopped. It does talk about it, the clock puzzle at the beginning of the game. It says it's 9:10 to open it every time. Same solution. Is 9:10 the time the incident happened? Maybe. It's like time is standing still since the moment of her death. Because he had denied her death immediately after he did it. So maybe 9:10 is when she was killed, when she died. Because time has stood still until, like, I don't know, it's still standing still because we still haven't, he hasn't come to terms with things yet. So all the clocks are stuck at 9:10. So keep that in mind as we continue forward. Because I'm going to show you more clocks. And the clock in the beginning of the game is a puzzle that the solution's always 9:10. I don't know if 9:10 is I think it's James's perspective, Kickle, so I would assume it has more to do with him than Angela. But I do feel like that room has a lot to do with Angela, and I see a lot of evidence of the curtain being burned. I would say for sure the curtain. But I do see kind of like what looks like a smoke pattern, so there was smoke that went into that room. But I feel like Angela broke through the wall and was staying in that room. For some reason, she was staying in the room next door, or she broke through the wall to get to her brother. Perhaps her brother was staying in the Lakeview Hotel. But through this hallway, you go through her monsters. So you're kind of seeing, just like Eddie, you're seeing his path of destruction. Now you're seeing Angela's path of destruction. Because you've seen Eddie's story, that's over with now. Now it's time for you to see Angela's story. And I don't think people really connect that. That this whole part of the game, you're kind of following Angela's trail. And you have to really add all the evidence up. And there is a sound that plays that sounds like a person crying. If we turn around and go back through, you'll hear it. So it actually says that on the case. Dexter says, no visit to San Francisco is complete without service at the Cow. And I'm guessing that's like a gas station. The Cow gas station. I'm not really sure what that means. Well, it's not going to happen this playthrough, but here's something interesting. Here's the lobby of the hotel, and I love the lobby. Look at this cinematic shot right here. There's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation, and something is engraved on it. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. Play the music box. This doesn't sound quite right. Is this the music? Is the music box broken, or maybe... So you understand? What you're doing is you're completing the song by gathering all the different perspectives or music boxes. You are completing the song. So the music piece is not complete until you have each perspective. So like his like you know, he cannot see, like his opinion or his perspective is not filled in completely until he gathers all three of the perspectives. Like of Angela. You know, Angela, Eddie. He got Eddie's perspective already, which is why that is the first music box you pick up. And that one represents him, and it's the Little Mermaid. Music box with a figure from a fairy tale, the Little Mermaid, attached. Found at the garden fountain. That represents Eddie, because he was an outcast, so was the Little Mermaid. But this one represents Angela. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale Cinderella attached. Found inside trunk in room 202. So what's up with Cinderella? What's very in common between Angela and Cinderella? Well, she fled. At what time Cinderella fled? At midnight. Seat of the princess who fled at midnight. Who is that? The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Angela killed her father and fled at midnight, so she's the princess that fled at midnight. But you only put one in. And it still doesn't sound quite right, but it does sound a little bit better. Hey, Mario Casillo, thank you so much for the follow. But the riddle is not simply about collecting all the different perspectives and just collecting them and putting them in there. It's about putting them in the right place. So you have to have the right understanding of their perspectives in order to be informed better of your own. So it's not simply place the thing here. It's, you have to understand how this connects to them. Because this one right here does say, well, we put the Cinderella one in the wrong place. That's another thing. Cinderella was also treated poorly by her family. Mosquitoes, thank you. Sounds very familiar, right? Angela wasn't treated very well by her family. In fact, they all abused her, and the men in her family sexually abused her, and like her mother just let it happen. And she killed her father out of a rage. She snapped one day and it boiled over. And then she felt like she needed to finish off the other two because they were just as bad. So it's revenge. Yes, it wasn't too afraid so much. It's more so because you just eventually, it's a typical common thing for the mothers to stand by and not really do anything. For one, you know, it's more so just like, you know, it becomes a thing that, you know, they don't really feel like they could do anything about. You know, if they spoke up about it, you know, they always got pushback. So, hey Mario. Hi guys, thanks for the welcome. Yeah, no problem, Mario. Thanks for the follow. And everyone's welcome here, for sure. When my bro played RE2... So it's about first impression, right, Dexter? And I don't know what you're talking about. When it's the hole in the wall of that room, my first impression was, oh, that's weird. I didn't think too deeply into it, so. Did Pyramid Head burst through? Probably not. Maybe it does. Maybe Pyramid Head connects to Angela because she kind of had a blind rage too. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Seed of the princess who awoke from death. Okay, so who is this? I think I know. Hope we see new Silent Hill in the future. That would be nice. But I wouldn't trust anything not by Team Silent. Team Silent's not really around anymore. I guess Kojima would be alright, because he understands this subtlety. I think this represents Mary, the seed of the princess who awoke from death. Kind of has to do with Mary James. Because in his mind, he brought her back to life. Because he wanted her to be alive and well. He wanted her to be alive and well. Also, it has to do with Snow White. And Snow White has a lot in common. The story of Snow White has a lot in common with James and Mary. It's the seed of the princess who spoke no words. Now, why is spoke no words so important? Well, I could tell you why. Because a dead person can't laugh. No. Because he was shy. He probably didn't speak much. Eddie didn't speak much. He usually didn't fight back, so he was kind of coward. Shows that he was a coward because he spoke no words. That he just let the bullying happen until it built up to a point where it was just like, and he snapped. And then he was like, yeah, you don't like it? Well, I'm gonna keep doing it. You don't like that? Well, I'm gonna get worse. Just wait till I get so bad that everyone's just gonna be like, better not mess with him, he has a gun. So yeah, he kind of just perpetuated the problem. Doesn't sound quite right. Gonna examine the hotel and all these. I can't leave this hotel just yet. So whenever you encounter riddles with threes, right? 3 music boxes, well, they usually have to do with the main characters of the game. James, Eddie, Angela. 3 chairs. Just sitting there waiting. This would be more like Eddie's chair, right? Or is this James's chair, which is why he self-reflects on his own chair? Think about that. You get to save, self-reflect on your own chair. So this chair is reserved for James. These two, Eddie, Angela, facing kind of close together, kind of looking at one another. I'm not really sure what that means. Hi, Roger Strife. How's it going? Welcome. I think he does say something about the chairs, though. Hold on. No. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept on the office on the first floor. Whoa, so this really does kind of iron in the fact that it feels like, you know, like they were expecting me. That's kind of what it feels like. That they knew I was coming, for one. 2, I'm being watched. How did they know? Who told them? It kind of puts that in your subconscious that, you know, this game is something's aware of you. Very, very aware of you. There's a bell here. Even if I ring it, I don't think anyone will come. And then that irons in the fact that you are isolated. You are as alone as ever, because in your own mind, when you're going through this crap, you are alone. I've been through a lot of crap. It's like you can't talk to anyone and expect to really feel any less lonely. When you're depressed, when you're grieving, you are alone. Which is why it's bad to say, oh, I understand what you're going through, because, well, you're wrong. To say that, it's a personal journey, and only you know what you're going through when you're grieving, and that's what he's going through. Lash out. Yes, welcome back, Alley Cat and Emmy. Although Eddie and Angela have similar stories too, why they lash out doing something they know they shouldn't, but both went insane with that. Yep. It all bottled up. They snapped, right? And they did something they kind of regret. So they're kind of trying to cover it up. Instead of like paying the price and be like, I'm guilty, you know, put cuffs on me, take me away. They're perpetuating it and just getting worse. They're spiraling downward, which is why we got that spiral writing key. It's about their descent into madness. Key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. There are no keys in the key box. Literally only one key left. And it's the one key to the room that they stayed in. And then on the map is a message from, is this Mary who wrote this? Latest 5G tweets? I don't know. Hey, Max B. Boy, welcome. I don't really like to talk about that. So, Max B. Boy, I'm not going to talk about it. There's nothing here that looks particularly useful. It looks like the phone is broken. Lock is broken. Nothing useful. So we got the key to room 312. Let's go check it out. Hey, so easy. We don't have to do anything. We just run up there, unlock the door, see Mary, and maybe we could, like, we got a hotel together, you know? This is gonna be good times, right? Damn. So Mary cries from the distance. Makes you feel kind of like, oh, I gotta hurry up. She might be in trouble. So you kind of panic a little bit. You're like, I gotta get through this. Let's do it. Let's go. Yeah, we got the employee elevator key. That's right. So let's take off and go. Mary needs me. I'm James. Running. All these doors are locked. Lock. But this one, there we go. Okay. And an elevator, good. Oh, some health. But look up at this clock. Okay, this one's wrong. This one actually says 11. That's interesting. 11 like 36. That's the only clock I know that isn't stuck on that time I told you about. Wonder why. Maybe that one has... Oh, because we're following Angela's trail, aren't we? That's right. We're following Angela's trail, so we're kind of seeing a little bit of her perspective as we go through. Because we can infer that this key that leads to this elevator, she took this path too. And so now we're seeing the clock stuck on the time that she's stuck on, which she's stuck on 11:36. Why? Because probably that's when she killed her father. Shall we go back to this? The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. You know, it's very close to that time she may have killed her father. I believe it says 11:36 is when she probably killed her father. See, the clocks that have to do with James, they're stuck at 9:10. Yeah. So we kind of have an idea of the time she killed her father and ran. Or she fled at midnight. Pretty cool, huh? What would you look at that? See, Serum! I must be really fat. See, Serum, oh my god, you gifted out 3 subs. Hold on a second. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance 1 person? I am just 1 person. What am I supposed to do? See, Serum, thank you so much for the 3 subs. I'm thinking this is probably a good place to go ahead and do that, but we're following Angela's trail. And this is a good place to kind of stop, I think. Yeah, good timing on that. See, Serum, it's going really well. I'm having a good time, I think. The shelf is empty. Hey, DBZ Park, hello. That's a scary thought. See, that's what I first thought, Ransky. I first thought when I got in the elevator that there's another person there with me because it says weight allowance 1 person. But then this. It looks like I could store my stuff here. And you're like, oh, And then you look at your inventory and you go, oh, geez. Yeah, you're right. You got a chainsaw, a great knife, all these weapons, a rifle, a shotgun, handgun. No wonder. But you know what? It's a metaphorical thing. It's literal, metaphorical at the same time. You know what it's trying to say? Remember that memo in Silent Hill 4? He who carries too heavy of a burden. James is carrying too heavy of a burden. That's what it's all about. That's the metaphorical meaning. It's like you can see what you can get away with, right? What can I put on the shelf? What can I get away with? You tried to keep what you can, right? What do you want to hold on to the most? Why does he get Pyramid Head's weapon? Well, because it is his weapon, Cole. Pyramid Head is a representation of James's rage. He made up Pyramid Head and he made up his knife. In fact, he does change Pyramid Head's weapon to a spear because he finds out that, oh, he got the events wrong with the executioners, that they didn't use a great knife, they used a spear, or they strangled. It was impalement or strangulation. That's how they killed their victims. He read that at the Historical Society, and it changed to fit his scenario of events, which is why he's just like, I'll take the great knife and it'll be mine now. It's like, you know, what can I hold on to? You know, you're gonna want to hold on to all this stuff about Mary. Let's see if we can get away with it. That could influence the ending, right? That he has that denial of death. You know, this is a hard part too, and I learned this through my grandfather who denied death up to his very own death. But by the way, hi Joy, welcome to the stream. And Bacon Nips and Sea Serum, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 3 subs again and everything. But okay, so what happened was my grandfather, he denied death of my grandma, and that's why he kind of like, he really didn't like, I think that song I played for you guys that I made for my grandmother, like, and played for her the day before she died. It was really rough for me. It was really hard. I made a song and kind of played it for her. He shut it off. Why did he shut it off? Because my grandfather, it acknowledged the fact that she was dying, and he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to accept that she was dying. And then she died. So then it's like, afterwards, I think it was like 2 years, he didn't erase the answering machine message. It's like, you know, that she was on. She recorded this answering machine message. She used to change it every week. A new message every week. And it would always be these bright, optimistic, you know, really beautiful messages that she's put a lot of time and energy into. And every time someone would call, that would go off and you would hear her voice and the pain would come back. What's happening is he's in death denial, which is kind of like, you know, you spiral downwards the longer you go with denying death. He could not bear to part with her stuff. You know, anything that really he couldn't move it, he couldn't part with it. And people were asking him, you know, he needs to move on and he needs to kind of get rid of a lot of stuff because, well, I mean, it may feel really lonely. I mean, you have all that stuff around to remind you. It's kind of similar here, you know? It's like you have to kind of go through that same mindset here. You have to part with this stuff, that some of it at least, and this is the hard decision. It's like, this is the key I need to get to her. I can't part with the key to get to her. What if it gets lost? I don't trust it. It might get lost. I don't trust it. And this is the Laura's letter. I guess I can give up this, but the key? And, you know, if you're thinking like James, you're not going to be able to part with these items. You're going to struggle if you're denying death. Yeah, Joy, sleep well. Oh, I didn't read your message till now. I didn't know you're going to sleep. Well, have a good sleep. So I guess, you know, like you're going to try everything. Put this on the shelf. I guess that's not so bad. Let's see if this works. No! So obviously there's something else I need to be doing. I need to put on the shelf. And this is the hard part for someone who is in death denial. What do I let go of? I don't know. You might like sit there and just stare at it for a little while. You know, it's like this key, I can come back for it, right? I can hold on to these things. Well, I bet you it does put points on whatever ending you're gonna get and how much denial you're gonna be in if you keep the picture and the letter. Which you already know the letter doesn't exist, right? There is nothing on the stationery. Doesn't exist. Yet you still want to hold on to it, you know? That should put points towards whatever ending you get. Because this game's pretty smart about it. Why would you hold on to a letter that doesn't exist? Stationery? Because stationery is a letter. It's basically a piece of paper. That's another name for stationery. So it's like, you know, how much death denial are you in? Are you willing to sacrifice these few things? That's the hard part. Well, people haven't really come to, you know, understand what truly results in what ending you get, Antithes. Those are rumors. I'm gonna have to say, Antithes. Those aren't proven. Like, the stuff you look up online isn't proven. Yeah, I know. I don't even mention that stuff in a lore run, Antithes, because that's not proven. I believe there's a lot more to it. Yeah, sure, looking at the knife might actually get you the in water ending because it shows that you're contemplating suicide. But what about this stuff? This stuff isn't mentioned. I bet you this stuff kind of, you know, puts points towards your ending. If you hold on to this stuff, it shows you're in death denial, right? You might get one of the denial endings. Hi Mel, how's it going? But you know this is, see, so it would put a lot of weight on what ending you get if you keep this. Also, it does say in the memos that describe how to get the different endings, it does say that you are more likely to get the in water ending if you spend a lot of time indoors. So it's actually counting all your time indoors, reading memos. So the longer you stay inside, the more memos you read indoors, all adds up. And that's not mentioned anywhere, but it says it on the memo. So it's like you have to be in deep denial to not put on a shelf something not light as a feather, because it's not even real. Put it, maybe that's also something that it's trying to say, that this was not even real, that this isn't even real, which is why you can get on the letter with, or get on the elevator with it. This isn't real, maybe, I don't know. But I'm gonna put everything on the shelf. Because, well, we need to prove to the game we're not in death denial. We have to prove to the game that we're willing to get better, right? Moving on. I got a hotel map for employees. What? Hin? You found that clip very quickly, and there it is. You can watch it now. You can see it happen. I know, everyone's really interested. You sure the only you is you?
The only me is me. Are you sure the only you is you?
Oh! It's pretty scary, ain't it? Pretty scary. Okay, so hotel map for employees. Well, let's look at it. So, obviously, there is a part of the map that they didn't want to show guests. I guess that's a common thing to do, right? Now, that was very quick, Hin. I know that she probably queues it up. I mean, she probably has a bookmark directly to it. That's gotta be it. So, yeah, there's this whole part we haven't even seen. So, there's a lot to explore and see and do. There's more to the hotel than meets the eye. More signs. No smoking? Well, it doesn't say no vaping now, does it? I like to break the rules. Look, a clock with no hands. What's up with that? Enjoy the lurk, Mel. Thank you for hanging out. I'll get to your message you sent me on Discord not too long. I just it was a bit to read, but I'll get to it, Mel. Well, what do you know? That looks like a lot like the Brookhaven Hospital picture, doesn't it? Only this guy doesn't seem to have any hair. Not wild and crazy hair, so I wouldn't say it's the same person. But it probably was a Photoshop version of the same image, I'm assuming. Look, more signs. Caution. And then there's like a fire alarm. Everyone knows what this is. You pull it, siren will sound, and it's over. And then you get busted by the police. No, the fire department. When I was a kid, I might have been maybe 6 years old, somewhere around there. I saw one of these things, and I was just being curious, and I pulled it. I really didn't know what would happen. It was in a bowling alley. Yeah, strangely enough, it was in a bowling alley, and I was just sitting there eating pizza, right? And then I took off. And I was like, hey, what's this shiny red thing? I was like, should I pull it? Being a curious child, I definitely had to do it. I was like, this is gonna be cool. And then everyone started rushing out. And I was like, oh man. What did I do? And I started seeing people rushing out. I just stood there. And I wasn't like trying to hide the fact that I did it. But everyone was giving me this stink eye. Everyone was like, thanks for ruining our game. And I was like, oops. Oh, you highlighted a message just to lull, Lisa Mose. Well, yeah, I ruined the fun for everyone. And the fire department showed up, and you know what they did? They scolded the hell out of me. And I felt so bad ever since. I would never ever do that again. I've just felt terrible. Later on in life, yeah, I was with a friend that tempted me to do it, and I absolutely would not do it because I know the repercussions of that. They said, you could do that. You could wind up in jail, little child. They like to do that stuff. Hey, Jat, thank you for the host. So the fire department was like, now, you don't want to be doing that unless there's a fire. Otherwise, we'll put you right in jail. It is a crime to pull this if there's no fire. But I guess if you think there's a fire, you just claim you thought there was a fire and you can pull it. So there's no rule against that. Just say, I thought there was a fire. I just wanted to hear the really scary sound. The siren scary sound. But it was like really, yeah. What's the other pic beside that guy? And there was a highlight from Snow Orchid. You want to know this pic? I don't know. You tell me. What is it? Honestly, I'm looking at it. It just looks like a bunch of scribbles. Like someone was like, we need to put something up that looks real important. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Photograph of something. Scribble. I don't think it's important. So, don't pull fire alarms, kids. Living the dangerous life, right? I didn't know anything about it, but it looked really red and shiny. All my toys that were red and shiny, I thought it would have been fun to play with. So I was like, what's wrong with doing red and shiny? Oh look, that's red and shiny. There must be something really cool in here. Why does it look oddly like Woody from Toy Story? It kind of did, didn't it? Let me look at it again, Vin. I think you might be onto something. Could be a picture from Toy Story. I think it's a picture of the bathroom at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I think it is. With no one in it. Oh, are you talking about the other picture, Vin? Let me look at it. I think you're talking about the other picture. Not really. Look at the fire exit. Oh my god, this imagery. Isn't it trying to tell you a lot about Angela? She knows exactly where the fire exit is. There's fire alarms everywhere, fire exit. She kind of knows exactly where to go. Because you're not gonna, an arsonist is gonna look for a way out. They're gonna know how to get out of the building prior to starting a fire. And that's interesting that they actually built the fire exit. They built, like, they put fire alarms everywhere. It kind of, right here, another fire alarm. Why would you need so many fire alarms? There's two right in the same hallway that not even far from each other. That's not very common. And now we're in here, which is a room that represents Eddie. And I'm surprised that, oh, you know why Eddie's not in here? He's dead, but if he wasn't dead, it's because it's healthy food. There's no food he wants in here. Apples and canned vegetables and, nah, he's not gonna, that's not pizza. There are tea bags and cookies here. They are all past their expiration dates. Yeah, that doesn't sound very desirable. I don't think I would want anything that's expired. And, I just got done teabagging Eddie. So I'm good. I don't really need any of that. Cans of fruit are lined up. The expiration dates are probably long gone. Yeah.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
I mean, she's nearby. What are you saying? I want a cookie. I want pizza. You guys keep bringing it up, and now my diet's gonna consist of pizza because you guys can't stop talking about it. Juice cans are lined up here. There's no reason to carry these with me. Yeah, because he already has too heavy of a burden. Soup cans are lined up here. I guess they're still okay, but I'm not hungry. I know, right, Heather? There are potatoes and onions here. They smell slightly rotten. There are apples and pumpkins here. So, Silent Hill 2 does this a lot. What it's doing here is it's telling you everything around what is important, what you should be looking at. What you should be looking at is right here. This is what's important. So what they try to do is they try to detract the player from getting too lost and confused with the other stuff. Irrelevant stuff all around. Irrelevant. And it's trying to tell you, I'm not hungry. They're past they're expired. They're rotten. Trying to kind of lead, like, just like art, like I point out all the time, it's about the focal point, right? Hi, Ignust. Welcome. The focal point here is displayed in the flavor text. They are using the focal point to point at that. That's Silent Hill 2's art. So that's kind of how they do a focal point through text. The Snow White music box. The music box that has a lot to do with James. And Mary. So, what I didn't think to explain that might help make sense of things is that, well, in the Lakeview Hotel, we're kind of wandering around searching for the music boxes, which are in a sense, like you got to put them all together to complete the song, because each one of them add a layer to the song. Why they're important? It's because in a literal sense, James is going through the town, being informed of the story of Eddie and Angela, and he has the complete story of Eddie's, but he still has not got the complete story of Angela's. He still doesn't know what Angela has done, and that being informed of their perspectives helps him better inform his own. So, which is why this puzzle is so important. It's about perspective and getting all the pieces to the puzzle in order to make your decision, which is what the game's doing right now. It's helping you get all the pieces to the puzzle and figure out how you want to go about the game and how you want to beat it. Stuart Zollner, hello. Didn't ever thought it was like this. Well, Fungo, you always crush it. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, Heather, they do that a lot in Silent Hill 1, 2, 3. Now 4, you can't really examine too many things, but they probably do it in that one too. But they do it mostly in the first 3 games. The focal point thing. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale Snow White attached, found in the pantry. Now, the location in which you pick up an item has a lot to do with that item and the characters within the vicinity nearby. If this has a lot to do with James and Mary, what's up with it being in a pantry? Does anyone know? Because you kind of have to know a little bit about Snow White. And I don't know anything. This is the one I don't really know much about. You know, it was a princess who had a magical spell put on her by, what was it? Maleficent, right? Maleficent put a spell on her where she would be in an eternal sleep, right? Asleep forever until a prince, I guess a prince kissed her and woke her from that slumber. Is that correct? And she was guarded by a dragon, you know, like a bunch of ivy, like sharp, you know, like a fortress, basically. You had to go through a fortress and get through a dragon and get through, like, in order to wake her from death by giving her a kiss. What's interesting is you see James in one of the endings. He leans over and kisses Mary. That was Sleeping Beauty? Then what's Snow White? It does say, the seed of the princess who awoke from death. So, she awoke from death. How did she awake from death? She ate the poisoned apple, Vin. You figured it out. That's what this... Look, there's an apple right where you picked it up. Now, thank you, Vin. Without you saying so, I wouldn't have figured that out. And Akai Sobo, you got it too. What is this right next to the music box? A poisoned apple? There are apples and pumpkins here. And what... I think there's pumpkins in the story too, right? I remember there being pumpkins in the Disney show, or in the Disney movie. That's pretty cool. I bet you didn't know that. That they did that. On purpose. Everything's intentional in this game, as you can see. Now, we need to know how, Pinuggo JS, hello. Nuggo. Gochu Monster, hello. Who else am I missing? So I'm just trying to figure out what does Snow White have to do with James? Well, Mary awoke from death, right? Runs away, finds the dwarf's house, and she stays there, cleans, cooks. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Cinderella had a pumpkin carriage. Okay, that's why there are because pumpkins and apples are represented in the story of Snow White. James is a princess. I should draw comparisons between James and Disney. It's true. Like the Little Mermaid is Eddie Cole. And I think that's very fitting. Because he always aspired to be a mermaid. But he's not, you know, here's the thing. He's not pretty, but Ariel was pretty. Was considered pretty. Alright. Poison apple gets lodged in the throat and she also suffocates. She dies from the apple and suffocates. Suffocates, key word. Snow Orchid, thank you. So in the story of Snow White, she eats a poison apple and suffocates. That's how Mary died. She suffocated. She got suffocated. So Snow White music box has a lot to do with Mary. But also there's the fact that she died, but she also awoke from death. Because what happened? His denial made him get a letter from Mary. Even though he knew she was dead, he believed that it happened 3 years ago, for one, when it only happened a week ago, and that he believed that she awoke from death. Because what else would it be? Little Mermaid couldn't talk, and it was painful for her to walk. We gotta look at Eddie. He could talk, but he was probably shy, and I think that represents Eddie's shyness. When he was bullied, he probably just bottled it up and didn't really say anything. And then when he got a gun, he was like, it's easy, see? I don't have to talk, you just shoot him. Just woke up having a coffee and enjoying the stream. Well, Frenchie, welcome, and good morning, or good afternoon, or night. Whatever time of day it is for you. Now, this is interesting. I never really knew what this room was about. And someone asked me to come in here, I think. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. So this infers that possibly the town has been, or this hotel has been abandoned for at least a year. Could it be possible? Yes. So what it's trying to say is that the hotel has been burned down a year ago. I think that's what it's implying, yeah. And I do think it was burned down, and I think it was Angela who did it. And she came, even after burning the place down, which I don't think they ever got around. This is interesting, I don't know, we're trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure this out because I'm trying to find evidence that leads up to her. We found the thinner, which we don't have anymore, but we found the paint thinner. It just says thinner. And I feel like, well, that sounds interesting because, like, Eddie, and you know, the fact that he feels guilty because he's fat, that you find thinner after feeding him. But the thinner is also flammable. We also find in the room that we can infer that she stayed in, one of those rooms, not sure, there was kind of burn marks and some rips on the curtain, which may have been used to ignite a flame here. Now, everything was left in the state it was in after the fire. I don't think they ever went around. I don't think they ever decided to ever rebuild it or anything. So they probably just condemned it. Snow Orchid, there you go. Eddie dies in the frozen meat locker. But the Little Mermaid original, she dies in the end. She becomes sea foam in the end. I think that's more what they're based off of, Snow Orchid. Shamona Virusy, hey, welcome. So yeah, he dies basically on the beach. You could think of it that way. And where you pick up the item that represents Eddie, you pick it up on the side of a fountain near the water, where the water would be, which is kind of where Ariel was found, on the beach with legs. She was washed up onto the beach. And Eddie kind of is like Ariel because she was outcast. She didn't really feel like she fit in. She didn't really like it much. Under the sea. Under the sea. No. She had friends there, right? But her friends were weird. She had a little talking fish and lobster as friends. I mean, Eddie didn't have any, so I guess she had it better off than him. Was Mary ever in the hotel? Yes. See, here's the thing that you got to think about, which kind of got me for a second. Yeah, thank you, Antithesis. You're becoming more convinced. That's good to hear. Yeah, there's a lot of little evidence, and we haven't even gotten through all of it yet, Antithesis. So, yes, they went to Silent Hill and vacationed there in Lakeview Hotel, but we don't know how long ago that was. We don't. And we can infer here through the date that was left behind that the town or the hotel was burned down. And he's just seeing it like it was 3 years ago. He said 3 years, right? So right before she got sick, because she coughs in the video. Oh, okay. That's what they're saying. So immediately after coming here to Lakeview Hotel to vacation, Mary got sick about 3 years ago. 2 years ago, no, 1 year ago, Angela started the fire, and it was always burning as the worlds were turning. Angela started the fire. That's what happened. Angela started the fire then. So he wasn't aware of that, and they condemned it, I believe. You could see the age of the place. His perspective is flawed. He's an unreliable narrator, so there's no real telling what you're seeing is you know what's really happening here, what it really looks like. That room literally only has that one message. Why? It only has that one thing. It's trying to tell you about how long ago this hotel was abandoned. A year. Which kind of breaks his, you know, perspective. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, it kind of also puts doubt in your mind. It's like, you know, there's... It does just make you wonder. It makes you ask questions. Makes you ask why, and that's what's important. Yeah, we're still learning. I'm still learning about this game. In fact, my lore runs are going to get better and better every time I do them. Because I'm still learning. And I can apply all this to the next one. There's nothing here that looks particularly useful. Nothing on the shelf. There's nothing useful written in the documents on top of the desk. Focal point. Keep in mind, the focal point, guys, like I said earlier, Heather. Here's another example of that focal point. Oh, Dexter, thank you for letting me know. I'll come back down then. There's nothing here that looks particularly useful. And this is why the direction of Silent Hill 2 is so good. With the fixed camera angles, or whatever, dynamic, cinematic camera angles, there is a focal point here with the boxes. It all leads to this safe here. That focal point is the safe. But also, they do it in the flavor text. And it's basically like, nothing interesting, nothing interesting, nothing interesting. Why is everything else not interesting? Because we're gonna watch Silent Hill! That's right, everyone, we're gonna watch Silent Hill on VHS! Silent Hill is my favorite movie. I wanna watch it on VHS. Silent Hill is my favorite movie. We're gonna go watch Silent Hill. That's why everything else is not important. Oh, let's put it in now. Wait a second. There's a can opener beneath the videotape?
Mommy, I'll give you this please wake up soon.
Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. Oh no! Did he copy this? It's a copied version of the movie. He saw it on like the AMC channel. There's gonna be commercials and crap. Never mind. Oh man, we can fast forward through the commercials. Now we gotta find a VHS player. We gotta put it in the VHS player. Can you find one of those? TV overlay does not work simply by itself. Heather is yellow. Thank you for redeeming. You're enjoying this stream. A compliment for 3,500 channel points. What effects? Wow. Well, you know, you could be rest assured it doesn't say Revelation on there. If it said Silent Hill Revelation, which it is kind of a Silent Hill Revelation, what it really is. But you know, if it said that, then you could be kind of like, oh man, this movie's not so bad. The first movie, anyway. Pretty good. Wait, anything else? It was adult content? So you expected it to be like a sex tape? There's nothing inside here anymore. We'll come back down here after the flashlight. I like how it says office, you can see. See, on the map, if you want an orientation, we'll take a look. That part of the map is blocked off. That part of the map's blocked off. you could see right here that we went into the employee lounge. That's where we found out that they stopped changing the calendar about a year ago. Office, that's where they said it was going to be, the tape. Pantry. But why are these areas blocked off? We got that area and that area that's blocked off. Well, it's not blocked off. Never mind. Let's go take a look. Oh, this looks familiar. We see this hallway. We see this hallway later in the game. I'll point it out. But after we encounter Angela, we see this hallway. Although it looks vastly different. Vastly different. We see this entire hallway. Only it's burned down. We see this hallway burned down. Hey, look at the fire shutters. Why would the fire shutters be down? Unless there was a fire. It sure does infer a lot, doesn't it? It is a sex tape? Cool. Yeah, they would totally put that in the game. Max B would. So they use a lot of like illumination right here. It's pretty cool that they do this to highlight this door, so you kind of know it's an important door to go into. They highlight it using lighting from the room next door, which is kind of a very artistic and clever way to kind of guide the player. Now, games used to actually focus on this stuff. Now I don't really see it very much anymore. Hey, Jat, enjoy your lurk. And thank you for becoming a patron, by the way. You get your own sound command, believe it or not. So just saying, if you want to make a command, if you want a sound command, I'll make one for you. You just got to tell me what sound you'd prefer. Oh, wrong thing. And also, I'm gonna put the Patreon command up so you can see that Jat69 is certainly on that list now. I think I got a patron today. Yeah, it was Jat and Montana, 2 patrons today, or I guess 1 yesterday, 1 today. That's pretty crazy. And you're on that list now. I want 4 stones as a command. Chat. I can do that for you. Okay, I'll do that. So it's going to be !Jat69. And that will play your 4 stones. Yes, no problem.
Because 4 stones!
So the one from the Resident Evil playthrough, am I correct? I always thought that Silent Hill had perfect direction. They're always guiding the player and doing a fantastic job at it because, well, it's all about, you know, what the player's seeing. Honestly, for a true psychological horror, they have to be aware of what the player's thinking and feeling at all times. It's important to kind of think from the perspective of the outside looking in. Well, look at that. A mannequin. Push the button, but nothing happened. Lock's broken. And what is this? It's loud. What is this contraption? It's like, how is this key being held up? I got the bar key. Key to door, which goes from hotel's underground bar to hallway. I found it in the boiler room. boiler room. And we also got a can opener, tool for opening cans. Okay. Nothing more to see here, I guess. So it is a boiler. What's the name of the boiler then? Maybe it's an Easter egg to Silent Hill 1. That's a good one, Ransky. It's a reference to The Shining. Thank you, Eternal Snow White. I still have not even talked about that yet. Offended more by this than the floating light bulb and fridge that was lit up with a cord. Yeah, they were changes in the enhanced edition. There were changes that not a lot of people agree with. There's some people very passionately negative about it. It could have used more monster cereal. Yeah, that's right. I agree, but I never thought of it. Honestly, I wasn't really disappointed back then. I'm fine with it now. I mean, I'm completely fine with it. It's only when people started bringing it up, Cereal the Wolf, that I started thinking, yeah, I could use more monsters. So, let's go ahead and talk about the inspiration for the hotel, which everyone already knows, is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. But I think there's more to it than that. I think that Silent Hill 2 was deeply inspired by my favorite movie, The Shining. I feel like they watched The Shining and they felt like they understood what Stanley Kubrick was trying to do in the movie, and they thought they could do that too. So I feel like Silent Hill 2 is as a result of them kind of wanting to do a game in a similar way that Kubrick did The Shining. So yeah, I think the boiler is kind of a reference to The Shining. So the creature with thick legs, Cole. I'm not really sure which one that is. Heather, maybe. Yeah, this game is about... this game isn't about the combat. Not even remotely. It's honestly, the narrative is more important, and the combat just fits in with the narrative. So I don't mind. And you get pampered with, like, health here. Crimson Rosebud, welcome! Thank you for the host. Hope you're doing well, Crimson. Maybe. I never noticed that, Ransky. I could take a look. I think you're right, Ransky. He does look more nervous in his animations when there's a monster around. I didn't even notice that. There's so many little subtleties. Oh, you're heading home. Good. We just started. This is the beginning of the end. The refrigerator door seems broken. I can't get it open. Maybe I could use a can opener. Oh, I could have sworn that was gonna work. Oh, what's this? There's a can with no label on it. Well, I do have a can opener. Also, it's about that focal point, right, in the direction. You cannot miss this can. It's even lit up by some ambient lighting. Yeah, it does feel like Jacob's Ladder is a big inspiration too. But I feel like the number one was the way the meta narrative was told in The Shining. So yeah, Jacob's Ladder is a big one. Because Jacob's Ladder is about death denial. Oh my god, I just realized that, guys. That Jacob's Ladder is about death denial, which is this game too. And for the most important cutscene in the game. Oh, looks like I can't use that here. There's light bulbs in the can. Got a light bulb. Silent Hill 2 is not supposed to make sense. Light bulbs in the can? That doesn't sound like a good way to ship light bulbs. They would just shatter. You know, speaking of which, Max B. you know, Enhanced Edition making these changes, right, to the sign. These changes to the cord leading to the fridge in the nightmare. You know, it's supposed to be that way. Why wouldn't, you know, if they didn't intend for this to be, they are detail maniacs. We are learning more and more as we go through the game that they thought about even the things that we have never thought of 20 years later. They have thought about everything. And why would they, I mean, why would they forget to put a cord to a fridge, or why would they mess up the mile sign? The sign at the beginning of the game. They wouldn't mess that up. What? Why are there light bulbs in a can? A light bulb can. I don't need it anymore. He's not even questioning it. He doesn't think it's weird at all. Really, he's not even thinking about it. Like, it's not even weird. He's just like, whatever. Move on. And they did say that the inspiration for the light bulbs in a can thing, that came from like a reimagining kind of a remake of, it's called Alice. So it's a remake of Alice in Wonderland using stop motion animation, which is very, very disturbing and really hard to watch because of its uncanny nature. They said that, watch that movie, you'll understand. Well, I watched it, and I think what they're trying to say is it's an abstract art kind of movie. There's a lot of weird things in that movie that don't make sense, like the light bulb in a can. That's kind of what it was. I didn't really see any light bulbs in a can. I looked, but I think what it was the art, an abstract kind of thought process of that movie. It's your favorite Alice? It's my Alice favorite movie. So it's your favorite movie. It's the Alice. I can't find it anywhere. I wish I could. You could watch all the update videos, Serial the Wolf, and they do tell people about what updates they made. In fact, one of the updates I've been told, I don't know if anyone knows about it, but there is a lamp at the end of the game. Serial the Wolf, there's a lamp at the end of the game when he's talking to Mary, when Mary's in the sick bed, right? It looks like a dream, right? Because there's no real walls, it kind of just blackness off to the sides, and it kind of looks like it's in his own head, right? Well, there is a lamp underneath the photo of Mary and James together on the wall. Underneath on the nightstand, there's a lamp with no light bulb in it. And they kind of told me this in a message, that they were putting a lamp in the light bulb and they got a lot of backlash because they were putting a lamp in there because it bugged them that it didn't have a light bulb in there. And I'm like, well, maybe it's supposed. Here's the thing, though. Like, you could go and put a light bulb in the lamp, but that's going to change the way our psychology, our subconscious is going to perceive the scene. What if they're trying to infer that James got so bad with neglect that he wouldn't even change the light bulbs anymore? Also, dreams don't make sense. But what if he just started neglecting and not changing the light bulbs anymore because he was so sick with grief he just didn't even want to bother anymore? Like, he just let things go. What if it's trying to infer that? What if there's no light bulb in the lamp because that's just a little mind trick they wanted to play on you? What if they just wanted to F with you and make you feel uncomfortable like Stanley Kubrick did in his movie, The Shining? Make you feel uncomfortable because, like, in his movie, there's a TV with no cord at all, no cord anywhere. You can't see it in the shot, but it's on and they're watching it. And it makes you feel uncomfortable because you're like, I know there's something wrong here, but I don't know what. You know, like a chair is there in one scene, in one shot, and then he takes and moves the chair out of the shot, and then it's gone. And you're like, something's different about this. What happened? It makes you feel uncomfortable because you don't notice something like that. So that's the same thing with the putting a light bulb in the lamp. He didn't understand what was wrong with that when he told me about it. He was like, huh, can you believe fans make, you know, they were mad at me because I was trying to put a light bulb in a floating lampshade. He was like, a floating lampshade. And I'm like, you don't understand how this is a problem, though? So yeah, there are some changes in the enhanced edition that I don't really look for. I don't really point them all out. So you understand why that changing something like that changes everything, and why people would be upset about that. There's a lamp. Oh, Chax, you have a good night. Thank you. Get some good sleep, okay? There's a lamp on the counter, but there's no light bulb, so I can't turn it on. Well, we have found a solution, haven't we? There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. The counter. Mary and I shared some nice drinks together at this bar. Seems like so long ago. And sometimes it's just as if it were yesterday. Right, exactly. People are trying to rationalize. The same thing with the timeline theory, right? The timeline, facts. Got to have dates, names, history, timeline. You know, that's what they're focused on. But it's like, you know, this is an unreliable narrator, for one, Ransky. Two, you know, it's shaped by his perspective, right? Two, it's kind of like the human brain. We don't really, you know, it's just like, maybe, you know, they're trying to play psychological tricks on you, and you don't know that they're trying to do that to you. They're just trying to make you feel uncomfortable by, you know, you sense something off. Normal people, they would feel off. They would just be like, something's wrong here, and they would move on. But, you know, maybe someone who is a little too caught up on details, someone who maybe has OCD, and little details like that bother them so much that they have to change it. You know, that's it. Just like I say, you know, if you get caught up too much in those little details and you just can't stop thinking about them until they're fixed, maybe it's just a sign of an underlying mental illness. The brown truck. I want to see what this is about here. Brown trout. We also have to think about the fish key. Yeah, we like the fish key to get the key that leads to Angela's room, right? What's up with the fish key? Fish live in water. Maybe she feels she's safe because, well, it's like she's underwater. She's safe from the fire she's starting. How does a fish key represent her? Fish migrate, trout migrate, don't they? And she's always on the run. Trying to think about it, but I don't know. There is a story here, I just don't know. And we're actually going through the game. This is her path that she took. So you got to keep that in mind. And he's kind of choosing to see everything the way it used to be. There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. Well, there's something wrong then. I know, I could make like Fonz and just like whack it like that, like with my elbow, and then it'll play. It'll be like, I don't know, downpour, right? We can make it like downpour. Maybe. Let's give it a shot. Here we go. I'm gonna kind of. Actually, can you get a better close up of this? I want to hit it really hard with my elbow. Oh, here we go. You can do it like this. You can be like, "Hey!" Did that work? Hey! Nice. It is like downpour. Fun fact, before Smash Mouth was famous, they did this. Wait, what? Oh, he says it's too dark to see the keyhole. He says if I shine a light on it, I can unlock it. So there's a metaphorical implication of that too. Beautiful animations, right? Lord Rensky. Oh, I have to go back. You're right. I have to go back to see if the animations are working. So it's kind of metaphorical in that he needs to shine a light on the truth, right? Oh God. Oh God. So let's go back through and see if he acts all scared. Let's see if he acts all scared. Brown trout are regularly caught due to being found in accessible water, so maybe it has to do with how she was easily abused as a child due to her inability to hide. Also, arsonists usually aren't caught. Usually get away with it, but eventually it only, you know, here's something very deep for you to think about. Well, you can get away with committing arson many, many times, but you only get caught once. Fiji, where the trout breed. That's right. It's full of fish semen. Okay. Oh, the fawns, but okay, Serial Wolf, I read your message now. I want to say we're still on Angela's path too, Cole. Is he making any weird animations? I don't see it. Maybe he's just not scared enough. What if I get back a little bit? Yeah, he looks scared. When he's looking at it, he looks kind of intimidated. I don't really know. I'm waiting for him to, like, react or something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he looks around all scared. Look. Ow. Never mind. You missed it if you didn't see it. Yeah, he started going, I'm scared. Kind of reminds me of, like, the intricate detail in, like, Red Dead. Welcome back, Cheaterbot. Red Dead Redemption 2 has a lot of animations like that too. Like when a hurricane's hitting, you know, he'll look a little bit more nervous and scared. Flashbots, hello! Oh, interesting. Thank you for letting us know. Great volumes of water act as bulwark guarding sleep. I don't know what that means. Hey guys, if you haven't seen a movie called Chasing Sleep, find it, watch it right now. Is it on Crackle? I don't know, where is it? You can go watch it somewhere for free. I don't remember where. But I watched it recently. I feel like it has a lot to do with this. I don't know if they were related. It was probably a coincidence. It's on Tubi. Guys, it's on Tubi. I think it was coincidental, but the movie has a lot to do. It's a lot like this game a lot. It has Jeff Daniels playing the lead. And he kind of has some repression going on. That's his problem. And as he spirals downward, very similar to what James is going through, spiraling downwards, death denial and all that stuff. Death denial is what that movie's about. And what he sees is water, mold, mildew, just growing and expanding across his house. It's very, very similar. And there's some scary stuff in that. So go check it out. It's called Chasing Sleep. Chasing Sleep. I'll put it. Let me see if I can find it on. I can find a direct link on Tubi. I would love if this was Amazon Prime. I'd watch this movie with you guys. You know, watch together. There's a direct link on Tubi. You can watch it after this stream. You can watch it during this stream, as long as you don't leave. It's good though. It does require a watch. It's probably, I think, you know, there's a lot of movies that are like overrated. I think Jacob's Ladder is an overrated movie. Chasing Sleep, no one knows about. I like it better. I like it better than Jacob's Ladder. So I'll be honest. They weren't related since they were made around the same time. It was just coincidental. I have no idea how that happened, though. No idea. Hey, Raging Alcoholic. Love a good psychoanalysis of Silent Hill 2. Shame I caught the last day. Yeah. But the rest are going to go on YouTube. Well, welcome. And if you're a Raging Alcoholic, then you know what it's like to have a moment of clarity, right? You know what it's like, what AA meetings preach, right? Well, James right now is kind of going through the same steps of the AA meetings. Yeah, I've seen A Tale of Two Sisters. It was one of, I used to fall asleep to it. And then like about halfway through the movie, or not even halfway, the scary part would happen, and then it would make loud noises, and I'd wake the hell up. You know, the part with the ghost, which is unnecessary, doesn't need to be in that movie. Honestly, that movie doesn't need the ghost. Why is it there? It just seems out of place to me. So yeah, right now we're just heading back to get our stuff. Oh, it's your life? Well, hell. You're gonna definitely enjoy the rest of this lore run then. Do stick around. Hey, Guitar Lock, sorry I didn't greet you. Oh, Event Horizon. Not really related to these movies you're bringing up, but yeah, they're not. They didn't really inspire this game. I'm about to, Raging Alcoholic. I'm not really, I already analyzed a lot of this stuff. So you get to this point of the game, right, and you freak out because there are two monsters outside. Well, if you turn around and go back through the door, you'll notice there's only one now. Where did one of the monsters is gone? Where did they go? And then you freak out and you go, I need my weapons, because you don't have weapons. Is there still... Now they're all gone. Goodbye. They all disappeared now. What's up with that? Just keep going out, in, out, and then they just disappear one by one. It was like they were fighting, you know, fighting him. Just in his way. Welp! And I really do honestly believe that this time is stopped on the time Angela killed her father. What time is that? 11:36 or 37? We'll just say 11:36 is the time she killed her father. And she fled by midnight. I feel like that does... A lot of this stuff has to do with Angela. You go down into this area, which I think we can go the long way, right? So let's get all our stuff and head back. I don't remember the long way, though. We'll find it. 11:69. That's not even the time. So we got all our weapons back, so we're good to go. I'm not really sure which door we came from, though. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's darker around him. They have this really cool mechanic where it's kind of like HDR, where your eyes focus. You turn it off, it gets brighter. You turn it on, it gets darker, and the area is not illuminated. Pretty cool. Yeah, the enhanced edition is beautiful. One of the best ways to play the game in HD. Highly recommended. Now, if you want the OG, you know, way to play it, which recaptures captures all the original intention, you'd have to play it on the PlayStation 2, and that's what I would recommend first and above all. But it's not very accessible, not very easy to get a hold of. So there you go. Thank you. We're heading back now with the flashlight on. Maybe we can shed more light on things, huh? Pun intended. Keep in mind, though, we do see this area. This area right here, we do see later at the end of the game, and it looks completely different. One could say it's the nightmare version of the hotel. Well, what if this is the delusion? What we're seeing, now is the delusion. Because these shutters, this is where you go. You go this way, the shutters are open, and the hallways burn down. And this is where you go and you lead to Pyramid Head. And the two of them. That's where you fight the two Pyramid Heads. Because we're kind of we're kind of following a trail of inference, Raging Alcoholic. Following a trail of inference. This is all inference, what you're seeing right now. Fire exit, red light, exit, fire exit. Warning, caution, fire alarm, fire alarm. She is connected to a painting in the prison. It's a long story. She's connected to a painting in the prison. She is the woman in flight. Arsonists generally run, and they usually find a way out before they start a fire. This is her way out. Shutters are closed. Why would they be closed if there wasn't a fire? So it shows the Lakeview Hotel. Right next to that, inference showing no smoking. There you go, no smoking. Another kind of little subtle detail I didn't even think of. You find in that prison cell, woman in flight. Right next to that, you see the burning man, which is a picture of the burning Lakeview Hotel. And Mexican Tofu, thank you for redeeming those 3,000 wheelchair points. To say I'm really enjoying the stream, Fungo. She has all the, you know, if the FBI profile of an arsonist exists, I read it. In fact, I still have to get it, but we'll talk about it when we get to Angela again. There's an FBI profile that perfectly describes her. She has all the characteristics of an arsonist. We found thinner, which is a flammable substance within her vicinity. We found a room with burnt curtains with fire marks and smoke kind of stained on the walls, and we can infer it was her room. One of the music boxes that represent Angela, which is the woman who fled at midnight. Well, it does infer that she fled at midnight and that she had something to do with that room. If you look at the blood-stained newspaper here, it kind of infers here that she killed her father because her last name's Orozco. Woman in flight because she runs away from fire, but she always runs away. She has two briefcases that all are inference to her, which kind of shows you that she's always on the run, packing briefcases, only, you know, taking what she needs. She fled at midnight, just like Cinderella. She is Cinderella. She was mistreated by her family, and she was unhappy. There was a riddle right after you defeat her boss, which is the Angela Papa, during a flashback. There's a riddle right after that suggests, on easy and normal difficulty, that the arsonist was innocent. And it's trying to infer that the arsonist is still out there and has yet to be caught. There's a lot of inference, and they did a great job with all that. Because if you follow the trail of breadcrumbs, it's easy to see that she is an arsonist. Also, I got something more. I got even more evidence to show. There's more than that. And there's probably some I didn't even bring up. So let's see what he says now with the flashlight on. Yes, Jack is right. She is seen in the prologue of the game, escaping from the Lakeview Hotel, as if she's running away from a fire she started. And then you see her looking back to watch it from afar. Oh, this heater, yeah. There's a heater here. On the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." Go about Johnny the heater. He's one hot guy. One hot guy. Oh, Johnny boy. Does that kind of try to infer that, like, she used the heater to, like, start a fire? I don't really know if that's just, like, a little Easter egg or what. Does anyone know? Here's Johnny. Is that a reference to The Shining? Yeah, I think it's probably a reference to The Shining. Johnny's a hot guy, though. Man, if only I were more like Johnny. Jack. Or, yeah, that's another name for Johnny. John, Jack, Johnny, Heater, reference. So what's up in The Shining? Is this a message directly from a Heater in the book or in the movie? I wonder. That's taken directly. Or is it like a reference to Jack? Here's Johnny, right? And the curtain dangerously close. Yeah, you're right. We should definitely look for this room. I feel like this room is important in some way. There's a heater. It's pointing it out. It's a reference, right? Hey, Nuggo, or Nuggo JS, you saw Space Odyssey. It's good. Only it's kind of a trip, isn't it? I'm glad you are doing well. And hi, Kreba. Hey, and I'm glad you're happy. You're working a lot, right? And doing school. You're busy, 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 busy. Yeah, he says here's Johnny. But I see a heater. I see a curtain. What's missing here? What's missing here? We're missing a curtain. There's one. Where's the other? I feel like we need to keep this room in mind because we will be passing it. In fact, we do. We pass directly. We go up. This is what we do. We go up. Later in the game, we go up. We go through the shutters. And we go down this hallway. And we come around. Go up. Up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Around and outside of bounds. Out of bounds. We go out of bounds at the end of the hallway. The ring's still there? I didn't really notice. Yes, all the rings are still on the rod. So they have an eye, you know, like, what if, you know, the enhanced edition, you know, was like, the people behind the mod were like, I don't like the fact that there's no curtain here, and they put a curtain there. Well, would that change the story if they were trying to say that that curtain was taken to start a fire? Yes, this curtain has been torn. I did notice that too. And I can't get the camera angle to change again. All right, there we go. It looks like, yeah, it kind of got ripped off on one of them. It looks like it's all kind of right above the heater too, like a fire hazard. But like I said, we're not seeing, quite possibly not seeing the hotel the way it's supposed to look. James is kind of in so much denial, he's kind of seeing the hotel the way he wants it to look. He's kind of seeing it the way it used to look. But we don't know. We got to keep this room in mind when we pass it later. See if there's any evidence in there. If we could see that's where the fire started. When we pass by again. If we could find out where the fire started. By looking into the shell of the rooms here. Because I know the fire started down here. Without a doubt. Because we see it later. But I think maybe this room was where it started. I never really thought about it. Also, by the way, there is a continuity error here. The elevator is on both the first floor and the third floor, I believe. The first and second floors, whatever the case, it's continuity. I don't even think it's the same elevator, honestly. See, watch. We'll go back up. It'll be open when we go back up. Yeah, why hasn't the enhanced edition fixed that? Oh, ow. It's like, you know, you wouldn't... A lot of this stuff people never really notice because you're not thinking to look for it, right? So it's kind of mind-blowing, right? Caution tapes. Lots of fire... yeah, fire department it says on the tape, Eternal Snow White. It does say the fire department. So let's go ahead and head forward. I guess we're gonna go ahead and do it. But first, I kind of want to show you the continuity error, because we're here. Continuity error. Well, I don't need to go back down again. So I'm not gonna. And now we have, metaphorically, the other side, or the final perspective. We have the final piece of the puzzle so that we can move on with our own journey. It's like, how are we gonna go about this story? Well, I didn't know I was low health, but... So, we got the Snow White music box, and Seed of the Princess Who Awoke from Death. Which is a representation of James, because, well, I know he's not a princess, but he's thinking, you know, he awoke Mary from death in his own mind. She wrote a letter, she awoke from death, and also there's pumpkins and apple. I don't know, like, there's a lot about that story. I'm sure that really relates to James a lot, but I don't know much about Snow White. And here's the full song. Look closely at the bottom. There's different fairy tales shown at the bottom. There's Rapunzel. There's Thumbelina. And there's a key right there. There's one with the key on it. Hotel stairway key. So, what does it say? Nothing. I don't know where the music box music comes from, though. But yeah, there's one in the middle, which is just a pair of legs. I'm not really sure. Red shoes. That would be Cinderella, right? I'm not really sure, though. I can't really see it. No matter how hard I try, I can't see it. It's just legs with shoes. Red shoes. It's like, you know, would they be... Isn't that Cinderella? There would be two Cinderella boxes? Wizard of Oz! Kata Hajime. Duh, right? It's the shoes. You tap them together. And you say, I think I can. I think I can. No. That was a mix of Thomas the Tank Engine and Wizard of Oz. Anyway, yeah, you make a wish and it'll come true. Interesting, huh? Because James, he wants to make a wish, and he wished that Mary would come back to life, and he wants it to come true. And that's where the truth key, the key to the truth, it's sitting on that box. It doesn't know, but it's all about perspective. Each box, think of it as a different person with a different perspective, but they all have something in common. And that's what Silent Hill 2 is about. There's a lot of people, a lot of different people with different perspectives, and you kind of fill in the blanks. It's a tale where a girl had those red shoes, could stop dance. Her feet were ripped off and she kept dancing. Heather. That's a really dark story, but I like it. I'll just save here. What Kata Hajime is right. It totally helped. That's why The audience cheered for Katahejime, you know? This doesn't happen for everyone. And we're about to find the truth. We got the hotel stairway key. I didn't look at it. I wish I did now, but I don't know. Let's load my save so I can look at it. I wonder if it was important. Sometimes you could easily miss an important message on a key. I'm serious though. You know, there's one key that explained the whole. Like, I feel like I understand Silent Hill 2 completely. Like, I explained yesterday why I think I understand it. And it all really, it started with life experience and me living life and getting perspectives of others and living with people that kind of live the life of denial and actually going through the process of that denial and seeing it from the outside looking in. But it was the spiral writing key in, you know, in the early parts of the prison. The spiral writing key description is what unraveled the entire game for me. Then it all just came together. The dog is the wizard? Oh, that's good. The dog is the wizard. So it says, key to door from stairway to third floor hall. It was hidden inside the big music box in the lobby. Not too important. But here's the thing about that Katahejime. Maybe the dog ending was inspired by Wizard of Oz. Because, well, what did they find out? The guy with the big head and the big voice.
It was like talking always like this and like you must kill. Kill. I am not satisfied till you bring me. I see. You want a brain. You need courage.
That big voice from Power Rangers. You know, the guy that's like, that are like, Rangers. You are in need, Rangers. No, so what happens is they pull the curtain back, right? Throw the curtain open, and they realize it was a dog. And they were controlling the whole Oz. The dog was behind everything. So, in narrative, it's probably inspired by Wizard of Oz. Yeah, that key design is actually something we should probably look at. What key looks like that? That is a pretty insane looking key. Why does it look like a saw? Or teeth? Kind of looks like teeth. It might mean something. Zordon. That's it, Zordon. I used the key to room 312. This bed brings back great memories. Mary and I, we first tried to 69. On this bed, we first tried to 69. 69. Sorry, I was trying to take things seriously. All right. Sorry, Anti-Thief. Quiet, though. Let's look at the time. That's actually important, right? Does it... Well, maybe we could drop the theory about time, but let's see. It says... What, 10? Hold on. It says 10, like 37 or 8. 10:37? 10:37? Well, I guess this clock. Oh, 46, 35, 40, 10. 10:37. Where do you get 46? Oh my God. Can't really see. Anyway, So 10:30 something? Is that when they did it? 10:37. So all these times, they can't be, you know, they were intentional. I am actually kind of surprised that the clock down in the fire starter room, the room where the fire might have been started, down in that room, I'm surprised the clock face didn't get hands, that they didn't put hands on the clock face in the enhanced edition. Because you'd think that would be something they would do. So we got the videotape. 10:30 something. 10:40, 35, 36, 40. 45, 47. You're right. Kadajime, you're right. Sorry. Math, you know, is not my strong suit. Math. Hey, Friendly Broski, I didn't even notice until now. How are you doing, Friendly Broski? 10:46. I'll figure it out if it has any relevance whatsoever. I'll keep thinking. Is that how far you have to fast forward into the videotape to see this kinky sex scene on that bed? On that bed, we first tried to 69. What about that noob lore? I don't know. What do you want to do? Remothered? Oh, I just bought that game. I was thinking about playing it. I know you hate every game, Friendly Broski, but what'd you think of that one? Yeah, we did the mentoring a bloodborne noob series. I don't know if you guys. Oh, sorry. Mentoring a bloodborne noob prodigy series. I don't know if you remember that series on YouTube. We did like 7 episodes. It was really funny. Jake the Snake, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. People were like, more, and I was like, I'm not really making getting a whole lot of views out this stuff. It's really great though. It was a lot more work than it looked like because it was a lot of editing. So, he says, there's a television here, even when it's plugged in. All I get is snow. There's a VCR here. It looks like I'll be able to use it. Guys, we can watch Silent Hill now. Well, how about this? Watch together. We're doing a watch together session now. So here we go. No, we're not doing the TV overlay, okay? Just we're gonna leave that out, this scene.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
So I get it. The cough was to insinuate she got sick after that. Well, she better do something about that cough. Uh-oh, what's happening? This is not the Silent Hill movie. Oh my. See a pillow. This wasn't really filmed. No, he's just... You ever seen Lost Highway? If you've seen Lost Highway, he kind of discovers what he did to his wife through a videotape that he got on his front porch. It was inspired by that. He's actually watching his memory, what really happened. Officer Gucci's is on the case. Lost Highway is it was inspired a lot by Lost Highway, I would say. It's called
Mary.
Theme of Laura. Or is it called Truth? It's called Truth
So
or
there
True.
you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get
Okay,
going.
look for this. Look for this.
Okay?
She goes through all 5 stages of grief right here in this scene. So look closely and listen to each line of dialogue.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie.
Denial.
That's not true.
She died because she was sick.
Bargaining.
No. I killed her.
Anger.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you. I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Depression.
She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here.
And acceptance. All 5 in a matter of minutes. See, that kind of shows that she, you know, children can grieve a little bit fast. They can get over death pretty a lot faster than an adult. Yeah, it's really, you know, this game makes me feel so bad for Laura. I feel like she's the true victim in this game.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please.
This is denial coming back to offer comfort.
James,
That voice.
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James.
It's the voice of denial.
Can't you hear me? James.
You could just shut that right off. You don't have to listen to it anymore. Sad moment. Yeah, so right now he saw the truth. But really what's important is if you're going to continue the cycle again, because you are James, James is you are one and the same. Are you going to continue the cycle again? Because you're right now, you fell into the depression stage of the 5 stages of grieving. And James, you know, you decide his ending. Right now, he has this voice of denial coming back to offer him some peace. It's painful where he is. Accepting the truth. That denial is hard because you never get better the longer you deny death. As long as you keep denying it, you're never gonna get better. And he has this voice on the radio saying, hey, I might still be alive. Even though he just saw a videotape with evidence that she could not possibly be alive. That would be evidence, even though it's in his own mind, it's still evidence. He knows, he sees it clearly now. That's how fast you can kind of like sink right back into addiction or denial. It's kind of like that alcoholism, AA, they preach it. But yeah, I mean, isn't that kind of proof? You see Laura go through all 5 stages of grieving, just like that. And she gets over it pretty quickly. And what happens to her? We assume she gets out of there and just accepts it and just gets over it, right? She gets better, whatever. We don't see Laura ever again. She's gone. And she gets over like five steps of grieving, which I did illustrate in the scene. James is going through this loop, this cycle over and over again, where he confronts the truth and then goes right back to denying it. And it's just a constant circle because, well, in his depression, which is painful living in that, he doesn't want to let go of Mary or the possibility that she's, not dead. And he wants to, Maria was kind of, cropped up out of his desire for like comfort. Replacing Mary. If he can't bring her back, he could replace her. So yeah, the Kubler-Ross model, which is a theory, the 5 steps to grieving, is what this game is all about. And you do see throughout the game, James is in a lot of denial, but there's a huge chunk in the game where he's in depression too, in that state. Which is the whole prison. The whole prison and labyrinth is like depression. And then, right after that, he's kind of still depressed up until this point. There's a lot of hope in the Lakeview Hotel, which kind of gets him back on the denial state. And then he gets to this, and then he gets depression again. Yeah, the shock that Laura gets, and it's only like a matter of like a few, like not even a minute. She goes through all the stages and she moves on. She moves forward with her life. So it's like, if you stunt a child because you don't know how to explain to a child like death and that they lost someone, someone or loved, someone close to you died. And if you try not to tell, you try to water it down and say, they're in a better place now. They're not going to know what that means. In a better place? Well, what was wrong with here? Why'd they leave us? Why'd the person leave? Did they not like us? Did the person think we weren't cool? The kid's not going to understand in a better place. So when you water it down, you stunt them later. And later, they cannot cope with death as well. And it's easier for a child to get over death. Easier for a child to get over death than an adult. Mary went to live on the farm. Yeah, you could say stuff like that and not tell them the truth. And they'll just be like, you know what's going to happen to them? They're going to be holding on to that. They're going to be like, on a farm. And, they're going to think about that their whole lives because maybe they can find that farm. So, it's like Mary went to live on the farm, Laura, and Laura would be like her whole life, like looking for that farm to find Mary again. Thinking that, she was abandoned because Mary didn't like her. So, it's kind of important not to water down the facts and be blunt about it. James was blunt. Speaking of which, James wasn't in denial anymore. He said, I killed her. Blunt and straight to the point. He wasn't trying to sugarcoat it for Laura. No, they were trying to show that James is in absolutely no more denial. But the radio plays right after that scene, offering him some solace and comfort. So that's interesting. Really, Vamp? It's really good to see you. Filthy McNasty, hello. I'm glad you love this game as much as I. Save here. Because this might be the point which I can reload. So, yeah. Keep in mind that Angela, and I think she very much did. I think Angela burned down the Lakeview Hotel right before you got there. Right before James gets to the Lakeview Hotel, she burns it down. I think, she gets a head start. She gets out. She boats across the lake before James could. Or whatever. But whatever the case, she gets to the Lakeview Hotel. She burns it down. And he is seeing it the way it used to be because that's the way he chooses to see it. It's like, wow, it hasn't changed much. And it's obvious that there's been a fire. And it kind of shows the evidence. You must look with the evidence of your eyes. Actually, that's what Dahlia says. She says, believe the evidence of your eyes. That's what you have to do. Look at the evidence from here on out. Coffin, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And wow, believe it or not, we're only 6 subs, give subs, Twitch Prime, away from a wheel spin. And I'm going to do that after we complete the game. Maybe we're going to need it, right? We're going to need that. A little something to pick us up after the depression. The heater theory I haven't gotten to yet. Yomi Ichmoy, I'm still trying to see whether or not I like that. And we are keeping it in mind. I told everyone. You just got here. Welcome. I told everyone to keep this in mind. Keep this room, employee lounge, in mind, because we do pass by here again. We go this way, go up, over, and out of bounds. Watch the evidence, and if we can see that a fire might have started there in the employee lounge, well, I can infer that, yeah, Angela started the fire there. She burned the place down, and it was probably because we do see that hallway, and then we see it again, and it's burnt down then. So maybe it could have been while he was sitting here. Hey, that's something I didn't think of. You know, while he was sitting here, moping and grieving, that's when she started the fire, and he just never really noticed. It broke out, fire department got here, they watered it down. Yes, there could be people here. It's just that, you know, maybe James doesn't see people, because there is a lot of evidence that it was hosed down rather recently. But also, the state of the apartment, the state of the hotel now, kind of infers, or his state of psyche. His psyche is projected onto the hotel. So, you know, the water, the drippy, cold water, all that really kind of like shows his depression, which happens during the labyrinth too. In the prison. The prison's drippy and cold looking. Yes. So you don't think so? Because the prologue, it takes place before the game takes place. So you think it happened before the game took place. Actually, no, I'm wrong. There's that thing in the heater room that says it stopped being updated a year ago. And that infers that the hotel got burned down a year ago. But for some reason, okay, so Angela and James's perspectives are crossing over now. So you're seeing like something more current. But, you know, everything's kind of like, it's kind of a manifestation of people's psyches and memories and stuff. This was what it looked like immediately after the fire, I'm sure. You know, all dripping and everything. Seal of Metatron and the... I'll talk about it when I get there. Well, I mean, if you think about it, the seal of Metatron is a seal of protection, right? That's how it's used in Silent Hill 1. As a seal of protection. He is kind of... It's kind of like there just to symbolize his state of mind. That he wanted that seal of protection. And, you know, he doesn't need the pyramid heads now because he understands the truth. So he kind of... It manifests a seal of protection for himself. I don't know. You just be the judge. What does that mean? Maybe it's just a call back to Silent Hill 1 and a way to kind of bring the cult back into the mix, you know? I talked all about that, Yomi Ichimo. You're gonna have to go back and watch. I've already talked about it enough. Just go back and watch everything on the YouTube. I'm gonna put it up on YouTube. Maybe someone can summarize real quick in the chat, but I've already said enough. And here is something new. An audio cassette with headphones. Okay.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
That right there, that scene shows her his death denial. The fact that she's gonna die, I'm sorry, it's gonna happen. Sorry. You can't do anything about it. She's gonna die. It's just a matter of time. Well, he couldn't accept that answer. Yeah, whatever you want to theorize, this is an interpretive game. So yeah, you guys talk away. But it's something I haven't gotten to yet. So notice, do keep in mind, notice this, guys. If this is the state of the hotel, let's just say, it's the state of the hotel exactly as it was shortly after a fire broke out, after that fire she set. Well, here's the thing. This is good inference right here. Look at where we are on the map. We are on the, what side is this? What wing? Let's just say the west wing of the hotel, where you don't really see many signs of fire, right? In fact, it wouldn't be a part of the hotel they'd hose down to too much, right? What's interesting is that you take this door, which is a Silent Hill thing to do, and you're teleported to the other side of the hotel where you see scorch marks everywhere. And now you're on the east wing. So we can infer through placement, through where we are now, we can infer that the fire broke out on the east wing. This wing of the hotel. You see fire scorch marks everywhere. You also see kind of maybe mold and mildew because, you know, this place got more water. Yeah, it does. It shows that James went through great lengths to help, to fix her, to kind of keep her from dying because he was in such denial. But raging alcoholic, it's like, also it shows that that he really did love her, but he didn't necessarily love the Mary that got sick. Also, this kind of, it reminds me, this audio in the background, the ambience reminds me of my vertigo when I get it, when I have a migraine. It's like, whoa. It really does represent his state of mind, where he's just like, I don't like this, it hurts. Shows his pain. That he's looking for like a door that will open up to, like, I don't know, something to help relieve him of this pain. I heard about that. I think I heard the music. Isn't it by Bloober? Team Bloober or whatever? I don't really care much for that, but we'll see. I mean, the Bloober team is a very talented team. They just don't have like the most intricate gameplay. So I keep doing this. So it's kind of like a maze, right? It's like you're lost. You're going through door after door and just going around in circles because, well, it represents depression. I don't know about that song, Mel. Yes, I know. I explained yesterday how I had to, like, my grandmother was dying for like 3 years. And there was a lot of ups and downs, you know, there was hope that she was going to get better. And then, like, you know, she was the only person that really never abandoned me. And as such, I really held her very close. She listened to me. And not many people listen to me. In fact, on her deathbed, she told me, and this hurt, because I was like, are you serious? Or are you just making this stuff up? But she said something about her 7 children. And I was like, wait a second. You have 7 kids? I thought you only had 6, you know? And she said, you know, all like, you know, drugged up morphine. She said, you're the 7th one. And I was like, oh boy, that hurt. You know? And my grandma was dying of a stomach cancer. I believe it was blood cancer, actually. It was, what is it called? Well, they tried every treatment, but it kept returning. So there were many ups and downs. I felt like she was getting better. She got out of ICU or whatever it's called. You know, where people go to die. She got out of there. So, you know, we thought, oh, she's getting better, right? She came home to die and basically started getting better. I thought she was gonna get better. And then she started getting sick again. Then you got better, sick. You know, it's uphill, downhill, uphill, downhill. And, you know, with all these new hopes of treatments that could fix her condition, like, you know, he felt like he was going somewhere. Hospice, that's what it's called. Thank you. She came out of the hospice, but really just to go home to die. But she was alive for a long time. People thought she was getting better, but she really didn't. it escalated quickly. It got to a point where it looked like it was better before it got worse, which is what happens in this game over and over again. And she meant a lot to me, and I got really, really close to her because she never abandoned me. My parents always abandoned me, though. My parents didn't want me. My mom left me when I was 7. My dad, you know, he said, one day I will never forget when he said, and it wasn't that long ago. Well, it was about like 5 years ago. He said, "I'm cleansing my hands of you, finally, once and for all." Because I was that much of a burden to him, even just for living. He was an alcoholic, abusive father, terrible person overall. Just awful person. And you know, I was just like, one day, you know what I did? I told my father, and I kind of poked the weak point. So this is kind of about that thing that happened with Eddie. What happened was he poked the weak point with Eddie by saying, "Eddie, have you gone nuts?" And that's kind of a soft spot for him. He poked his psyche, and that was enough for him to turn and start shooting and firing at him. Well, one day I was kind of like, it was actually 2 years ago, I think, driving around with him, trying to build that bond back and make amends and kind of have this relationship, this father-son relationship. And I was like, he's like, such a bad father. And I was like, I know. He's like, really, you think so? I'm like, yes. You were awful. You were a terrible father. You weren't ever there for me. Never really fed me. Didn't give me clothes, and everything was terrible. And you were verbally abusive, looking for someone to pick on, to like vent. You know, if you're having a bad day at work, you go into my room just to take it out on me. And you did this day in, day out, drunk or not. I don't know how much you remember. I told him all this, and you know what? He stopped talking to me. I poked the weak spot in his psyche, even though he just told me he was a bad father. He heard it from me, and that's all, and that was enough that hurt. Hearing it from me, it was enough for him to, like, that was it. It's like he even said it himself, but was he ever really thinking about it? He says it, but did he think of it? No, he didn't think about it until I told him. Even though he was admitting it, he didn't think about it. I made him think about it. And that hurt, thinking about. He couldn't accept the blame, went into denial, and decided to stop talking to me because I might bring it up again. And he doesn't want to think about that. And I bet you, to this day, I haven't talked to him much since. He sits at a bar, getting drunk. Well, I guess not now, you know, with the way things are with the coronavirus. But, you know, he probably sat at bars, getting all drunk, sloppy drunk, drinking whiskey, and talking about how, you know, he's like, oh, it's all my fault, you know. I wasn't a good father. And then, you know, the fellow alcoholics next to him would be like, no, you were a great father. You didn't do drugs. You know, you made sure that he had, you know, I guess a roof over his head. And you know what? He probably they fed into this denial, and he was probably like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I provided a roof over their head. Over his head. I sacrificed a lot for him. And, you know, I bet you right now he's probably believing a totally different story. I bet you he went from I'm a bad father to, no, I'm a good father. Because, you know, it's easier to believe. Yeah. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate the hugs and stuff. And Guitar Lock, what'd you say? Aw, Mel. So yeah, losing my grandma was like one of the hardest things for me. That was at 17 years old. And, you know, I after that, I felt like this. I felt so alone. Anyone who ever lost someone would feel like this inside. Right? So, Duke, how's it going? Welcome. I read your message, Heather. Oh, So yeah, it kind of helps when I tell you my personal stories, you can apply it to this game. A lot of things in life help me. Well, won't you look at that, Mr. Hyde with the 6 months of love. Mr. Hyde 1888, thank you for the sub and 6 months too, total support. I appreciate that very much. Well, you know, every time I do think deeply about my grandma, and I have to think deeply, I do get really emotional. Yesterday, I got to talk about her. I feel a little bit better. I vented some. Yeah, thank you, Guitar Lock. I became wise through other experiences, right? Through perspective of others. I got to analyze people. I've always been so curious. But not only that, but you know, my dad was in the Air Force, right? Military. I moved around a lot, and I had to meet a lot of different people, and I got to meet more people probably than anyone here. I've met a lot of people, and because I feel like that helped me to really kind of understand psychology, is meeting and analyzing other people, which is why I kind of feel like I understand this game now. Because it wasn't until recently too I had to meet the right people to understand this game. And yeah, what is relevant, Kadaji? You mean what I'm saying? Oh my god, his balls were the size of peas. I'm not telling that story again. I told it yesterday. Don't want to talk about it. Death does put things in perspective these days because of the ensuing chaos, even more so. And like I said yesterday, it's not so much about death. Loving the stream, Fungo. Probably gonna sleep to your voice. Sounds good, Duke. Have a good lurk. It's not so much about death. You know, someone doesn't. For me, the loss that I had to really get over was like, because I moved around a lot and I never really got to keep long-term friends, right? It was really the first time I actually started to build relationships with my friends, and I got like a best friend, right? I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. You know, I years building this relationship with a best friend. And at 7 years old, I had to move. And my grieving and the pain that I had to kind of come to terms with, even though I could never forget and I could never let go of the name, and no matter how much I searched to try to find the name of the person, of the friend when I was 7, I could not, you know, it was hard to let go. And one day I just had to, that was the loss I had to experience because I had to move and lose my very first longtime best friend. And after that, I've been so cold about every time that had to happen again. And it had to happen many times over after that. So trace these steps, right? So it doesn't have to be death, it just has to be like something like that. Something else I have trouble with too, is I had a cat. And the cat was the most affectionate, loving cat in the friggin' world. Her name was Mushu. I moved to Maine on an impulse, whatever, right? I went to Maine, and I wanted a friend, so I got a little cat, Mushu, from, you know, she was a kitten, a little tiny kitten. And I had her for like years. And we had this bond like I've never had with any other cat. My dad, because I was in a financial stump, I lost my car because I got into an accident with a snowplow, and it destroyed my vehicle. It got towed because I got caught driving it in a state that shouldn't be driven. I named her Mushu after the whale in Futurama. You know, the whale. And Mushu, you know, whale biologist. I knows them when I sees them. Whale biologist. Well, anyway, I lost my job because I didn't have a car. Because I didn't have a car, I couldn't really simply drive anywhere. I called up my dad for help, even though I've been trying to get away from him for the longest time. I called him up for help. And what'd he say? He said, I can help you. And I was like, honestly, I'm at a loss here. I don't know what to do. I need a car. It's expensive where I was living. I was in a tourist spot. Zombie girl, thank you for the follow. And he told me, I have 2 cats. And I don't want another one. He's like, and I don't care how long you stay here, but you have to get rid of your cat. And I was like, oh my God, the hardest thing ever for me was I had to do it because what other choice did I have? He had this rule that I get rid of the cat if I needed the help, and I needed help. I had to get rid of the cat, and I did try to fight back on it. No, he didn't care. I had to get rid of the cat. So I gave the cat up for adoption. I went to a humane society, kind of a place where you take animals and they get adopted. Sometimes they get put to sleep. I had the in a cage, taking her in the cage. She was crying. And it really hurt the hardest when I set her down and I said, "Is there anything I have to fill out?" No. Really? No. Just leave her here. That's it. You can go. I was like, really? Just I have to go now? And I looked back at Mushu, and she had this look of just terror on her face. Like, I can't, you're gonna come back, right? You know? You're not abandoning me, are you? I will never get that out of my head. And to this day, I wonder if Mushu is even still okay. If, you know, she got adopted or not. If she's even alive. It hurts, it pains me every time I think about it. It's, you know why? Because it's like, what hurts the most is not knowing. Right? If I knew simply where she was, if that she simply lived a nice life or whatever, if I just knew, what hurts is, this is relevant too. What hurts is not knowing whatever happened to her. Left it there and never saw her again, and she probably wonders the same thing. Mushu's like, where did he go? Why did he leave me? But, you know, if I just simply knew what happened to her, like she died, I could get over that, you know? I know she's dead, okay. But it's like, I don't know if she's dead or not. Kind of similar to Angela, what she's going through. What she's so caught up with is the fact that she doesn't know whether or not her mom or whoever is dead. As an arsonist, sometimes you don't really have obituaries or any direct evidence or any confirmation that you got the person you're trying to get in the fire. And so I kind of understand Angela and what she's going through, because I miss Mushu greatly. I miss her, and I wish I knew what was going on with her. If she's still alive to this day, that'd be awesome. I have pictures of her if you want to see her, but it was she's painful to think about. Mushu is really hard for me to think about, but I have pictures of her as a kitten if you want to see her in the Discord. I'll post them after this stream. Here's a link to the Discord. But it's those pictures that I just kind of want to avoid, and because they stir up these painful memories, and I miss Mushu a lot. Best not to post them. I guess people don't want to see her. Why do you think that is, Vin? I'd like to know why you guys think it's a good idea not to post them. Because in a way, wouldn't that be death denial if you don't really get over it? It's pain that's necessary, though. You guys don't understand. It's necessary pain. Because, you know, that's what makes us human, right? So we're all going to experience loss at some point in our lives. Nothing ever lasts forever, right? Nothing ever lasts forever. Press a switch, but nothing happens. I think acceptance is important, but then again, it's your choice, right? Like, you got to think about it this way. James, this is his choice. What happens in the end? What does he want? You know, for his ending, does he want to move to the acceptance stage and like just be like, okay, she's dead. All right, what can we do now? You know, that problem I cannot fix. Where do we go from here? I'm okay with it, guys. It's a pain that's necessary because I don't want to forget her. I think it's always important to remember. I'm fine with it. But it's like, I guess that's why I see a lot of people really think the in water ending is the best. Is because, you know, like that kind of comes to show when you guys say don't post it, don't post it. It's like, you know, I wouldn't. It's like, you know, the in water ending is kind of that depression. Let's not think about it, you know, and just keep hurting every time it pops up whenever something reminds you of it. It's sad though. Yeah, really, Alley Cat? So, you know, you could lose a dog, you could lose a cat, you could lose a friend, but they don't necessarily have to die. So, you know, that's kind of something. See, death is something I feel like I could get over with. I could get over. It sucks, right? But at least you know what happened. What's hard is getting over something you don't know whatever happened to that person. You could tend to obsess over the fact that you don't know whatever happened to that person, like my best friend. And I used to look him up on Google, look him up in the phone book, look him up everywhere. I tried many different spellings of his name, and I thought I knew his name. But it's like, this person don't exist. And I'm like, did I make him up? Did the person ever really exist or not? Whatever happened? Well, think about all this stuff when you see Angela. And her obsession is, well, she doesn't know whatever happened to those people. Did they die or not? I mean, she's so much in doubt. Angela is so in doubt about it that she's starting to question the events of her father, right? Now she's like, I don't know if my father's even dead anymore. Because, like, I don't know about my mom or brother, and now I'm starting to question my father, which I have a newspaper saying that I killed him. I don't even know if he's still dead anymore. He could be still alive. Oh, look at this. I got a tip. Threw me $5. Cornholio Cast, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. No, I really do. Thank you. I want you guys to know I do definitely appreciate everything you do. Even as small as a host or, you know, like a recommendation or, you know, follow would be nice. I do a lot of lore runs, but I do speed runs and I do fun runs too. Casual stuff. So just, if you're watching and lurking and you're not sure, I don't just do depressing streams. We need TP for our bunghole. You know what? They should have a can of toilet paper, right? It is so beautiful. Rusterminator, welcome, by the way. Gochu Monster, let me provide some detail advocate here. I'm prior Air Force. I've lived all over and worked all over, and I'm moving again. It's not easy for anyone, but sometimes you do what you have to do. Well, there you go. You do what you have to do. But do you ever get over it? No, you don't. It's, you know, if you leave and then you lose contact with someone, it's gonna bug you. Especially if you're close to that person. The streams are not depressing, they're a good experience. Well, thank you, Heather. So, you know, you see this waterlogged town, right? And you're leading up to Angela. You kind of waterlogged the hotel. Everything's underwater. You see the fire marks right above where we think the fire took place. We're starting to suspect the fire was started down here somewhere. We're going to look for that direct evidence of the fire. And Angela is obsessed with, well, she's an arsonist, but she's obsessed with finding the answer. That's what she wants, is the answer. Not so much that she wants to kill anyone. I mean, she doesn't necessarily want to, she's hell-bent on killing her family. It's more so that she just needs that answer, like, you know what I was obsessing over. You finally got some stability. Feels nice when you get stability, right, Real Fader? When you actually get some stability, it's nice. That's what I've been searching for my whole life. Now I feel like I've got some a little bit. But I want to move still. So, you know, I still have yet another move to make. And I'm going up to read some of the chat because I missed some stuff. Just give me a second here to kind of catch up on this. Just chatting. Music. There we go. I did miss some chat. People have some big kind of messages, like Yomi Ichmoy and Odd for Life. Welcome, Odd for Life, by the way. Dealing with loss is tough, yet builds a lot to our person. Exactly. Could I be here the way I am today if it weren't for all that, you know? Right? Pain is part of the healing process. Thank you, that alley cat. Just wanted to read those. But yeah, catalytic geisha. Yeah, it is nice. It's like, ah, yes, I can settle down now. I will never go back to that. Whoa, look at this! New patron. Well, that was a $5 patron. Holy crap. New patron. I gotta find out who you are. Who is it? I don't know who did that. I don't recognize the name Aiden. It's never an easy choice, but you do what you have to do to take care of those most important to you. That's true. You make sacrifices for your loved ones. That's important too. I have a similar situation because, you know, relationships aren't one-sided. Like Guy C he talked about in this playthrough of Silent Hill 2. Very similar. Resterminator. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Zombie Girl also followed earlier. I did mention that. Oh wait, you had a message? I'm gonna read it. A little something for your great stream. Keep up the good work, buddy. Doritos chip. Oh, that was Cornholio Cast with the $5 donation. Oh wait, I guess the patron thing isn't in the list. Oh, here we go. This has to be refreshed, probably. Yeah. So I'm gonna read your message. Catalytic Geisha, you said, I have a similar situation regarding loss. It was with my old best friend, and one day she called me and said she didn't want to remain my friend. I never gave an explanation until how I recovered from deep depression to this incident. And sometimes they don't realize that what they're doing to the individual doing something like that, you know? Like I never really realized, you know, leaving a lot of my friends, if they probably were scarred too, you know, by my loss. It was 2 years after she broke it off with me. Sometimes I wish she never gave me that explanation, because at that point it didn't matter, and no barring on me getting over it. I don't know. I guess that's, you know, that's something some people can get over. Everyone deals with things different ways, Catalytic Geisha, you know? Like some people would be able to get over that, some people wouldn't, you know? And some people have, you know, you have different ways of going about it too, getting, you know, healing. 2,000 channel points for. That's me. I'm Aiden. I'm really enjoying your stream. Well, thank you, Frenchie. Frenchie with the $5 patron pledge, which gets you in the exclamation mark Patreon command. Hey, Frenchie, do you want me to put you down as Aiden? We got a really important scene to watch here, but I could do these little things for you real quick. I appreciate that $5 sub. You would be in that list of the Loud and Proud. I'll put you at the end of that list because you're new. Here we go. Thank you. I do appreciate that again. See, what Patreon, I'm using Patreon to kind of like help upgrade these streams. That's what the Patreon's for. Yeah, that's right, guys. Did you know? We had like a live stream playthrough with Guy Sihi, but that was a long time ago, before I became regular on Twitch, a long time ago, about 6 years ago now. And he talked about how relationships, this game right here is about relationships. You know, relationships to your peers, relationships to your family, relationships to your loved ones. It's about relationships and how they are not one-sided. Like, you gotta make sacrifices for the ones you love. That this game is, you know, is better understood after, you know, after a loss of some kind. So, you know, like, you know, like, it doesn't have to be death, but, you know, a large breakup helps because you can relate to James a little bit better. And a lot of people do relate to breakups, but, you know, these long drawn out kind of breakups or loss, you know, things that went on for a long time. I had a breakup that lasted like 3 years, and I was in so much denial about the relationship that it was perfect because I wanted it to be perfect. I wished it was. I was in so much denial about everything that she wasn't happy, I wasn't happy, pretended things were happy. And on the outside looking in, everyone thought we were the happiest couple in the world. Because we projected this, what is this? This image of success, which made us look really good. And then you got like, 3 years of up and down. And that is kind of what you need to better understand James's story. The ups and downs of a relationship that's going to eventually end, and you know it, you just don't want to talk about it, or you really don't want to accept it. And denial works that way. It's a way of protecting you. Like, it's like, I have the perfect relationship and I don't want to lose it, but is it really that perfect? It's like, no, I don't want to think about these bad things. No, it's perfect. Yeah, that's right. It was just a lot of projection that made everyone kind of blew their minds when the relationship eventually ended. In fact, when it originally ended, people didn't hear about it, and it ended for a while, and then it went on for a couple more years, ended, and people were mind blown. Like, I thought it was a perfect relationship. What happened? So, back to the game. Blew my mind. Yeah, Kata Hajime knows what I'm talking about. And I don't want to mention names because, well, gotta be careful. So, yeah, let's talk about Angela, though, because she's important right now. She's important to this story. How'd we wind up back here, though? I started going backwards. It was hard, though. Getting over that denial to the acceptance. You're going through depression. You want anything to offer you some sense. There's that sexual frustration, right? That too. But you want anything to really like kind of offer you solace and get you out of that terrible depression feeling of, I'm not happy though. What can I do to make myself happy? And keep this relationship intact. And then, back to the relationship to Angela. Angela is like me with my best friend in Mushu, the cat. That we are obsessed with the fact that we don't know what happened to these people. Whether or not they're dead or alive, I don't know. Things go through our mind all the time. We don't know. That's what it is. Yeah, those Halloween sofa streams were good times, Kata Hajime. Things are a lot different now.
For you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can.
This shows how delusional she is at this point in the game.
Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you.
So why is there fire? Now you understand, right? It makes sense.
I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
And why in the hotel? Well, makes sense. Where is this hotel? I mean, where's the staircase in regards to the location of the hotel, though? I don't think the staircase is in the hotel.
Hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
Yeah, there you go, Vin. You're using inference then. I like this camera shot right here. This shot.
No. Don't pity me.
It's breaking the fourth wall, by the way. She's staring at the camera directly. She's looking at you because you are James, and James is you.
Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain?
I failed Mary. You made me think about that. Now I'm sad.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that for you. Sorry. See, he's sad. Look at his, he bowed his head.
Give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Sad. So, it's pretty much been confirmed. Well, what path she takes is pretty clear to me. But Master Ito did pretty much confirm. Oh, by the way, Serial the Wolf. That's kind of part of what was going on with that relationship, too. That was part of it. So, what's going on here is she was sitting here staring, admiring her work. She's looking at the truth that she knows her father's dead. That's her father. That's a representation of her father. I've always imagined, in my theory, that she was standing here, kind of gazing blankly into a painting of him. Here in this long hallway in the Lakeview Hotel, possibly. Possibly it's a nightmare version of the Lakeview Hotel. Sitting here gazing long, like, she knows he is dead. She knows that. And she also knows, well, this is her brother right behind me. Yeah, that's her brother. So one represents her father, one represents her brother. She knows both those are dead. The only one she doesn't know is her mom. And, you know, she may have killed a brother while preceding the events of this game. Or sorry, not preceding. Preceding? Prior? Yes, it's like a door. But, you know, it's obvious that it looks like the monster of hers, right? Abstract Daddies kind of looks... I always thought that, but it's flattened. It looks a little different. Because it's from the front. The Abstract Daddies are from the... You see the back side. This, you're seeing them from the front side. Well, she knows her brother and father are dead because she's looking at metaphorical representations of what she knows is true, that they're dead. And that she has burned down countless places as an arsonist. I wish I could go back up and read a lot of this. That image is so messed up. It's a female chimpanzee covered in a sheet of skin. You can sort of see the face, but only the clitoris is showing. So disturbing. It gives me heavy Francis Bacon vibes. You know that for a fact, Lee Chown? It's supposed to be that? Well, Master Ito said like one is her father and one is her brother. So I don't know if that's legit or not. I always love this song too. This is my favorite song. Actually, it's on the breaks on my Just Chatting screen. I made a remix of it, synth pop. Yes, that's right. Alley Cat, we'll talk about that after the lore. After this explanation of everything that's going on. Well, we know for a fact that her father was stabbed to death. in a fit of passion and rage. But we never really knew what happened to her brother. But she knows that he's dead. I think that kind of suggests that. I don't know what proof she has, but she kind of knows. She's just in denial the whole game. Like, mother, oh mom, it really is you, mom. I'm gonna click away, so I'm gonna play this song. So it's like I'm still in the room. I'm gonna play it and talk some more so I can keep up with your chat. Which song? Theme of Laura reprise. Here it is. It's gonna take a while to load up. Ito said it, and I do believe, I've always thought, always. So I'm saying, I always thought that represented her father. I didn't know about the brother one though. But I thought they were both like a representation of her father being dead. That's what's important. It represents her dead father. And that she's kind of looking longingly into it, like, you know, she knows it, but she's still looking. Which is like, you know, the point. She is so delusional at this point of the game that she's willing to believe that someone who looks like James here, someone who looks like this, could be her mother. Like, seriously? Like, how do you confuse this guy with your mother? That's how delusional she is at this point of the game. And they kind of look like they have blood in their crotches, yeah. I don't know what's up with that, but it's kind of messed up, right? Ava Love TV, welcome. How do you know that she killed her father and that she has a brother? She talks about him, and there is a newspaper that says something about that. When we first met her, she said she's looking for her mama and brother, yeah. And she's looking in a graveyard, which shows her doubt, right? She's looking in the graveyard for her mom and brother and father. What? You know, it's confusing, weird. You just kind of like brush it off and keep moving, right? So you kind of assume it has something to do with death. That they were dead or something. That she doesn't know. She doesn't know. It's pretty beautiful, isn't it? This OST song. This song called Theme of Lore Reprise. Now, if you try to look at the map, I don't have a map of this area. I think it does, Vin. I mean, I was gonna say that, but you know, it's all up for you to decide. You decide what it means. I don't have a map of this area. Well, it doesn't really make sense in terms of where it is, because there's another staircase here. Well, this is a delusion of hers. She's having a nightmare, and you just walked right into it. And when she, you know, she kind of goes up the staircase slowly. And what happens at the end? She does the robot. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. No, that's... She actually goes up there, and I don't think they realized anyone would do out of bounds to the camera. So they, what someone did was an out of bounds, moved it up the staircase, right? Alley Cat, I'm talking about it. And we see that she walks up the stairs, stops, bends backwards, and to the side. Like a robot shutting down. And it's my personal theory that she was a robot the whole time. That she was just turning off. Like a robot turning off. Whoa, this mood lighting really looks like I'm in the room. Looks like I have the fire glowing off my face. It's artistic, right? Moving, relatable. It has everything, every element that you need for a masterpiece. And everything kind of connects together. Everything's like, you know, it's like poetry. Everything kind of goes together very well. There's a common theme. There's like so many beautiful elements. There's elements like fire, water, that you know, everything's metaphorical while also being interpretive, and you know, everything's being literal at the same time while being metaphorical. I mean, that's like a genius thing to do. How do they do it? You know, Angela's side story would make for a perfect, Silent Hill game to see her side story. Because, you know, she's the most mysterious character. I'm sure it would make for a great side story, like a whole new game, just through her perspective. So we can kind of see, it doesn't have to be the same timeline as what we're seeing now. Like, it would be nice to at least see her Silent Hill. Say she came to Silent Hill in the past and she kind of goes through maybe when she murdered her father or something. You know, you don't have to run into James. But that would be cool to see what she's going through. But you're never gonna know, because you know what? The point of this is, it's a personal journey that Angela, no matter how anyone will try to explain it, even Angela couldn't put into words. It's a personal story. And that only Angela knows what she is going through. So I think it's kind of important that we never know. That we just kind of admire what the work that Team Silent did here. And just kind of leave it at that. Because it's, you know, we'll never know. She's going through all kinds of things. And she's a beautiful character and very mysterious, but I do think she has killed the most people. You know, she's in so much doubt that she has burned down a recital with 436 people just to get that one person that she's not even sure is there. Perhaps she knew that the person was there, that her mother was there, and she burned it down just to get her mother. I mean, that shows to what great lengths she wants to get her. But it's like, when you don't have that direct evidence, she never got it because it was never in the obituary. She looked through all the newspapers obsessively looking for that obituary just to get that confirmation she got her. But when she never got it, well, she started to doubt the others. Did I ever kill my brother? Did I ever kill my father? Did that even happen? She knows they did, but now she's starting to doubt everything. She's spiraling downwards, spiraling. And at this point in the game, she's so delusional, she's willing to accept James could be her mother. We don't even know how many countless places she's burned down just to get her mother. And this is just one of the last places. Whatever her ending is, it's whatever you want it to be. I don't know how she killed her brother, but I think this is confirmation that, like, she has killed him. We just don't know how she killed him. It's never told. It's never said explicitly, but I believe she knows. She said in the dialogue, "Mama, now you're the only one left." So that's how I know. So, you know, there's no telling how far this is gonna go. You know, when is she gonna stop committing arson? She went to the Lakeview Hotel, set this on fire, I think, prior to the events of the game. I think what we're seeing is her returning back to the Lakeview Hotel after it's been hosed down, just to see, because usually arsonists return to the scene of the crime for evidence, to see if they got revenge or got the person they wanted to get. And perhaps we're seeing her return back to the Lakeview Hotel at this point. And she sees fire because, well, you know, that what is an arsonist's greatest fear is that they don't have an exit and they get caught up in their destruction. And that's kind of what she is. That's an insecurity of hers being manifested in this scene. So Angela is a sad character. I feel bad for her because we can all assume that, yeah, she probably committed suicide. That this was the end of the rope for her. She went everywhere. She looked everywhere. And she's tired. Even Laura says, "I'm tired of running." Which kind of, you know, everyone kind of connects like poetry, you know? Right, Heather? She's trying to get him to stay away. Maybe you should stay away. Why? I never thought of that, Heather. That's a good example. Like, why is she telling him to stay away? Because maybe she just set the Lakeview Hotel on fire and she's like in the graveyard now looking for evidence. And she's like, maybe you shouldn't go that way. That's pretty smart. And you know what? the scene in the prologue, when she turns to look back at her destruction of the fire that she set, they took it from the graveyard scene. So it kind of has a timeline. Hey, Duke Magus, lore run, interesting. Been a while since I've seen one. Well, we got done talking about all the heavy stuff now. Yeah, she went back to the scene of the crime, and even then, that wasn't enough. I bet you she got her brother, though. I bet you her brother was staying here. That's my theory. There's no evidence, but, you know, I could say probably without a doubt. Because she says, Mother, now you're the only one left. Well, that wasn't the case not too long ago. I don't know. Perhaps she came here, set her brother on fire, set the place on fire. It was hosed down a year ago, came back and found that evidence, which remained, for some reason, remained here, that she got her brother, and she got that evidence, and here it is. And that's why we run into her. Hi, Fox McCloud. Yeah, lots of stuff we're thinking about. But, you know, now we're looking for that direct evidence of an arson, because now we're going to be walking out into that area that I told you to keep an eye out for. Keep an eye out for this. We need to see if this was the point of origin. We gotta find out, like investigators, because they were very particular about details, that they would actually have a point of origin. And I did notice that too many you know, things that indicate that the fire was started in the first floor in the employee area. I guess she could fear him being convicted of her crime. That's possible. Yeah, you should stay away so you don't get pinned for this. Right? This game's about circles. Going in circles. Purgatory. Going in loops. Never getting better. It's purgatory. So you gotta keep that in mind, that she may just go back right through denial and just keep repeating or keep offending. She might keep doing it forever and ever and ever. Who knows? Forever. Yeah, that's right. In the puzzle near the room where you fight her monster, it talks about how a stranger enters town and is convicted of arson. Jack, wow. So yeah, the riddle that is tied to Angela, closely tied to Angela, talks about how a stranger was walking through town and got convicted of her crime. Maybe maybe that's supposed to be like, oh, James, you better watch out. You might be in trouble after this. Yeah, ask your questions. Perfect time to ask, because, well, this is a place to start talking about everything, because, well, everything starts to unwind from here on out, and I might not have to talk so much. No, my James stories are intersected with other characters within. ADM Tukowski, it's because their psyche is manifesting upon the town, and they are like poetry in the sense that they all did something in you know, similar, that they're all grieving, that they all murdered someone, and that they're all kind of going through different steps. But here's the thing, they all are going about it a different way, you know, and they also help inform the player. Because, you know, it's through other perspectives we inform our own, so that we can find out whether or not we're doing the right thing. Like, it's affecting, subconsciously, it's affecting our gameplay, learning all this story. It's like, I kind of sympathize with Angela, so I'm sad. Now I'm sad, and now I just don't want to be playing this game anymore. You get the in-water ending. Yep, Hollywood says it. So yeah, that's evidence right there. She says she's looking for her mama and her brother, right? In the beginning of the game. Her father, mom, brother. She says she's looking for all of them. And then now you get fast forward, what happened during that time? She came back to the hotel and found direct evidence. She knows now that her father, because I guess flashbacks helped her overcome the trials, and she understands now that she did indeed kill her father. Maybe she came back to the Lakeview Hotel now and she saw that her brother she did kill her brother. So she found the evidence of those two being maybe the gravestone. I don't know. But maybe she found evidence. But now she's like, my mom's the only one left. So it's like, what happened during that time? She found the evidence. It's her perspective. We will never know what she found. Catching up, guys. Goddamn protagonists and their manifestation ruining this town, right, Fox McCloud? Am I behind? No, I'm not. Yeah, that's right. This is an unreliable narrator. That's another thing you got to keep in mind, is that he is seeing things through his perspective. Only her perspective is manifesting, and they're kind of blurring the lines. So, you know, their perspectives are coming in contact with one another's. Why? Well, it's metaphorical and it's literal. Because he's literally being informed of her perspective on how she thinks it's better to run and to kill herself. Suicide is the answer. And he's being informed, and he's seeing a manifestation of her perspective at the same time. So he can kind of see a glimpse of what she's going through. Man, it's hot in here. Guys, is it hot as hell in here, or is it just me? Are you hot too? Feel like I'm burning up! Is there a fire? Oh god. Oh god, I think my stream room is on fire. Oh my god. How do I get out of here, guys? Duke Magus, I'm gonna get to your message now. I always interpreted this scene as she's distancing herself from James because he was the only decent man she ever knew after being abused. How do you know that? She doesn't know that. She doesn't know he's decent. Brother, I don't remember the. But now she sees herself as part of the bad people and set herself to erase everything. Sending James away was her last act of. No, I don't. Well, that's a good interpretation, I guess. That doesn't really fit my interpretation. She doesn't like men. Period. She had a bad experience with them. They've always abused her and molested her, and they're all the same. She said that. All are, you know, you're all just the same. I don't think she relates too much to James. She doesn't really give him much time of day. I don't really think she gives much crap about James at all. I think, actually, Angela's pretty self-centered. She's really just focused on herself. And... I like that quote, Catalytic Geisha. Thank you. It says, it gets you thinking about that stuff in your subconscious. But it's not the same, because now it's in your conscious. And you're thinking about it. Silent Hill does a lot of things where they kind of want to make it so that you're not thinking about the stuff, that you're not thinking about the stuff that is meant to work on your subconscious. Well, Eternal, thank you for the compliment. Dang, what was the quote number? 20. Unless you're looking for another one. What else did I miss? A lot of people talked at once and I have to catch up. Okay, I'm catching up. I was watching my favorite streamer and his bug zapper set his room on fire. It was great. Are you serious? This is a lit stream? Well, we haven't vaped enough. I mean, all this smoke inhalation, why not? We're gonna die soon anyway. One day we're gonna all end up dying. He didn't abuse her on the spot though? No, but she still don't care. He's like, oh, she's like, oh, you think you can love me, take care of me, heal all my pain? Or maybe you hated her. You know, she makes all these assumptions about him because she doesn't really trust men. Just plain and simple. Don't trust men. Done with the sad room. And now we're in the waterlogged room. So what sense does this area make? It's not anywhere I know of in the hotel. Where is there along long staircase, it was a nightmare manifestation. Wasn't really there. It wasn't any known part of the hotel. But it was a representation of the hotel and what she did there, burning it, setting it on fire. One day we will all die, but today is not that day. I love that thought process, Fox McCloud. That's why I'm gonna vape up a storm. So now we're looking up. We're looking for evidence. This is where the crime, this is very close to where the fire broke out. Look at the map and boom. Now we suspect the employee lounge. That the fire started right there. Let's see if that holds true in the evidence of the crime scene. By the way, it's a crime scene. First, we're gonna take a look over here because, well, ampoules, get your ampoules here. That's right, everybody, get your ampoules here. Ampoules here. Because, well, we're gonna need them. I have been taking a lot of damage. I feel like the other parts where the nightmares overlap are like that. What does this mean? Oh my god, there's a lot of inference here about, well, maybe a fire took place here. Oh, look at all the smoke and the fire alarm has been pulled. Actually, no, that's not the fire alarm, is it? That's actually for the emergency shutters. You can crank it. Like in Resident Evil, you use a crank. You teach it to wheel. And then you turn it, and then the shutters come down and block the fire. Actually, the fire alarms are around here, though. Here's fire tape right here, blocking off this part right here. This right here is the fire exit, which you can assume this is the exit she took. When she set the fire and ran, she ran this way, through the fire exit. So, did the fire break out in the employee lounge? Well, look at the door. Yes, look at the door. Look at the burn marks. Right here is the employee lounge. Look at the warp of the door, it's warped. What happened was the door warped. And the fire blew out, it had a flashover. The fire blew out and started burning, the hallway too. But it looks like it broke out between rooms more so. You see that the fire did scorch the walls. But we can't really see for sure. Maybe another camera angle will help. We can't really see from here that the fire started here. In fact, it looks more apparent to me. What about this area? And look at this. It says, fire department, do not cross this line. And it looks like it was just recently hosed down, right? It was hosed down recently. In fact, where did the fire break out? Look at the evidence. Gotta keep looking. This part looks really burned. In fact, it was so burned that there's no walls left. What room is this? It's unnamed. There's no name. What room was that? Was this the source of the fire? Well, I don't see many burn marks on the walls, but why is it destroyed like this? That's right, Jack. That's what I thought. The fire started in the employee lounge. What was missing? One of the curtains was missing. What was interesting about that room? There was a curtain hanging right above the heater, which, by the way, the heater, if you go back there with a flashlight, you have to go out of your way for it. Go back there and you can see a message on it. It says, Johnny the Heater. He's one hot guy. And is that like inference? Are they trying to tell you through in a subtle way that the heater was responsible for being too hot? Heater too hot! Did she do something? Did she tamper with the heater to cause the fire? Did she set a curtain on fire with the thinner? What happened? I don't know, because we can't go in the room to find out if she used the heater in some way. We haven't seen James's monsters in a little while. They were underwater right before under the water right before the burning staircase scene. So I think it's the employee lounge still. Yep, the employee lounge burned down. That's where the fire started and it spread. But it didn't spread far. No, it didn't. And the floor above it has a lot of smoke. So I think what happened was she set that on fire because someone very close to her may have been staying in one of these rooms over here. One of these rooms. Someone was staying in. Not over here, we don't see any fire damage over here. But we see that Angela was staying in one of these rooms. Angela was staying in one of these rooms. So she got a room, right? Stayed over here, made sure to get on the other wing that she was, you know, the place, an area that she wasn't gonna set the fire. She made sure to stay on the opposite end. Someone, her brother, probably her brother, was staying in one of these two rooms. And right below that, she purposefully planned this. Right below that is where she set the fire. Employee lounge, 217. Her brother was staying in room 217. We can pretty much infer that through the evidence. So maybe she didn't really necessarily use the heater, but she knew it was an opportunity. And she is kind of a person of opportunity. Now here's the actual fire alarm. Lots of inference that says fire, fire. Okay, so a door opens from the office into that room. You mean this one right here? The manager's office one? Yeah, I thought that was weird. Actually, we can kind of look on the other side of the wall of that office. Yeah, over here, you kind of like come up close to the wall. On the other side of this wall is the manager's office. Yeah, you could go through the game several times and that, because if you're not looking for it, you don't know what to look for. Then you wouldn't be able to kind of like piece all this together, right? You got to think of it like from a detective standpoint, right? You're piecing together the evidence, you are just gathering all the circumstantial. This is circumstantial evidence, which wouldn't hold up in court, which is why I would never say for a fact this is what happened. But like an investigator, this game is full of detail, and Team Silent were detail maniacs. Might as well go ahead and piece up all the evidence. Why Angela went to the hotel? She probably thought her brother was staying there. A year ago, by the way, was when it happened. That's what I would think. There you go, Dexter. So yeah, we can infer that probably 217 is where, well, when you go through the, oh my god, I just realized something. This is awesome. I'm gonna hold on to this. This is awesome. You're gonna love this epiphany I just had. What do you do when you go through the door of the, what happens when you go through? Oh god, this has to do with Angela, by the way. What happens when you go through this door in this nightmare after watching the videotape? You go through this door, you teleport out the other side. You teleport out of 219. I think that's a direct connection to that room. You go through the door, teleport out of this side, out of this room, which probably, and I bet you if you go through 219, you teleport back out. I don't know, I don't remember. I bet you teleport right back out of 202 because those two rooms are tied together some way. Angela was staying in that one. Someone else was staying in 219, which was probably her brother. And I'm gonna go back through this area after I beat the game and get whatever ending we get. I don't know what we're gonna get. In water, I'm hoping in water. Hopefully we get in water. So I think 219 that's the evidence you got. That's the evidence. Is the fact that those two doors are tied together. I never thought to look at that. I thought that was just some weird thing, right? No, it actually does kind of help tell you through inference that you really have to think about. Yeah. To say the least, Ryan DeBeardo, meticulously planned out. So we're going to try going back through 219 and see where that leads us. Because I know you can go back through it. I just don't remember. If it takes you right back out of 202 or 201 or something, takes you right back out, then you can connect those two rooms together. You already can connect them, but it's even more evidence, right? So there you go. If I recall correctly, you are right. Why, did someone else talk about this? This is my theory. I just came up with it. Yeah, Heather. And, well, what room is important to James? 312. Also, the observation room. Where you get to pet a cute doggy. But what's important to Angela is on the other, it's kind of like a mirror image. Yeah, they're exactly a mirror image of each other. She goes, you know, like one door, we got evidence that she says that she was staying in that room. And that she did start a fire in that room, by the way. And, you know, arsonists sometimes, you know, they just start a fire and put it out just to see how it works. You know, if it works. If they could set something on fire using a certain method, she tested it out with the curtain. She wanted to see how flammable the curtain was. And so that led her to kind of think of using the curtain to start the fire. She meticulously planned out this fire. When she's an arsonist, but she's also, you know, like, clever. And she's hell-bent, you know, to plan in advance all this stuff. Hell-bent on getting revenge. In this game, like many others, it's not about looting to get new things during the gameplay, but it's more about exploring and discovering areas and details. Like taking a look at a canvas in art. It is art. It's like an art museum. Yep. Unlike other games, this is honestly a new medium of art. They saw video games as an opportunity to kind of weave a story. You know, they could take advantage of poetry and write riddles in the game that are very, very well written. Take advantage of using a digital, you know, entertainment, something that you could play, and take advantage of that in the way that they could kind of like craft it like art. Because, you know, players are looking at it, they're interpreting it, and while they are fully aware of what you're going to be seeing and doing and how things are going to influence you subconsciously, and they're just kind of they use this as a new way to tell a story. And they kind of they thought out of the box, because I don't really see anyone else doing this. People will claim, oh, this is just like Silent Hill 2. No, I've not played or seen the game quite like this. And I wouldn't even say Silent Hill 1 or 3 are, I mean, they're close, but they're not quite on the same level as Silent Hill 2. By the way, this door is out of place. It shouldn't exist anywhere. This door is on the map though, but where would it lead? If we're on the second floor, no, we're on the first floor. Okay, so it would be like a back door exit. If anything, it would lead out to like the garden or a maze outside. So this door would lead out into, you know, just to outside. But when we go through the door, It's kind of weird. We'll show you. Okay, let's look at that, Dexter. And then I'll see if you're right. 202 leads to... That's wrong. 219? Oh, there you go. 219. 219 leads to 220. Okay. What about 220? Is it locked to 207? Well, that's still a direct connection. You go to 202, which is the room she supposedly stayed in, and come out the door. It's so interesting of the one of probably where the person was staying. Her brother, I would assume. Well, thank you. But then you go back through 219 to get the... I don't know if this is true. 219 to get to 220, which is just across the hall. Ah! There's the hanging guys. I don't have that much health. Actually, I do. Huh, I got a lot more now. I should take more damage, because this will help me get the in-water ending, taking more damage. Hey, look, who? Oh, thank you for the follow, Dual Gypsy. I appreciate that follow. Thick-legged enemies. Heather goes against itself. Yep, they kind of took this enemy and made it a walking enemy. But they are very different. Trust me, they look a lot different. Their arms and everything, they've been remodeled, redesigned completely. But they look similar, yeah? Technically called mandarins. Yes, they are. They're called mandarins in Silent Hill 2, and I don't know why. I think someone explained to me why mandarin, but I don't remember. We gotta show the game how suicidal we are, right? That we're crazy. We're on low health and hanging out around here like we're crazy. You could shoot them and they will fall. So let's do that. You get to see them fall into the abyss. Because the mandarins represent us. I mean, like that. These monsters are supposed to be different from 2 and 3 because they represent James's. They're James's monsters, and if they had the same name, well, if they have the same name and they look too much the same, it just wouldn't be. It wouldn't work. By the way, hi Soviet Drunk. Sorry I didn't greet you. Let's try to get him here. You can see him fall here. Oh my god. Ah! I don't like the rifle. I hate the rifle. Hate it. I'm gonna look back. Here we go. Okay. They're hanging in there. That's right. I'm gonna change. Oh, wait. By the way. Remember that letter that's disappearing? It was just a blank sheet of stationery? Well, now look at it. After watching the videotape, now look at it. There is nothing in the envelope. Right? It's slowly disappearing because he made it up. The enemies of Silent Hill 3 are so related to Heather also, just like all the enemies in 3. Yep, they are. I think, honestly, I still have not determined, Heather, if Silent Hill 3's monsters are Heather's or if they're Claudia's. I tend to lean towards Claudia. It's weird, isn't it? I don't know why they would be, though. But yeah, They did say that, like, the clothes are a representation of what mall walkers look like. Wouldn't that be something like, you know, that Claudia would see them as? Maybe Claudia sees people in general as monsters, because all the people in her life has done nothing but hurt her. All right, we're gonna get a close-up of this shot. Let's hope it works out. Oh no. I can't aim. It's hard to hit them, but I want to show you what it looks like when they fall. I love Evil Within, but not the Evil Within 2, that piece of crap. There they fall. Goodbye. Hey, James. I'm gonna get them when they come by. I don't know what's taking so long. Hurry up, Mandarin! I got some game to do. Alright. Can we do it? Come on. Ow. Oh my God, James! Thank you! I just found a bunch of balloons down here, and they're all floating. Oh, you should come down here too, James. You'll float too! What? You can actually hit you? Yeah, they hit you with tentacles that come out of their mouths. Mouth arms. Mouth arms. Tentacle. Mouth arms. I'm gonna use the shotgun. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I hated Evil Within 2. It was too generic. It was too much I don't know. I just bad. Evil Within 1 is a psychological horror, by the way. And I think that a lot of people don't like it because, well, I guess it's too disorienting. But you gotta go back and give it a second look. It is one of I was surprised that it became psychological horror. I wouldn't say Evil Within 2 is a psychological horror. I mean, it tries to be. Alright, so here would be a good time to save. Just, you know, be safe. I always say that. Now, why 9 save points? Why? Why 9 of them? Well, I mean, isn't it pretty much just telling you that you should really save, like, times 9, like, save? I mean, this is a really big deal. You should save now. That's what it's saying. I think that's what all it means, really. That's all it means. Is that, like, this is a big moment, James. You should save. And, like, I mean, there is probably more to it. 9 squares, Saturn, God of Wisdom, whatever you want to interpret it as. I just think it's like save, dummy. Right. There are actually monster related to Heather also. Yeah, there are some. And then some Claudia, you know, it's weird. So, we've delayed this way too long. So let's move forward. We're doing this now. Oh boy. Hungry eyes? You know what's interesting? What right after this dialogue, I'll tell you.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. I needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
So, take a look at the map. Where are we? How'd we get here? How'd we get here? We are literally right on top of where the music box was. That was probably intentional. You loop around, you come back through, it's illogical. And now you're right on top of where the music box was. The same music box that represented gathering people's many different perspectives. And finding the key to the truth and the path to your, what path you want to take is determined by those perspectives that all kind of blend together and form your character, right? And you're right on top of that where the seal of Metatron is, which you could, it's whatever you want it to be, I don't know. It's just a callback to maybe Silent Hill 1. And you think about the dialogue too. I was weak. That's why I needed you. Someone to punish me for my sins. Well, it's all over now. Now it's time to end this. Who do you think he's talking to? Well, he's kind of talking to everyone, but more importantly, he's kind of talking to Maria. He's like, oh my god, she's dead, but he's like, yeah, I know. She's not real. I was weak and I made you up. Hey, Immortal X Brea, welcome, how are you doing? I was weak, and as such, I made you up. And I needed you. But now it's time to end this. He's talking directly to Maria. Yeah, you missed a lot. It wasn't so much about the Pyramid Heads. The Pyramid Heads wasn't because he was weak. What is Pyramid Head again in my interpretation of this lore run? Pyramid Head represents James's rage. His blind rage. Look, they're blind. And they do nothing but they're instinctively all they want to do is kill you. They represent his blind rage. They were manifested just like how his rage is manifested. They were manifested uncontrollably. And they were inspired by a painting he might have seen in the historical society. Like a lot of other things, like Maria, she was probably inspired by a poster he saw of Heaven's Knight. Like the poster in Silent Hill 3. The Return of Lady Maria. You know that one? That probably inspired Maria. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff that's going on in his psyche that we're seeing through his perspective, in some way was inspired by the events of his life that transpired. Influenced him in what he's seeing. I read your thing, Vin. I mean, like, if you want to, you know, that, it's okay. I mean, like, it's your interpretation. I just didn't want to dwell on that for very long. I'm kind of in the middle of something. But I read it, Vin. Brador, teach him the wheel? What do I have? I know, I could use Angela's knife. Oh. No. Examine? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Take this! This'll teach you. This'll teach you the wheel. This'll teach you the wheel. Oh. This ow! It's not working. Hold on. Gotta take one of these. Yeah, bad boy. I got a bad boy in my. I got like drugs in my system now. Let's teach it the wheel real time now. This'll teach you the will! Oh god, he's shifting hands, of course. Take this, this'll teach you the will. This'll teach you the will! Take this! Oh, I gotta do better. You can tickle him? How sweet. I'm kind of blocked though. What do I do? How do I get out of this? Oh no. Whoa! I'm cornered! Help! I have never had this happen to me. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. What do we do? Oh, this will work. Yeah, that'll work. I'll use the spray can. Let's get him out. Let's get out of this. Take that. Oh. Yeah. Suck on this. Ampul's not working very well. Oh, wait. They moved a little bit. No, no, no. Ow. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. Ow. I found some hope and then it was dashed just like that. But it kind of shows my suicidal nature, right? We might be influencing the in-water ending more than we think. Hey, one poke on the butt. Destroyed shirt, welcome. How are you doing? Optimal 969, hey. All right, we're gonna try this again, but you know, better. We're gonna do better this time. All right, here we go. I love that move. That's a cool move. He spins around and does the barrel roll. New ending? Well, we're probably gonna get the in water. I've been like crazy suicidal. I've read a lot of memos indoors. I've looked at the knife countless times. I avoided the Maria ending for the most part. But we might get Maria. There's a possibility of that too. I don't think we're gonna get leave. Whoa! Sweet! I'm not getting the Rebirth ending yet, but we're gonna get one ending and then we're gonna cry. And then we're gonna get the other endings. I can at least get 3, and I'll try to get 4 in one playthrough. And in the future, I'll be able to probably do more than that. Ow. I'm not doing so well. Because I know just how you have to play to influence the ending. I usually get the ending I want. I haven't been trying, so I don't know what ending we're gonna get. But based on what I think we're gonna get the in water. Or Maria. I hope not Maria though. I can speedrun this game in 46 minutes and some seconds. I have a speedrun record. It's not a high record, but I can speedrun pretty fast. But thanks for asking. When I'm doing a lore run, you wouldn't think I could speedrun it really well. Because I tend to act like I don't know where I'm going. This rug really brings the room together, does it not? Lochner. How's it going, Lochner? Hope you're doing well. About 8 hours. Thanks for reminding me, everyone. I should put a cooldown on that, honestly. This is supposed, by the way, this fight is supposed to go on a very long time. Why? It's supposed to wear you down. You're supposed to feel really worn out by the end of this. Because while overcoming denial and, you know, overcoming this truth is really difficult. And this is a representation of, you know, what he's going through in his mind. And it goes on forever. And it really runs you down. Can you look at the door? It's locked. Okay. Can I exit? Can I leave? What does he say? I can't run away now. Oh, I missed. Oh, you hit the other one. Oh. It's supposed to wind you down. Yeah, I'm gonna do at least 4 endings. I mean, like, if I can. We'll do one real ending, whatever ending we're on track for. I don't know what that would be, but based on how we've been playing, I'm guessing in water. And then we're gonna get the Rebirth ending. And then we're gonna get the dog end. Actually, no, we're gonna try to get the whatever. I'm trying to get the either Maria or we're gonna get the leave ending. So second time we're gonna try to get one of the other endings. And then I'm gonna do Rebirth, then dog. Damn. So if Pyramid Head represents represents James's blind rage. Well, here's another thing. Why are there 2 Pyramid Heads? People have asked this. What is the purpose of 2 Pyramid Heads in this part of the game? See if anyone can answer and see if I, answer that. Maybe someone knows. You could throw some thoughts out there. Why are there 2 Pyramid Heads? 2 doors. Okay, that's Vin's thoughts. Hey, Shelves and Cheese. Guilt over Eddie's death. That could be it. Shelves and Cheese. I mean, like, he did kill Eddie, and they could be a representation of the 2 people he killed. Very good, Shelves and Cheese. I like that one. I haven't really thought about it. But I like Ultimate Shadow. I like that one too. Welcome to the chat, you two. There, they're done. And then they impale themselves like a pyramid head is supposed to do. Like the executioners they are. But they kill themselves, then T-pose. Why? I kind of had this revelation in the last lore run. Someone figured it out for me. I think I don't know who exactly. It might have been Snow Orchid. I don't know. Snow Orchid's all smart and stuff. Yeah, rage grows. I believe that this represents his 2 victims killed out of blind rage. Because in a way, even though he was defending himself, he killed Eddie. And that's maybe why it duplicated. Or, I don't know, one represents Maria. 2 sides to the coin, right? Well, maybe not in the metaphorical way, but you got Pyramid Head doubled. And Maria just died up there. One of them represents the blind rage of him killing Mary. And the other one represents, I don't know, Maria too. I don't know. T-pose to assert dominance. They kill themselves because, well, they realize, okay, you have suffered enough. That's basically it. This boss fight is about wearing you down. And you know what? To top things off, you don't even get the satisfaction of killing them. They kill themselves. I mean, like, that's what I do in an online match. I'm like, you can't kill me. Hello, thank you for the host. I appreciate it, American Idiot. Oh, you're sleepy. Well, you're gonna love this then if you're trying to fall asleep. You can even draw a rectangle triangle of their shape. Oh yeah, you can. Their heads are on the mark of Sam, or on the seal, but they are kind of in the way. I think that they're supposed to be a representation of some deity, but then again, I don't know. That's a theory out there. I don't know if I believe it. But you got to think about it. Voltiel is from the neck down. Voltiel has the same body as Pyramid Head from the neck down. From Silent Hill 3. And Ito did confirm that. And it does look the same, and I always recognized it. I saw it right away when I saw Silent Hill 3's trailers. I saw it. You know, and Voltiel is a big part of the story in the sense that he is one of the Silent Hill gods. Voltiel. So Mel said, well, brown blood is normally old blood. Yep. That is one way of looking at Mel. Looking at it. I'll take a look at it. We're going to theorize this, but it's whatever. It's interpretive. Earlier, we got 2 coins, right? Remember when in the hospital, right before Maria died the first time? What happened? Because, well, yeah, he learned his lesson, right? So, Kata Hajime. So, what happened is we picked up 2 rings. Rings symbolize commitment. Rings symbolize an attachment to someone. These 2 rings, one was a spider and kind of vivid, more vivid looking. Copper. It was made out of copper. The other one was a bloated, disgusting face that was made out of something like lead. Okay, here's the thing. Those rings, I figured out, do represent Maria and Mary. One being represented by a spider, and copper being something kind of shiny and new. Having a little luster. Lust, you get it? There was a little bit of lust for Maria. And it has a spider on it, which is kind of like, because she's kind of a temptation. She's a spider. She's that spider that's tempting you. Like Pennywise in It. Pennywise is a spider deep underground. But he goes out there and on the surface looks like an innocent clown. It's kind of like that. And then you look at the bloated, disgusting face one. Well, that one's lead, heavy, like a burden. It represents Mary in her death. So you got 2 rings, one representing Mary and one representing like New Hope, something that he has to aspire for. Someone that can replace, he can rebound with and replace Mary with. And then one that represents a past he can't forget. Can never forget. This might have the same kind of meaning. And that was at the halfway point of the game. It's like, you know, poetry, it rhymes. That was the end of one chapter. Then the end of this chapter, you get two items, which represent 2 people. By the way, it does say in the game, Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. Rust-colored egg. Scarlet egg. Rust-colored egg. It's about the size of a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. About the size of a quail's egg. This is about the size of a quail's egg versus it's about. That's interesting. Well, anyway. Well, what color is, like, I guess I would associate pink with Mary, right? Rust-colored. She's old. Mary is like the past. So rusty, right? It kind of looks like the color of Mary in the photo. This photo. Rust-colored, being old. And then you got the scarlet egg, which is bright, colorful, and the color of Maria. That's her colors. So one could represent Mary of the past, and then Maria, which is the false imaginary friend he came up with. Or it could be what other people were saying. One represents, you know, Eddie. One represents Mary. Eddie isn't symbolized by red, but the red could symbolize blood, new blood. But I would think that this is old blood, new blood. I like that theory of Mel's. I do like that theory you guys are kicking around, but I'm not really sure if it's Mary and Maria, if it's Eddie, or if it's both. You know, a lot of these things. Let's see. Let's go back up a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't matter which door you open, you just go up to it and use it. and they pose kind of like a bird. Yeah, I had, okay, so you want me to tell my story about the pyramid head baby pyramid head theory, right? Yeah, the baby pyramid head theory, that these were like eggs. That's how they reproduce. They lay eggs and they hatch, and little baby pyramid heads break out, and they're like, ah, yeah,
Daddy. Why you know? Mama. Daddy.
Do you think they come out with like spears and everything? they have a little baby spear when they come and when they hatch. I mean, it's like the cutest theory ever. I love it. I honestly want that to be true. That they're like little dinosaurs or something. Oh my god. This production value? Heaven swift, thank you. If you take the right path in the labyrinth, you miss the second pyramid head. You don't want the great knife, you miss both of them. Yeah, you could miss the great knife. That's an optional item. Oh, there are 2 pyramid heads in the labyrinth, you're saying. Maybe they already were there. They were in the labyrinth before killing Eddie. But that was after Maria died, too. So maybe it spawned immediately after Maria died. It spawned another one. Maybe one hatched out of a quail's egg and was like, didn't deserve to. No, I don't know how they can. Kojima! Kojima! Thank you, Kojima, for making this brilliant game. Okay, I'm done with the left track. Yeah, we're dead. Yes, left. Wait, okay, stop it! I can't decide. My emotions are conflicted. Thank you, 168 bits from Snow Orchid. You, the bright, the brilliant one. Just catching up. I am reading all your chat. Don't worry, guys. I am. I do catch up if I have to.
Mommy, I'll give you this. Please wake up, son.
Is that what the little baby pyramid head would say? A coffin.
Mommy. Mommy.
I don't need this anymore. It's just the corpse now. Yeah, I love all the different perspectives. I'm not gonna bring them all up, of course. Yeah, Siri the Wolf. You know, like, I'm sure they all had their downtimes. You know, she does say in this hallway sequence, by the way, she says, well, she kind of goes into this conspiracy theory about how they just want to kill her, but maybe not. There's a round indentation in the door. Whichever one you want to use goes in there. It's your choice. Just like how this theory of yours, whatever you want to believe these represent, they represent something. Whatever you want to believe works. I'm not gonna say no. I mean, like, I may not necessarily agree with all the opinions, but, you know, I try. And that right here is a face. You know what it kind of looks like? Kind of looks like the face Mary made when she had a pillow pressed hard against her face. And that would be the face. I mean, that right there could, you know, when you suffocate someone with a pillow, there's evidence left behind on the pillow, like fluids, body fluids, tears, drool, saliva, runny nose. Like what you would see in a pillow that might have suffocated someone. I think that's what that is, actually. I think that's Mary's face. And it's one of those things that's really meant to throw you off. It looks like a ping. Whatever you want, I guess. Now it's time to get sad. And kill ourselves because, well, listening to this hallway conversation influences the ending, too. Why would they put that door here? Like the Mary face? And not after watching the videotape? Because he was worn down and now he cannot deny it. He's seeing direct evidence of the pillow that he suffocated her with. I don't know. Just a theory. It's possible, Ransky, that's more complex than that. Wearing makeup while died? That could be it. Destroyed shirt. I just read that. Yeah, it looks like makeup kind of could have run the eyes, too. Yeah. But, you know, she didn't seem like she was wearing makeup. But that's, I've seen, like, you know, pillows that people have used to suffocate someone. Like, you could see patterns like that. If you kind of, like, dust it with some, like, charcoal dust, you can see that on a pillow that was used to suffocate someone. It looks kind of like that. Well, thank you for the follow, Pixel Paradise. Well, I don't know why I used that voice. Pixel Paradise, thank you. But I'm sad, and I want to perpetuate my sadness.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Welcome to the chat. Pixel Paradise. Sad moment. I can't go back now, though, can I? It kind of shows that, well, this might show the game that, I don't know what it will show the game if I go back. Like, I'm still in denial, maybe. What part of the hotel is this? Oh! Well, it looks very different now, don't it? And that long hallway right here doesn't make sense. Oh, Victorian XD. It does get pretty scary. I guess Maria's gone now, as you guys were trying to tell me. Maria's gone. What? How could her body just disappear like that if she was real? Wouldn't you see someone else, if anything? If, you know, it was someone, a real person that was like, maybe James thought looked like his wife? Looked like someone else that was up there? No, she just disappears. Which kind of tells me that, like, she was, and I do feel like because she dies, comes back, you know? Yeah, that was Monica Taylor Horgan. Fantastic performance. Believable, too. So, you know, you go through this, and then you don't have a map anymore. It does Ultimate Shadow. Like the deepest story ever told in a game. It's art in a playable form. And I don't know any other game that really I could say that about. But I could say is like, you know, it even has poetry. It's written like a book. It's like a painting with lots of focal points and inference. You know, it's art in playable form, and it's probably the best art. It's gonna go down in history as probably like, I don't know. Go down in history as like the Mona Lisa or something. This is the state of James's mind right now. And that he's climbing up, literally and metaphorically climbing up to the truth to find out what ending he got. Yeah, this could be a variation of Nowhere. That's more so the labyrinth and the prison of this game is more like Nowhere. In fact, I feel like those parts of the game are entirely a nightmare. Like Alessa's nightmare in Silent Hill 1. He is imagining the prison, he is imagining everything after that in the labyrinth, and then he encounters people. I really do feel like he's not imagining those encounters. But they're all in their own minds. They're outside time and space. There's no going back, James. You must confront the truth.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria?
Well,
Maria?
at least you know.
I'm done with you.
At least you know we're not getting the Maria ending. Definitely getting in water.
But I can be yours.
Like I planned.
I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad.
The in-water ending's the saddest ending, too.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary.
No, James. I won't let you.
Thank you for the follow.
Never let you have your Mary
Oh,
back.
jeez. Well, Jet 16. Oh wait, no, not Jet. Jet. Jash. Oh, 36. Close though. Might get confused. This right here is Mary. Well, look at the symbology here. She is spewing moths. Spewing moths. Which are... Mary represents moths. Maria represents butterflies. That's why. It kind of represents old and new. Undesirable. And death. And, whoa! This represents Maria, dead, on her bed. Looks kind of like a nun to me, sometimes. You strafe to avoid her. Whoa! There goes all my health. Boomer! Ow. I think the in-water ending is just so sad because you have to witness Mary dying in his memories of that. So you get to see, you know, his more correct memories of what really happened. Still just the memory and not quite correct. Dialogue does change based on the ending. And you know, it's really hard watching and witnessing the death of Mary from his memory. I imagine it would be hard to think about. Oh boy. You got me. Yikes. This is the final. I'm gonna die anyway. Why take an ampoule? That's it. This is what we're gonna do. And I'm turning off alerts in case anyone wants to give me a trophy. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I might... The game might be, you know, this is the enhanced edition. Maybe I'll get a trophy for killing my dead wife. Again. But we're gonna have to teach her to will. Teach her to will. Take this. Hold on. Hello. Oh, I missed. Maybe. Did I get the trophy? Yes, I got the trophy. Take this. This will teach you to will. Thank you for the trophy. I don't feel good about it.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
Notice how you have to kill her. You have to put her out of her misery. That is a very good thought. I like it, Serial.
I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer.
Yeah, by putting her out of her misery at the end, you have to accept that you're the one who killed her.
That's not the whole
No, that's not the whole truth.
You also said that you didn't want to
You
die.
also said that you didn't want to die.
The truth is,
Part of me hated you.
hated you for taking away my life.
I think this is...
Killed me, and you're suffering for it.
But this shows that he's in some denial still.
Enough, James.
Well, maybe not. He's maybe not.
James.
Oh no.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
Wow, that was beautiful.
In my restless dreams, I see that town.
I think this is the more correct ending.
Silent Hill.
I mean, if I had to choose one ending that would be canonical, it'd be this one.
Meet me there again someday.
But it is up for you to decide.
But you never did.
Hey, sounds like the letter he started off with, which, by the way, disappeared from my inventory.
I'm alone there now.
I didn't point it out, but it did.
In our special place.
That letter disappeared.
Waiting for you.
The letter and the envelope disappeared.
Waiting for you to come to see me.
Get some sleep, Dexter. I'm gonna still play. I'm gonna get other endings. Don't leave. Well.
And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you.
Sleep well, Dexter.
Something you'll never forgive me for.
Sleep with the fishes.
I wish I could change that. But I can't.
Hey, Fox McCloud, you know she's not breathing now.
Pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James.
I like Matthew Jamian's. I like that Matthew Jamian.
Really want me to come home.
It's hard to tell. They're really just different perspectives. Which ending is the real one?
I can tell how hard it is on you.
Matthew Jamian, I hope I get that ending. I'm gonna try for it right after this.
I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Or maybe I just disgust you.
Because, you know, he's in the Leave ending, he does what she asks. He's dedicating his life to her by adopting Laura and...
When I first learned that I was going
do what's best for you, James, she says.
I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time.
Oh, he did care.
And I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you.
This should bring him some peace, you know, this letter.
Even though our life together had to end like this.
You know, a letter like this does help.
I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful...
Oh, you're taking off, Ransky.
Together.
Well, you have a good one, Ransky. Thank you for hanging out.
Well, this letter has gone on too long.
I agree with Matthew, too.
So
it's just a conflict between the two.
I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you.
I was going to show that.
I'm gone.
Check charisma.
That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me. But I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
That's the part that hits you in the gut. Hell yeah! Wife's dead, are you sad? Oh hell yeah! Wow. Yeah, everybody, we did it. We got a host from Alexandra. Welcome, Alexandra and crewmate, among others. Welcome to an exciting lore run. Not the conclusion, but the conclusion of this part. We have to see the other perspectives of the other endings, so it's not over yet. Look at these names. Thank every single one of them. Well, thank you, Frenchie. No, I appreciate it, everyone. Yeah, Monica Taylor Horgan was, Oh my god, I tried. Well, did you take a looky at that coffin, 777? Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs out to the community. I appreciate that. That was really nice of you. We're gonna get a wheel after this, but I'm rocking out. So, Coffin gifted out Son Beto. Yeah, another wheel cat action. Gifted out JFang5510. Let Me Live Gaming. Oh my god, don't make it any worse. Huge Candy Squids and Twisted Particle. Thank you. Angels Thanatos. Oh, and Xanix, I don't believe I said hi. Maybe I did really briefly. Hey J Fang, enjoy the sub. I like you. I like the hype emote. Love your hype emote. I think I know the guy. Oh wait. Which is, oh my god, it was sad. You have to stop and go, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be sad again. Ooh, that was a sad game. Are we gonna teach something to Will then? All right, let's do it. I missed the chat. No, I didn't. That hit kinda hard. I'll be back when I get back. Need to walk after that? Oh, okay, Cole. Yeah, I understand. If you guys just need a little break, it's fine. We're gonna have some fun though. These are the enhanced edition credits. Look at the list of names of people that were pulled together for the mod project. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people, and people that don't necessarily like Silent Hill. They were kind of recruited because, well, they know stuff. They know how to do stuff. So there you go. That's it for the credits, and special thanks all over the place. This is the credits for the Creature Labs. Oh yeah, I think it is unmuted. What are you asking, Cat Hajime? Yeah, command audio's on, it's been on. Frozen Fish, oh. Yeah, I saw something, I heard it and it sounded like Silent Hill. That was pretty cool. Yeah, losing yourself in thought. Yeah, I can understand that. It's definitely far better than the PCSX2. Well, look at that resub. Yeah, baby, an eternal enigma. Hey, wait, damn it. Hey, wait, damn it. Thank you, Eternal Enigma, welcome. We are looking at the special things for the Creature Labs port of this game. But this is the enhanced edition end of a lore run, and it's good to be seeing you. Very good. I'd give you a shout out right now. You could shout out, you know, Enigma. Everyone knows Enigma. I raid you all the time, Enigma. Raid you all the time, but you can get a shout out. Kata Hajime will do this for me. I hope everything's well with you. We just got through the game. It was an emotional roller coaster. It's life. Such is life, right? I'm glad you're doing well. It's, well, what's Saturday? You don't normally stream Saturday, do you? You can consider it the day off. That's a pretty picture. I don't know where they got it. I really don't. Well, this doesn't include all the times I've died and had to replay the game over again. What? Pixel Paradise has a birthday. 4 days this week? You're old and tired? I know how it feels. I can barely even do 3 days a week. It's rough. Especially when you're doing a lot. I'm going to go through Silent Hill 2. We're going to see about the other endings because, well, it kind of helps to see the other endings and kind of the dialogue changes. They are very different. We're going to try very hard to get the leave ending, which is, I think I can influence the game to give me it. But if we don't get it, if it's water again, well, we'll just get like Rebirth ending, which I can get. And then we'll get the dog ending, which is my favorite ending and probably the canonical one. Because we all like to think that maybe, just maybe, a dog is behind it all. And that's pretty cute. It's cute. So here we go. We're going to just rush through and hopefully get the leave ending. That's what I'm trying to get. Also, we want to take a look at evidence that we kind of... Oh yeah, and I just thought about it, guys. Since we were on that topic about Angela, right? About how I think she stayed in this room right here while she was committing her arson act or planning it out. This is the room she stayed in. And I believe all the evidence kind of like, leads to that. And over here is possibly over here was where the victim was, or who she was trying to get with the fire. You go through this door and you wind up coming out of the door of probably the victim. You turn around and go through that same door. You actually wind up on the other side of the hall. And how interesting, think about it. How it always leads back, no matter which door you go to, leads back to the victim's door. That's what I was gonna say. If you just keep pushing forward, never ending. So it's always leading you back to the door. That's the importance of that, the teleport. I knew it was going to be something. You go through this one, which is unimportant. You go through that one, and you wind up in room 207. You go through room 207, you wind up in 204. You turn around, you're back to 207. They go back and forth. So you get lost if you take any other door. But you take this door, which you would assume you're taking Angela's door, right? You're going into Angela's room, the room she was staying in. Now you wind up here. And if you turn around to go back through the door, which is important, you wind up going in a loop, always heading towards that one door. Watch out, there's a gap in the door. And I believe, like, okay, this was the thing I thought of when I was on break. And if she started the fire, Johnny, or was it Johnny the heater? He's one hot guy. Here's Johnny. If she started the fire in the employee lounge from the heater with the curtains and maybe some incendiary device like something flammable like thinner, which we do encounter, we pick up thinner, and I believe it's hers. If it started here, well, then that suggests she had to have been an employee of Lakeview Hotel, right? How would she get here if she wasn't an employee? I feel like I've always had this theory that, you know how she's looking at the painting and during the flaming staircase, right? She's looking at what I thought was maybe a painting inside of Lakeview Hotel. It's some hallway, I don't know where it is, but it's something that looks like a Lakeview Hotel. It's a nightmare. But I feel like her father or her brother possibly worked here. Probably her brother or her father or something. And she worked under them, and she worked as an employee. So it's like, why would she be looking into what looks like a painting of her own father or brother on the other side? Perhaps Lakeview Hotel was a family-run business. I don't know. That's a theory. Something you could probably bounce off me and see if we can make sense of it. But she had to have been an employee. Because no one... That's why there's 2 maps. And that is really important. This place doesn't show up on the guest map. She wouldn't know this unless she was an employee. She wouldn't know about this area. So... He was a lumberjack. Okay, so then I guess it would be more like maybe her brother. Yes, thank you, Eternal Snow White. It could have been more like her brother. I don't know. Either way, she worked here. That's all that matters. And it's like, And then she stayed in the room, of course, you know, so she could commit the act and run away real quick. And Ping is here. Well, I'm not like over theorizing and being wrong. I'm just bouncing ideas off you guys. It was just something that I was like, well, Evangelist started the fire, which, you know, the trail of evidence led up to that. And a lot of people were here with me when we led to that theory, because we kind of just followed the trail of breadcrumbs that Angela left behind. We kind of like came to the conclusion that she started a fire here in the Lakeview Hotel. She was an arsonist. She is an arsonist. I'm just getting plenty of items because I know I'll need it. And this is the scene we encounter her in her nightmare that she's having. Where? The hallway in the Lakeview Hotel. Someplace out, you know, that she's kind of dreaming up. Not a real staircase, it looks like. But she, is seeing fire. Well, an arsonist, well, Silent Hill does project one's insecurities, one's fears. It projects, well, you know, her being trapped in one of her own fires. Now we continue forward and hopefully we get... you know, a lot of people are like, this is some really good stuff, Fungo. Did we get 700 sub points yet? No. I was like, maybe we get it 4 sub points away from 700. And then it's 100 away from 800 for another emote unlock. And then we talk about this door, how it's the only door that's warped open. There was a flashover, usually doors warp when you could see that at the source of the highest heat point. The point of the most, like the more heat, you do see evidence of doors warping and the fire kind of like booming out, which is probably what happened. And she had it all planned. You do see right here, right down here where you cannot access, there is a fire exit right there. Oh, does it? Oh, it kind of looks like 69. It does say 69. 69. Yeah, a lot of detail, Filthy McNasty. Well, it is, you have to look at it like a crime scene. This game is very detail oriented. It has a lot of detail because while they want you to build like an investigator at a crime scene, they want you to be able to piece all these little details together and kind of build some sort of thing. And I do believe she kind of escaped through there, took off and escaped. And you know, in the prologue, you see her doing that, Heather's Yellow. In the prologue, you see her running through the Lakeview Hotel from what looks like, I don't know, a fire that she might have started, running, and then looking back to watch the fire, gawking. They reused the part in the, when she goes lost, they kind of reused that a little bit. But you know what? It isn't the same. It's actually a new render. So we have to do this now. This part, can I speed it up any? I don't know how to do this part anymore on the speedrun tech. You know, I was on track for the in water ending. Let's see if we changed it. Last time I tried this, didn't work out. You need to basically get like, you know, let's heal more than we need to. Maybe it'll help. It won't let you. I know there are ways to influence the ending, and there is a way to change the ending. So I won't delete this save. It's hard to really get a save where you could change the ending. Just by not listening to the headphones and stuff. Running through this hallway without listening to it is one thing. In fact, you could pause the game and skip it. Watch.
Mary?
What do
you... Oops! Don't ever go into your menu when you're listening to that, because you will skip it. Oh yeah, you're a little late, James said. We're on our way to another ending just to see it. But better late than never. That's my motto. Alright, here we go. We're gonna strafe because, well, that works better. Works better than trying to run up normally. Brighter than never? Never brighter. Or right on time. Exactly, the party might have just started. She's still by the window. I don't really know what's gonna happen. Let's see. Oh, it's a different ending, guys. Different ending. I believe it is.
When will you ever stop making that mistake?
See,
Mary's dead. You killed her.
See how easy it was for me to just change it like that?
It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Oh god. Oh god, help. Teach it the wheel? Okay. Slow working. Wants me to teach it the wheel. Maybe I'll get a trophy too. Take this. This'll teach you the wheel. Or maybe take this. This'll teach you the wheel. And take third time's the charm. Teach you the wheel. No, fourth time's the charm. Take this. And maybe I'll get a trophy. Am I gonna get a trophy for killing my dead wife again so we can celebrate good time? Yes! Trophy! Trophy. Thank you again, Snow Orchid.
Mary?
It's not changing, sorry. The stream deck, look, no hands.
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
The leave ending.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way.
See, I think either ending works.
I wanted my life back.
The dialogue tells me leave and in water are both valid endings. They're both canonical.
If that were true, Then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
And she died peacefully. And
James,
is she dying peacefully?
please. Please do something for me.
I hope this is not what COVID looks like.
Go on with your life.
She says, go on with your life. I feel like they're both valid endings. The both of them we got.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill.
To skip or not to skip? Well, I know, 2 times in one day,
Be
right?
there again someday.
But you have to see what comes after. If I skip it, you don't see.
Well, I'm alone there now,
Last time, though, because the other 2 endings, they don't have the letter.
waiting for you.
I know it's sad. If you guys want to make it happier, you could use alerts. I turned them back on. All alerts are back on.
But you never do.
Hey, Farrad.
So I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that.
To get the Maria ending, I would have to do a new playthrough.
I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you.
I feel like the Maria ending is...
Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about
my tortilla pain.
how unfair it all is.
Yeah, I really don't think the Maria ending is canonical, and I think no one would argue that.
He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better.
Yes, you're right, Eternal Snow White. So, you know, Maria is a legit ending, too.
My last chance.
I think Rebirth is a legit ending as well.
Even so, I'm glad to be coming home.
James had knows what's up.
Terribly. But I'm afraid, James.
So afraid.
I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home.
No, you're ugly.
Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me.
I laugh in the face of adversity.
Or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that.
Heather is right, all the endings are canonical.
When I first learned that I was
Easy enough.
going to die.
And I like to think the dog is the wizard behind the Wizard of Oz.
I was so angry all the time. And I struck out at everyone.
If I go crazy, then will you still be there holding my hand? If I'm alive and well.
That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know
I
this,
think I got it
James.
backwards, the lyrics.
I'll always love you.
That always hits the feels right there. That, among other lines, but that and the one at the end.
Our life together had to end like this. I still would.
If I'm dying, will you be there holding the pillow?
We had some wonderful years together.
With your superhuman might, suffocate me.
Too long. I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead.
Too bad.
I can't tell you to remember me.
You see what he did, though? He kind of blinked out the letter and only chose to remember the parts that he liked.
To forget.
That fits his narrative, right? So the letter
These last few years since I became
didn't exist. It was inspired by this one.
I am so sorry for what I did to you. Did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing.
She knows her place.
That's why I want you to live for yourself now.
Well, that's what he's doing.
Do what's best for you, James. James. You made me happy.
Aww. And then he goes, okay. Imagine. If that's what he did. Okay. And then he walked away. Adopted Laura. Happy times. Right? Happy times.
And they lived happily ever after. Within the TV overlay. TV overlay is life, life, life.
Whoa.
That was some pretty sad stuff. But I like that ending, don't you guys? But then again, as you get older and you learn more, and you kind of your opinion on which ending is canonical changes, right? Oh God! Oh my God! It's zooming in. I don't know when it's gonna stop zooming in. You know the deal, right? They hit the power button and get me out of this. I'm not laughing anymore. Okay, get me out. It's closing in. I don't know. It's like suffocating. No breathing.
It kind of pauses once in a while. I like that ending. Why? He's doing what Mary wanted, right? Oh, relevant clip. That clip is the first time I ever did that. Machine Kid, how's it going? I saw you earlier. We still have many other endings to get, but they don't have the letter in them. Because who cares about all that? You can't read these names, I'm not letting you. Heather. Yeah, you got my email. Uncanny, isn't it? I got new glasses coming in. I'm gonna try them out on stream sometime. I got new sunglasses. And they were like $3 sunglasses, so I didn't have to spend a whole lot of money. You like this shirt? Thank you. I want Henry's shirt, to be honest. I wish I could have his. I don't know where he gets a shirt that looks like that. Hey, I know how to spend my money, Sludgefest. Gotta look flashy and showy without actually spending a whole lot of money. Yeah, $3 shades. Anyone ever heard of Lokes? Well, there we go. Rusboy, welcome. $3.50, just about. It was actually $3.50. I didn't think about that. It was a little over $3 a pair, and I have more than one. It's going to be a lot of variety, all the same kind of style, but they all have different colors. All right, we don't need to see this. Skip these. Skip. We got 2 endings in one playthrough. What? I haven't been able to do that on a lore run. It's nice that I can now. So we can stop save attempt. Actually, I want to see how many endings I got on this save that I did. So we got leave Maria water. No. Okay, so leave Maria water. I only got 3 endings so far in one save. Well, can we change that by getting the Rebirth ending? All right, let's load. Let's get the Rebirth ending. Easy. Easy peasy. Just wait and see. CZ. Yeah, Luke Cage. It's nice. I've never been able to get so many endings in one lore run. It's pretty nice. And now, the radio? I guess the radio still doesn't play. On or off. If you skip the cutscene, you skip that part where the radio speaks to you. Alright, we got a really good... I really like this next memo. So how does he... There's a lot of inference. There's a lot of little things that kind of suggest rebirth or using a ritual to bring Mary back from the dead. There's a lot of like little rituals and stuff. He sees Richaru. He sees the ritual monster who is kind of like, look at this cell over here, right? And then he goes into the cell and he sees rituals that were conducted by the cult from the first game. And then right next to it, he sees rituals about resurrecting the dead. So he has that little bit of inference there to go on. And then he comes in here just searching for an answer. He wants an answer, and he finds the Bible. There's a book here. It doesn't look like it will be of any particular So, like, this is an employee area that no one knows about. If Angela was the one who set the Lakeview Hotel on fire, which is suggested, she worked here. What evidence do we have that, you know, of her having worked here, though? That's what I want to know. There's not really any of that. Here's the, where the fire started. Where Angela started the fire! And it was always burning while the world was turning. Angela started the fire! Right there. Are those shutters? Like metal shutters of a fire kind of covering the windows? The windows are covered by metal shutters. And you can kind of see where it was rigged. Rigged to burn. One curtain's missing though. But right here is the heater. Johnny. It has a name. Why? Why does it have a name? Because they're trying to make it important. You know it's important. Right here. It's from 1 year ago. They stopped updating it. That's when the fire took place. That's right. This game, you cannot simply play once. They kind of expected people were going to play it over and over again. And your perspective of the game is going to change with time as well. It's kind of one of those amazing masterpieces that definitely deserves all the credit that it receives. People are, you know, the appreciation for this game didn't really come through until later. Because when it came out, just like all masterpieces, like The Shining, it wasn't well received by journalists. And when are journalists ever right? They're always wrong about everything. Well, I can tell you right now, they were very wrong about. Well, I think XPlay gave this game like a 3 out of 5 or something, and then later they were like, it's top 10 best horror games of all time, number 1, the number 1 spot. I'm not very good with can openers, especially these. These suck. And it is beautiful. It is art in a playable form. So easy, I could have just loaded the save and done this. But I went to watch the videotape first. So here it is, this is the, what? Why isn't it here? He's looking at it though, right? It's there now! Oh my god, I was clicking on it wrong. Did they change the hitbox for it? He says there's a book here, it won't be of particular use. I moved a little bit, and then he picked it up. Okay, whatever. Anyway, you could call this the Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. The Bible. Because in essence, it is. It's the cult Bible. And, you know, here's the thing. When people feel like they're too weak, right? To kind of like, you know, to get over the death of a loved one or whatever. People sometimes, you know, turn to religion when they are to come to terms with the fact that they're dying or that someone they know is dying. They turn to religion. And that's what the Rebirth ending is in essence, because there are different ways to go about your grieving process. All the endings are different ways to do it. We got the leave ending, which is acceptance, that stage of the 5-point Kubler-Ross model, a theory, but a perfect theory to write a narrative around in a fiction. And then you got the in water ending, which is depression and then suicide, where it leads. You got this one, which represents bargaining. So you got 3 endings there. Bargaining, in water, and leave all represent, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. All 3 of those are embodied in these 3 endings that we're getting. So we're gonna read this. I like it. I like this book a lot. It's my favorite Bible. The title is Crimson Ceremony.
Speak. I am the Crimson One. The lies and the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speak at them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying men, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me, and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies towards thee heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is thee that all begins.
It is thee all begins. Now I'm gonna read it like a very passionate pastor, like really just trying to get everyone to believe this crap. All right, here we go. And now turn to your Bible. Now turn to this verse and passage in the Bible and read along with me. God said, Speak! I am the Crimson One. the lies and the mist are not I, but you all know that I am the one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts heed my words and speaketh them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart. O cup which brims with the whitest of wine. It is in thee that all begins. What do you guys think? Pretty good? Are you gonna go for this religion? It's pretty good. You have to admit, it's pretty intense. I don't mind that. You know, sometimes I get a little bored. So yeah, I would join that religion. Hell, in a heartbeat. Well, here's the thing. It is me, 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 me. Stop looking anywhere else, is what the book's saying. I am the one you're looking for. Because you know, I am the one you are looking for. That's what it says. There is the lies and the mist are not they, but I am responsible for everything. Come to me if you need anything. You know, everyone believes in me. Everyone comes to me, and I can do anything. And if you don't believe in me, then fuck you. No, I'm just joking. It says, you will suffer my eternal wrath. So it's using intimidation tactics here. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. This person, or the Crimson One, this god, is behind life and death. Also, sex. Thou shalt ever call upon me, and that is me in the place that is silent. That's Silent Hill. Call upon me in Silent Hill. If something, the fragrance of life, you just bring me these ritual items, and I will make your wish come true. I'm making your dreams come true. So yeah, like, you just bring it to him, and he will make it happen. That's what that is saying. So you got to think of it like, you know, the real kind of Bible. There's a lot of Bibles, but one, I think it was inspired by a lot. But I think it was definitely inspired by like, you know, the King James Bible, the one that most people are familiar with in America, at least. So yeah, that is basically kind of like, you know, it's reading a lot like the actual Bible. And then it's shipped that way. That's right, Master Kazugos. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the chat. Yep, and then it's shipped that way. Fungo 643. I would love to be in my own Bible. Fantastic. So we got 2 endings in one playthrough. We got In Water and Leave. Can you go figure? Imagine that. I did that, Master. I bet you didn't know you could do that. You can get Leave and In Water in the same playthrough. So I did that. And now we're going to get Rebirth. So I already planned this out. I would have gotten UFO, but I didn't have all the endings yet. So we could have gotten not 4, but 5 endings. The only ending we wouldn't have gotten was would be Maria. So yes, do join the Discord. Thank you, Katahajime. Anyone here that hasn't joined the Discord yet, maybe it would be in your best interest if you did. We have a lot of great people there. The community hangs out there. And also, you may know me from the Real Silent Hill experience. Well, go no further. Join the Discord. Wait, how does that work? What determines the ending that we will play? I know how this game judges you based on your gameplay. And I know that a big, crucial determining factor has to do with whether or not you stay to listen to the hallway conversation, and if you listen to the headphones in the library. Those are big factors. And I just played the game in a neutral way where, you know, I could pretty much get any ending. See, I could have gotten Maria if I would have given her a little bit more thought. But I tried to avoid Maria. But I bet you I could still get Maria ending if I just avoid the other stuff. I bet you I could. I might still be able to get the Maria ending. I can attempt it. But this is Rebirth. I think this is a fun one. This one you don't it has no cutscene in his head of Mary on the bed dying, you know, whatever. It doesn't show that that's all in his head. It's kind of a memory that he's seeing there. It doesn't show that, it just jumps right to the ritual. It doesn't have the letter at the end. And it's really dark and ominous. I love it. It was inspired by Pet Sematary. Yeah, this game's music is perfect in getting your head and really influencing how you feel to get you really into James's headspace. That's the important thing there. You gotta feel what it feels like to be James right now. See, Alessa first tainted the town, right? She was responsible for causing it to be tainted. And, well, this game fits perfectly because, well, what Silent Hill 1 is a manifestation of her sleep cycle and her psyche and her state of mind. And the monsters are hers. It's very similar in 2. In fact, they just wanted to take it a step further and be like, what if Silent Hill, you didn't have to be psychic to do this. What if Silent Hill manifested the psyche of oneself, like anyone? But, you know, they were like, maybe it has to be someone who has a burden, who deep down wants to confront something they've been, you know, dealing with for a very long time, something that's been bothering them. And then Silent Hill 4 even mentions, he who carries too heavy of a burden, you tread lightly in Silent Hill. Because if you have a heavy burden, you're more likely to see monsters and your psyche will project things. If you're weak, I guess if you're weak and you have a lot of baggage.
What do you want, James?
I don't want to be sad. That's how you skip it. Don't be sad. Skip it. Wait, I want to go back up. I saw someone messaged me. It's Master Kazugo said, but Fungo, what about the... Oh, no, I read that. Yeah, you missed the pole dance. Oh. It turns out all the tips and tricks guides were not lying after all. You just have to... I don't know how he got it to work. I love her personality, Heather. And I think that it works really well as a spiritual reimagining of the first game. It's like poetry. It rhymes. They did it with Silent Hill 3. What they did was they did a new story with the new characters, but they did like a lot of parallels to the first game. Like, you ever notice that Vincent in Silent Hill 3 is a lot like Kaufman, you know, only cares about the money, you know, pretty self-centered. And then Claudia is a lot like Dahlia, White Claudia, Black Dahlia. That they're kind of a parallel to the first game. And then you see a lot of riddles that kind of do that. I should do a lore run of 3. That's long overdue. Next lore run I do will be Silent Hill 3. So stick around, I'll do it. So this will fall. Hey, like I say. Welcome, how are you doing? Wait, didn't you pop in after my raid and you said good stream? I want to say thank you for that message. I got it. After I raided, you were in there and you said good message, and or you said good stream. Cool, bruh. More lore, Rebirth. It's time to rebirth. my wife. Miles Levitt, hi. 3 doesn't get enough respect. It's underrated. People don't realize it's fun to play, like more fun than this. It's perfect in its mechanics, but also it has like lots of replay value. It doesn't have a whole lot of endings, and it's a little bit shorter maybe. But there's a lot of detail, a lot of thought went into it, even though it was kind of rushed too, like Silent Hill 4 kind of rushed. All right, here we go. New perspective on the shot here from the side. It's really weird.
James.
Hi, Mary.
Maria.
Oh, sorry.
I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever.
I guess you're right, Necromancer. I guess you're right.
I'll never hurt you like she did.
I was happy with the ending, though.
So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary.
Oh, you agree, Heather?
Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, boy.
James.
Oh, James. I love that.
James, you must be joking.
Oh, James. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Poor you. Yeah, I think Silent Hill 2 isn't that scary. And I don't think, it's more so just that a loneliness, the terror of being so alone in your thoughts. That's kind of what's scary, is that you're alone, even with other people around, monsters everywhere. You still feel so alone. Maybe I'll get another trophy. Snowworker, can I get another trophy? Oh my god, I have to teach her the wheel. Thank you for the follow, Master Kazugos. You know what I'm gonna do? I've decided. I'm gonna be an asshole, a real asshole here. Wipe you. Bible! 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 Because I don't get them, there's a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to get. I'm gonna use my Bible and my other Bible. I like how this book right here is important for the Rebirth ending, but there's absolutely no relevant information in there, nothing important. Absolutely nothing important. It just says, all we know is that the town had a different name, and it was once abandoned by its residents. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. Hey, Miss Nix, how's it going? Welcome, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing really well. I'm gonna teach her the will, okay? I'm gonna kill my dead wife again. All right, take this! This'll teach you the will! Maybe I'll get a trophy too. If I'm extra special, I'll get a trophy for killing my dead wife again. Right, here we go. Yeah! Trophy. No, no trophy.
Mary.
Where's the fog?
Peaceful.
I guess there's no fog.
Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death.
Yeah, Keta Hajime, I really like that. That's actually a Pet Cemetery reference. It was used as a marketing slogan.
Mary.
Sometimes dead is better. Never better.
Yeah, Master Kazugas. She would split and become Mary and Maria, and then you'd have to fight like Ornstein and Smo. Right, Master? One would have a hammer, and the other... Well, one would have a spear, and the other would have a great knife. How are they going to explain this to Laura? Well, especially if she comes in looking like the ending of Pet Cemetery. With her eyeball missing. Bring me out of a lurk. I'm glad I could do that. Alley Cat! You got a shout out there. It paused just for me to say your name. Geise, your boyfriend's birthday? Three endings in one playthrough, that is an accomplishment. Now maybe I could get 4. I guess I could try the Maria one. I overwrote the Catacomb save though. I could probably get Maria. What influences the Maria ending though? If I could get all the endings in one playthrough, that'd be pretty impressive. I like this. The flute. Are they different? I heard they were. I never noticed. I'll play it and see. So basically he goes to an island that actually has a church on it, but it's just a big texture of a church. And he conducts a ritual to bring her back from the dead, kind of like Ernest Baldwin in the Born from a Wish scenario, like what he wanted to do with his daughter. Hey, Skenagle. I got 2. I got In Water and I got Leave. I got Rebirth now. And now all I need is UFO, Dog, and Maria. Dog ending? Yes. That's what we're getting. Let's go. My favorite ending, by the way. Here we go. Listen. Listen closely. Listen. No! You have to watch the videotape. This is a crucial moment. There. Now we can do it. Doggo ending. We got 4 endings in one lore run. Right? Now listen. I love this sound effect. Also, this is kind of cool. They built an observation room. That's what it's called. You can see it on the door. Observation room. They built it into this part of the map because just for this ending, I think. And I think it was inspired. I think this ending was inspired by the dog that Eddie shot and killed. And I think that's where they came up with the idea for a dog ending. Also, it was kind of a spin on the UFO ending because you could believe aliens caused all this, that aliens are responsible behind all the fog in the town and the way it is. Hi, Funkadella Chica. And Snow Orchid, you're still here. But yeah, you could believe aliens, like ancient alien theorists may say. The answer is yes. Well, it's kind of that same thought process. What if a dog was behind everything, planning everything, devising, staging? Hey, Tickleton, you came at the best time. Here we go. Did a dog do all this? Who is behind everything? In the observation room. The observation room also kind of being an homage to the Wizard of Oz. And the great Wizard of Oz will grant you a wish. Dog equals God. It is. It's God backwards. Dog God. Backwards. Like Gnadab. Which is... what is that backwards? Gnadab. Alright, here, let's go. Listen to this. Man, I love that sound effect. A dog key has been used.
Omae no shiwaza datta no ka?
Aww. Aww. Bork, bork, bork. Pork, bork, 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 bork. Ready for a remix? I just love that electronic drum. I used it all stream. Pizza! Oh, ho. I'm hungry and I want sex. After all that. Oh boy. And also I want to pet a cute doggo. That's too cute. Dog! We got it. We got 4 endings in one run. It's gonna be my 1-year anniversary here pretty soon. And it's been that long and I still have not been able to raid Bazooka. So, yes, this is gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see his reaction. Yes, without Bazooka, there would be no Fungo on Twitch. No. And what? Oh my god, yes. 700 sub points. So we hit some goal today. At least we rounded it off. It's gonna be different probably next time I come live. Those subs just drop off randomly. Thank you all. I really appreciate all your support, all your love, all my love to you. And Eternal Snow White, thank you so much. Snow Orchid, of course, Snow Orchid, you're awesome. Chris John, everyone have a good night and enjoy the stream. Bazooka's playing I don't know what. I didn't even look.
Holy fuck. Fungo, you raped me. Oh boy, here we go. Hey everybody, how are you? Au revoir. How was the stream, Fungo? Did you go into stream? I'm not dressed for this. This isn't my Sunday best.